Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. For any VOD watchers, I may or may not include timestamps in the description below, depending on whether or not I, do, some segments, I guess, because there's some stuff I want to talk about today, okay? There's some stuff I want to talk about today. I've been on SchizoTube lately, all right? I find it fascinating. I find SchizoTubers to be some of the most interesting, and the reason for that is because here's my schizo prediction. Maybe it's not a schizo prediction. It's just purely based on my intuition that, right now we have, the whole black pill looks maxing movement. That's right. That's what's popular right now. My prediction is that within the next few years, at most 5 years, maybe a little bit longer than that, probably not considering how quickly the internet moves, I think that schizotubers are the future, okay? Now, generally, when it comes to these schizotubers, they tend to have some weird far-right beliefs. However, aside from their strange far-right beliefs, I find myself agreeing with them more than I should. Now, why is that? Well, if you take away the weird far-right beliefs, you take away the conspiracism, a lot of the things that they say are true. And I think that creates something that will be very desirable to a lot of viewers. Their rhetoric is useful. And the reason I say this is because there are going to be some underlying truths that they point to. However, an issue that I notice with a lot of rhetorically effective individuals is they also say things that are wrong, right? They jump to conclusions too quickly. And you'll notice that with schizotubers, okay? And they'll say, oh, well, it's my intuition. It's like, I'm fine with trusting your intuition to an extent, but if you're going to make a claim that you expect other people to agree with, you gotta use a little bit more than just your intuition. You gotta make solid arguments in favor of that. Maybe that's my take. Maybe I'm just not schizophrenic enough to see the light. We watched some schizotuber, I think they were, what was their channel called? It was like Hyperborean Knowledge the other day. And today I found a different schizotuber. Now, what's interesting about this one is, the first few videos that I watched that they made, I completely agreed with them. Almost everything that they said I agreed with. Maybe there were a few discrepancies. But I specifically remember, I watched one of their videos. I think it was about, I think it was their most recent, no, it wasn't their most recent video. I think it was the video about victim blaming. I watched that. I watched a video about, women's body standards and how they're made by freaks. Absolutely agreed. So there's some stuff that I agree with, that they make. However, that's not what we're going to be watching today. Today, we're going to be watching something that I thought I was going to agree with, considering the fact that, up to that point, I had agreed with most of the things they were saying. Maybe not everything. There was some stuff where I'm indifferent to it, such as the more spiritual elements. I'm not spiritual myself. I haven't seen evidence in favor of it. Spirituality hasn't been disproved either, really. So it's kind of difficult to take a strong stance on the matter just because, what am I meant to do? What am I meant to do to disprove, if somebody has some spiritual experience, it's most likely the case that it's a delusion, but, I can't know for certain. With that being said, ooh, hold on. There we go. Hello, Tarzan NO15. Congratulations on being the first person in chat. Hello, Flourishing Hyacinth. Hello, Carson Gives CBT. Hello, Femyoz. Hello, GLA Anderson. Hello, Aster the Star. You look like your name is Tracy. Oh, because of the hair. Yeah, I'm going to let that down in a bit. Okay, don't worry. It's not going to stay up the whole time. Hello, Azuna Nizuna saying, Femyoz, you look so good with a bun. I instantly grew a massive cock and blew a load. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. All right. Hello, Missouri Railroad Productions. Hello, Desire Arc. Hello, Eye of History Official. Hello, Devin. Hope you're all doing well. Anyways, let me scroll back down. Hello, Magic Johnson. Good to see all the familiar faces. Hello, Lord Nebo. Hello, Bot Vortex. Hello, Mark Lore. Hello, No Talent. Hello, Hob Frogs. Saying fart on a cupcake. Really good idea. Thank you. Really good stuff. What's the mug in the background? It's the Femyoz mug. Right over there. That's right. Hey, thank you, I Dig Chick Flicks, for the $10, you beautiful fucking bastard. First donor of the stream, very much appreciated. Saying, just wanted to say that you're amazing and that I'm still waiting on you to marry me. You know, my view on marriage is it's not to be taken lightly. You know, I gotta know somebody well before I marry them. You know, just saying, just saying. Chat, do I keep my hair up? I feel like it exposes the fact that my eyebrows are ever so slightly asymmetrical. Because I haven't done them in a while. I haven't trimmed them in a hot minute. And you can see my male bone structure. Isn't that awesome? Don't you guys love seeing my male bone structure? I know I sure do. Hello, Aaron Harris. Hope you're doing well. Cute eyebrows, thank you. Yes. Hi, Femi, how's your stream going? Cute bone structure. I disagree fundamentally, Moldy Urinal, but thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Anyways. Yes, just marry someone you never met. 190 IQ stuff, yeah. I mean, that's what they did in the olden days. There's arranged marriages. You didn't even know the motherfucker. You know, it's just like their parents, New Year parents, maybe. That'd be about it. It'd be more like a transactional type of dealio. But yeah. Bro, I've been putting a lot of retinol in like my under eye area lately, as well as a lot of lotion in like the eye bag type of area, because you know I'm on my looks maxing arc, and oh god, it makes my eyes water because I'd be putting it on my eyelids too, because I need to maximize the elasticity and the collagen in that area, because that area is very, very delicate, very fragile area. It's one of the first areas that you see signs of age with. Okay, and you don't want that. You don't want that. Okay? You never want a weak eye area, especially. Eye area is going to be the most important area of the face. Okay, if you have a bad eye area, good fucking luck out there. Good luck out there. No brainworms allowed. I have a lot of brainworms. There's nothing you could do to stop me, okay? Nothing you could do to stop me. Well, I'm going back to sleep, but I'll leave you up on my phone, 3:38 a.m. Don't forget to look after yourself and stay hydrated during the stream. Thank you. Speaking of hydration, I am going to drink some water. This one's empty. Why is that? Why is that the first one I grabbed? How about the non-empty one? Oh, yeah, my eye's watering because I put fucking lotion in like this area. Maybe I did too much. I don't know, but I need to do skincare for my whole face, including my fucking eyelids. Is it bad to do skincare on your eyelids? I don't know, dude. Maybe I need to research that. Maybe I should have Googled that first. I don't know. Maybe it's not good for my eyes. But I care about my aesthetics more than anything else. Touchable. I'm touchable. Hey, yo, that's kind of crazy. That's crazy. What, are you gonna do the Diddy technique? Girl, you are so pretty. Why, thank you. I very much appreciate that. The way she be drinking water like a drinker. What are we talking about like a drinker? Okay, I would never be an alcoholic, okay? I would only do fentanyl, okay? I would only do fentanyl. I'll have you find. All right? Fentanyl is where it's at. All right? Fentanyl is where it's at. What can I say? Oh, why are my shoulders so wide? I hate my life. Femyoz tied up hair. I'm still proud I recognized you immediately based on my facial recognition. Wow, very good facial recognition. You recognized my face. Hell yeah. I'd crack. Yo, let's go. Transgender lesbians at my job tipped me 60 on 120 and invited me to their apartment. Are we back? Yo, we absolutely are back. We're so fucking back. where can I find some trans lesbians that will just like randomly tip me, crazy amounts of money? Where are they? Why aren't they watching the stream? Ah. Anyways, white girl noises. Dang, you're so pretty. Thank you for inflating my ego. And making me think I'm prettier than I actually am. That's right. Very, very based and epic. Very based and epic. Anyways, dude, schizomaxing is the future, okay? That's what I found out very recently. Hey, thank you, I Dig Chick Flicks, for the additional $10, you beautiful fucking bastard. Saying it wasn't serious, of course, it was a nod to a joke you made with me almost a year ago. Oh my god, I don't even remember that. Yo, that's so real, that's so real. Either way, love your stream, keep it up. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm glad you've been enjoying the content. And man, that's a reference so old, I don't even remember making it. I don't even remember making that joke. That's how long I've been on the platform for. I've made so many jokes that I just don't remember. I don't remember making them because they were like little one-off jokes, little, sarcastic remarks or whatever it may be, and it's like there's so much stuff I just don't remember as a result of that, You need to make some BDSM. True, I would do very good in the sex work industry. I can't lie. I'd be good at that. I'm not like so hideously ugly to the point where like, it wouldn't be viable. I'm like kind of mid. But you can be a mid bitch and be successful. That's what I've learned. Okay, you can be a successful mid bitch. The scariest part of transitioning is, getting to the threshold where you're like, you start to pass to the general public, but then you just look like a mid bitch. You're not special anymore. And that almost hurts more than not passing. Because like, at least if you're not passing, you can like have this cope of like, oh, well, the reason that people don't find me attractive is just they're just not attracted to, trannies. But like people that are into androgyny, find me very attractive. In terms of like, my actual aesthetics, I'm actually above average. So, it balances out type of thing. You could sort of cope about it. But then like, you get into, oh yeah, like I'm like, people start to, see me as like a woman sometimes. It's like, oh, now I'm like a ugly masculinized looking woman. Like, oh, well, shit. That sucks. Never forget AGP Femyoz. Hell yeah, dude. We love AGP. I did not recognize you with your hair up. Man, it's been a long time since I've done streams where I just don't do my hair. I just, like, leave it up like this. I'm just fucking lazy, I used to do this with my hair all the time. People always recognized me. You're beautiful, but how does your cream taste? Is crazy! Hopping? Oh, hell yeah, dude. What happens when a person is double trans? You mean like a detransitioner? They end up at like the beginning or the opposite? Kind of, yeah. Kinda. But they end up with more experience. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It really depends on who it is, though. Really depends on who it is. Not AGP. Dude, we love AGP. We love AGP, okay? I know some of the greatest people I know are autogynephilic. Alright? They touch themselves while looking in their reflection, just like me. But yeah, what are your pronouns though? She, her. Anyways, hello Pyro? Dude, I look like Pyro Cynical, that's crazy. Hello Tubian. Hope you're doing well. Grifting detrans are the bad ones. Yeah, most detransitioners are not like that. We need more good detransitioners that are represented, I think. Because they don't really get enough representation in the media where they're like, yeah, I'm a detransitioner, but like, other trans people, I'm not going to hold them back, just because I made a wrong decision. Anyway, and there are also detransitioners that are glad that they went through the process of transitioning because they learned more about themselves and the world in that process. That's also a real thing that exists. Like, there are detransitioners that don't regret transitioning. That's, like, also a thing. I don't know how common it is, but... Hello, Femi. Hello, Convenient Estelle. I hope you're doing well on this fine whatever the hell today is day. That's right. Chat, do I leave my hair back and up? Do I leave it like this? Yo, what is up, everybody? Today, we are going to be talking about the schizomaxing YouTuber. Oh boy, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Yay. That is so epic. Yes, leave it up. Alright, we'll leave it up for a bit. That one lawyer said that he was detruning and then continued to take tea and use his true name. Yes, dude, I've seen the instances of that, and it's like, dude, you're not a detruner. You're not a detruner at that point. You're a grifter. Like, goddamn. Anyways, whip it out and slap it on your own forehead. Take it out and brush it. Now I'm getting mixed signals. You know what? I'll do it eventually. What is good? I'm here. Hello. Hello, I hope you are doing well today. Otherwise, I will be very sad, which is the opposite of happy. And you would not want me to be the opposite of happy now, would you? Alright, 1 in chat if I leave my hair up, 2 if I let it down and then brush it a little bit. What y'all think? What are you guys thinking? She needs to brush her hair. Yeah, I mean, I haven't done anything with my hair. 2. Alright, I'm seeing. Oh. 1, 2, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1. 1, 2. 1, 2, 2. 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2. Dude, I don't know, dude. Fuck, I'm getting mixed signals. I am getting mixed signals from chat. This is really sad. You know, I think I'm gonna let my hair down. All right, I'm gonna let my hair down. There we go. Anyways, we're gonna continue. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the greatest show of our time. This is my hair now. Hello. How are you doing? I hope you are doing well today. Yes, it is a very good day. Yes, very good day today. Very good. Yes. I am Indian now. Hello, I am from India. Would you like me to make you delicious poop sandwich? I will serve you delicious poop sandwich and poop water. Yes. Very good, very good. Do not read. Sorry. Okay. What am I doing? Sorry. I'm just gonna. Don't hack me, please. No. Do not read it. Sorry. What am I doing? What am I doing? So sexy. Yo, thanks. Alright, guys. I'm just gonna leave my hair like. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a complete and utter retard. I can actually use a brush. Whoa, isn't that crazy? I need to get a haircut again. Chat, I think I'm overdue for a haircut. You know, my side swept bangs got way the fuck too long. Now it's just like regular hair that needs a haircut. You know, because at the end of the day, ouch. I try not to overbrush because, like, it is bad for your hair from what I've heard to overbrush. So I'm trying not to do it, like, too unevenly. I like to use my fingers to, like, get rid of knots, because that's, like, a lot less harsh on the hair. It's a lot more forgiving, I guess. And it hurts less if I do that, usually. But yeah. I like to use my hands, because it's, like, you know, it causes less issues. It's healthier for the hair, is what I understand. So. Bro, I always, like, hated the idea of using a comb. I don't know why. I'm fine with using brushes. I remember when I was, like, a little boy, like, I was always like, oh yeah, people do their hair with combs. And I was like, no. Why wouldn't I just use my fingers and my hands? Like, it gets a better result. I always hated the way it looked when I, like, combed wet hair and like, the way it would, like, dry. It just, like, didn't look right. It looked weird and not particularly attractive. Well, when I was a little kid, I kind of wanted my hair to be messy. But I didn't know how to do it, so I just, like, put a bunch of gel in it, and it looked terrible. So I had, like, a whole phase where I would just, like, use way too much hair gel. Because I thought, "Oh, well, surely that'll achieve the look." But, like, the problem was that the texture of the hair was, like, very poor when I did that. You know, it had, like, a hair gel texture, and you don't want that. There like, you know how there was, like, always, like, that one kid, you know, back in elementary school that would, like, use way the fuck too much hair gel, and they thought they looked cool as shit, but they looked fucking retarded. Yeah, that was me. That was me when I was a little boy. That was me as a little boy. Um, yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. Um, I'm sure if I asked my mom, she could send me pictures of that era and I could show them. But I don't know. I'm too lazy to ask. Maybe at some point in the future. Um, if I get curious enough to just to see how bad it was now that I'm an adult. I mean, I've seen a few pictures of it and I just cringed instantly. I'm like, ooh, why did I used to do my hair that way? Oh no. Like that's like more embarrassing than, you know, anything else. You know, because at least with other things, it's like, oh, I was like a dumb kid. But it's like, how did I think that that looked good? Then again, there's probably stuff I do now where it's like, I'm going to be like, how did I think I looked good? So, you win some, you lose some. You know, I'm probably going to be making fun of this hair in like, you know, 5 years. In 5 years, I'm going to be like, why did I do my hair like that? It looks awful. But yeah. Um, dude, in 5 years, I'm gonna be like, dude, I don't know about the side part, man. Maybe in 5 years, I'll be rocking a middle part. I really hope not. I really hope not. Okay, I hope I don't become a middle part enjoyer because I really do prefer the side, but the side part just looks better. It's just more aesthetic. You know, it's just like it's different, okay? It's like it's not like a but I guess the only way I could see me changing to a middle part is if the side part becomes a trend again, then I might be like, well, I want to look different, so I'm gonna do something else now. So I might just be like, you know what, I'm just gonna go to a middle part or like do some other weird shit. Cause like I don't wanna do the same thing as everybody else. You know what I mean? Yeah, or I would just like get like bangs that go downwards, honestly. If people like, you know, do the side part. Like if side swept bangs become like the main thing that people do, it's like, you know, at that point, it's like you may as well just like, you know, I have a huge widow's peak, so I can rock the middle. Get on Dutasteride! Get on Dutasteride now! Alright, if you're at Norwood too, you gotta get on Dutasteride immediately. Or at the very least, Finasteride. Dutasteride is more ideal though. It's more effective simply due to the fact that it suppresses 90% of DHT rather than 70%. So it's gonna be superior. Um, I want to be a basic white boy so goddamn. Why? Why would you want to be basic? Why would you want to be basic when you could be complex and different? You know, that's the one thing that like I've always, you know, been. You know, even with like, you know, even in you know, 3rd grade when I would put way too much hair gel in my hair, or was that 4th and 5th grade? I don't remember. Maybe it was, yeah, maybe it was 4th and 5th grade. 3rd grade is when I had a buzz cut. Um, but yeah, I was always doing weird stuff with my hair because like I was always like different in some way. Like even when I was like trying to like conform and like pretend to be a normie, like I always wanted to be like a little bit different still. Like I never wanted to completely blend in. I always wanted to be like different in some ways, just in some ways that are more socially acceptable to be different in, I guess. Ways that I wouldn't be ostracized for, so that I would still stand out without being ridiculed or mocked. Um, and you know, like to an extent that rings true to me today. Obviously, like I do need external validation to some degree, but you know, I feel like that's very normal. I feel like that's normal. Is it healthy? That's a different discussion. Probably not. But do you believe in Jesus? Not. I don't believe in a magic man who walked on water or turned water into wine. I think all that shit's made up. I also don't believe in a magical talking snake. I don't believe that we were created less than 10,000 years ago. I don't believe any of that shit because that shit's dumb as fuck. Right? Reminder that Italians aren't white. Um, goddamn, that's a crazy take. Well, what if people too believe in God? Really good question. God made them man and woman. No, he said, what didn't it say male and female? He didn't. What about intersex people? Did he not make intersex people? He didn't make hermaphrodites. Hermaphrodites spawned from Satan. Okay, dude. Prove that the Christian God is real using logic, reasoning, and evidence. Oh, wait, you can't because there is none. Look, I've written off Christianity since I was in middle school, and the reason is because it's not logical. It's not logically sound. The problem of evil is a very good argument against Christianity. I heavily recommend looking into it. Just search the problem of evil on Google. Look at both sides of the arguments. But don't go for whatever confirms your existing biases, right? There's a reason that I don't believe the same things that I did when I was a kid, right? There's a reason I grew out of Christianity, right? It's because my worldview has always been malleable to an extent. And people have always said consistently throughout my life, oh, you're too stubborn, Femyoz. Oh, you're too stubborn. You have a rigid mindset. You have a fixed mindset. You're narrow-minded. And what these people didn't realize, and it was usually adults that said this, is that my mind was still very, very malleable. Okay? It just wasn't something that was going to be convinced based on, what you tell me to believe, right? Me having a malleable mind did not make me gullible. It didn't mean that I was just going to believe anything that I was told. It means that I questioned things. I questioned the status quo constantly. And that's the opposite of having a fixed mindset. My mindset has consistently shifted over the years. I don't think the same way that I did even 2 years ago. Now, granted, it's going to be more similar to what it was 2 years ago, right? The progression does slow down and, over time I change less because, as you develop, your mindset does crystallize or intelligence does crystallize, unfortunately. And hell, I would say that I would have been probably more open-minded in some ways as a child than I am now, right? My mind would have been more malleable back then, right? And that's just the nature of existence. But at the same time, it's like, if I never questioned my own beliefs, I would still be a Christian today. I would still be right-wing. I would be probably slightly homophobic, definitely transphobic, right? So I've always found the notion that I, have a completely fixed mindset to be laughable. I knew it was laughable back then. I know it's laughable now, right? I do think that maybe it's more fixed than it could be, but to claim that I have a completely fixed mindset or that I'm narrow-minded or, that I'm not willing to change my mind, anything, that I have a rigid mindset, is just a way to discredit, the strength of the things that I believe. The fact that my belief system is fortified in facts, logic, and reasoning. And if you don't have those things to back up your arguments or your counter arguments or whatever it is that you're trying to convince me of, then yeah, of course my position is not going to change unless I'm given a reason to change what I believe, whether that be logical or evidential. I don't know, right phase in middle school. Yeah, and that's like, I feel like that's kind of normal. We all have like different phases of different beliefs, and that's normal. That's good, if anything, to question things, to arrive at different conclusions that may not be socially acceptable, and then to question those conclusions. I think that that's a reasonable thing to do. To have an ever-changing, ever-evolving worldview that consistently builds off of itself, but also questions itself. And if your worldview can't question itself, then, well, what do you have other than a flimsy belief system that's grounded in nothing? And what's funny is that the people that told me I had a rigid mindset growing up, there may have been some truth. I may have had a somewhat rigid mindset. But what they're failing to understand, what they failed to understand is, A, there's a possibility that they're wrong. And B, it's not that I have a rigid mindset, it's that I need a logical explanation for why I'm wrong. Right? You have to fundamentally deconstruct the framework through which my worldview operates. You cannot just tell me that I'm wrong and that you're right, and then expect my mind to magically change. That's not what a rigid mindset is. And I've always hated authority. And there's a reason for that. It's because they want you to never question anything. Because if you question them, if you dare question their authority, well, then that puts into question their status, something that they value oh so much. And without their status, who are they? They're not elevated above me. Not possible. You're too delusional for your mind to change. Then why don't I believe the same things that I did when I was 10? My mind clearly changed, right? I'm not a Christian anymore because I changed my mind, right? Because I realized that Christianity is a fucking delusion, right? I changed my mind on trans issues. I used to be anti-trans, and then I looked into it. I looked into arguments from both sides, and then I realized that, like, yeah, the pro-trans position is the one that's more logical, right? So, yo, it's someone with a check mark. Yo, it is. What kind of content do they do? Is this somebody that we can make fun of? Let's see. I strive to innovate the world of precious metals in a way never seen before. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Oh, it's one of these channels. It's one of these channels. Oh, no. There's some fucking grifter. Oh. Oh, no. Silver is 127, bro. This is what you think about. Warning, China pulled the trigger on silver. Major silver news, bro. I mean, they've definitely found their niche. They've definitely found their niche. Pro-trans is more logical? Yes. Make a single logical argument against trans people existing. Why should people be forced to suffer with dysphoria more? Being in favor of extra suffering for no logical reason, when it makes more logical sense to treat our dysphoria with scientifically backed treatment, which is gender-affirming care. You know, the thing that scientifically decreases our suicide rate. Yeah, it's going to be more logical to take the pro-trans position. Right? It's not just on the basis of scientific reasoning. It's also on the basis of philosophical reasoning. There's no reason why somebody should be forced into a box against their will. No grifting. Been speaking about silver since 2015. Silver is at all-time highs today. Okay, I've been telling people to invest since $15. Okay, maybe you have a point. Let's see. Okay, yeah, you've been doing this for 9 years. Okay, fair point. Touche. Okay, you actually have a passion for that. I don't know, with the thumbnails, I get skeptical. Okay, I get skeptical with the thumbnails. Right? Because I see you have a Patreon, and let's see. Strive to change the stereotype of silver being the rebellious investment to the safest, wisest investment. Interesting. I'm not an investor, so I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. But I mean, you've been going for 9 years. You have 3K videos. I respect that. I respect that. Assuming you're not a grifter. I respect that. You have grifter-style thumbnails, though. That's the one thing I will say, all right? Your thumbnails are a little bit of a red flag. I will say. But that's just because I've been on YouTube for so long. It's like it looks hollow and corporate, almost. The thumbnails. Though, you could be hiring somebody to do the thumbnails, so that could be why. It's like stuff like the... I will say the thumbnails are very, very well done, but I question, is there a use of AI here? I don't know. It might be AI. I don't know. They're very... They seem very well produced. They're too well produced is the issue. I'm wondering, are they AI? So you upload, you know, multiple times a week with thumbnails like that. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm skeptical. Yeah, it's like the yeah. No, you're definitely using something for your thumb, because like here's a thumbnail that you made yourself. This is what it looks like when he makes his own thumbnails. And then this is what other people's thumbnails look like. Right? Or this is somebody else or AI. Right? Yeah. The thumbnails are also inconsistent with their style. That's something I've noticed. They just look very generic. Yeah, this one is definitely AI. This one's definitely AI. This is obviously AI. Yeah, you're that's why I didn't like your thumbnails, is because they're AI. I'm glad I listened to my intuition. So the thumbnails are soulless. I don't know if this guy's completely soulless. I have no idea. That's probably why I came to the conclusion that this guy's a grifter, is just because of the thumbnails. Yeah, my intuition is correct. My intuition is correct. Definitely using AI for these thumbnails. Anyways. AI more like gay eye? True. Yeah, what's the logical reason to be anti-trans? You know, when I asked them that, they just kind of left. Right? I gave a logical justification for it. Right? So, I'd like to see their logical justification against it. But anyways, chat, I've been on the side of schizomaxing YouTube again, okay? We've been watching some schizo YouTubers, okay? I've been watching schizotubers again, okay? Now, yesterday, or was it the day before, whenever the last time I streamed was, you know, I found myself watching somebody called, Hyperborean Knowledge, okay? I had some criticisms of them, okay? Now, I found a different YouTuber called Schizo Dumps, and they make a similar style of content, alright? But they're slightly less schizo. They're a little bit more coherent, I guess. But, yeah, they do have some... The thing I've noticed is they either are spot on with something that they say, or they're way the fuck off. There's no in between. They're either spot on, kind of ambiguous maybe. Like, I don't know, I'd have to look into that. Slash, it's some spiritual shit, which, to each their own, I guess, or, no, you're fucking retarded. Okay? That's what I've noticed with a lot of these types of YouTubers. And, look, I try to go into this stuff, Why was my hair in my eyelash? I try to go into this stuff with an open mind, even if it's people that I, you know, disagree with. At least they're trying to make an argument. I don't see these types of people as particularly dishonest. Maybe a little bit misguided, but not in like a, not entirely, just in terms of their politics, right? Because I do view things through the lens of politics in some ways, but I also view things beyond that. So, a lot of times what you'll notice is they'll come to correct conclusions, but they also come to incorrect conclusions sometimes. I know, sometimes people are right about stuff and other times they're wrong. Who would have guessed? But yeah, we're going to be talking about another schizotuber, okay? Schizo Dumps. I discovered them recently. They uploaded some videos that I completely agree with. You know, like, yeah, no, the whole pull your, oh my god, I can't even speak. The whole pull yourself up from your bootstraps mentality is complete delusion. It's complete cope, right? It just completely negates the fact that, yes, obviously, the systems are specifically designed by the wealthy elite to oppress us, to use us, to exploit us for our labor, right? To exploit us for 8 hours a day, to give us nothing in return, right? And they are correct about stuff like that. But then they also say some crazy shit about the Jews, and I'm like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know if I don't know about this. You're gonna have to provide some substantial evidence for some of these claims. Have you found any lolcows recently? I've not been looking for them, okay? As much as I like to make fun of deranged lolcows because it's funny, okay? I think that somebody, like the person we're talking about today, I wouldn't view them as a lolcow. I would say that they're too intelligent to be a lolcow. Not that there's an IQ ceiling for lolcowdom. I think that anybody could become a lolcow. But I don't view this person as a lolcow. I think they might just be wrong about some stuff. I don't want to say misguided because that sounds like a little bit condescending. I feel like that would make somebody like this mad. But yeah, my goal is not to be, judgmental here, right? I will hear them out when they say stuff, okay? So the video we're going to be watching is Mental Gymnastics is a Prison Planet, okay? Now, as you can see here, we have a little diagram. Typical mental gymnastics. I know it seems like things are always hard in life, but if it weren't for the troubles, we wouldn't enjoy anything. Now, this is something that I've noticed, okay? This is something I've noticed a lot of people say, which is obviously cope. It's a delusion, right? It's just not true. If it's the case that, say, for instance, we need suffering in order to experience pleasure. If there was no bad, we wouldn't know what good is. I think that that's fucking retarded, because in many cases, we know what bad is without knowing what good is, right? There are many instances where people have a complete net suffering in their life. They experience nothing but suffering, but they still are able to successfully identify that it is worse than a net neutral, right? A net neutral would be experiencing nothing at all. Because if you take this logical to its conclusion, if you take this logic to its conclusion, if you take this idea to its logical conclusion, what you will understand is the fact that if you need suffering to understand pleasure, if you need negative things to understand positive things, then you would also need positive things to understand negative things. But you don't. We already know that that's not the case, because my life is a net suffering. I don't experience almost anything positive in life. And I know that what I experience is a net negative, right? Because I am able to identify the fact that this is worse than a net neutral. This is worse than nothing at all. Okay, let's continue. The greatest growth comes from periods of discomfort. I fundamentally disagree. You do not need discomfort to grow. Okay, I've always fundamentally disagreed with this notion that you need suffering to grow as a person. I think that you can grow as a person from suffering, but I don't think it's a necessary prerequisite. I think that, again, this is just cope. The pain is your sign you're changing. Again, it could be something that changes you, but it doesn't necessitate positive change. It could be the case that you're changing for the worse. It could be the case that you're becoming a hollow shell of yourself, much like my experience of becoming a hollow shell of myself. Have you ever noticed that gifted kids become burnt out loser adults? There's a reason for that, okay? And maybe I'll get into that later. Maybe I won't. I do want to talk about that at some point. I don't know if I'll talk about that on this stream. I don't know why I'm stuttering so much. I don't know what's happening. And lastly, everything happens for a reason. That's just not true. I do think that there is cause and effect that causes everything, but there's no justification for everything, right? So for instance, when, a child gets cancer and dies a slow, miserable, painful death, and then everybody is harmed by it, there's no benefit to that, right? Other than preventing more suffering potentially, right? Like maybe that kid would have been Hitler. But that's the only, possible silver lining. And, I don't think that that's something that people would want to, think about. And most likely it's the case that it's just some innocent person that wouldn't have done any wrong necessarily. I mean, they would have done some wrong things. And then my mental gymnastics, just, this shit is ridiculous, lol. Ta-da. And that's sort of where I stand, right? So I actually agree with this little infograph that they've presented here, okay? I think that what they're saying here is correct. That no, pain is not necessary. It is a net negative, okay? And we should reduce to eliminate as much pain as possible, okay? All right, eliminating pain should be the ideal scenario, okay? There's a reason that I am a staunch utilitarian, okay? It's because, yes, suffering is bad. There is no silver lining to it. It's just suffering, right? Oh, but what if you're suffering so that you can achieve good things? Okay, well, those good things might outweigh the suffering, but that's a net positive in that case. Okay, so that doesn't really count as a net suffering. If something is a net suffering, it is definitionally a bad thing. Okay? Anyways, let's continue.
One of the things that I've realized about this realm is that a lot of people in this prison planet have a tendency toward mental gymnastics, right?
This is true.
I think that a lot of people try to justify a lot of the evils in this world. A lot of the people try to justify the suffering in this world. A lot of people, a lot of people's way.
You'll notice this with Christians in particular. They'll say shit like, "Oh, it's all part of God's plan." Oh, well, we just don't have the intellectual capacity to understand, why God would, create people that are going to live miserable lives no matter what. Why he gives kids, cancer for no fucking reason at all. It's just a part of his grand design, I guess. So it's actually a good thing that it happens.
Ways of thinking are way too overcomplicated, right? And I think that this might be on purpose because a lot of
He's gonna make an Occam's razor argument, I can already tell.
I think the education system, the media, right, the books, the movies, a lot of people are taught essentially to take the more complicated.
For the record, I've already watched this. I thought it was interesting enough to watch on stream again. So I actually did pre-watch it, but I'm watching it as if I'm watching it for the first time. So I'm going to, give the thoughts that I had the first time I watched it.
Essentially, when it comes to the thinking, when it comes to the way of thinking, when it comes to their way of thinking, when it comes to searching for truth, when it comes to, doing that stuff. We live in a world where you're not allowed to say the truth. We live in a world where truth.
Not necessarily. I think that you're allowed to. Now, depending on what you say, you might get socially ostracized for it. However, you could also say wrong things that you're socially ostracized for. There are going to be things that are outside of the realm of what's socially acceptable that are correct. There are going to be things that are incorrect that are not socially acceptable, right? So, for instance, it might be the case that, you say some crazy shit, where you think that the Holocaust was, like, let's say somebody claims that the Holocaust was justified. Okay, well, that's a wrong belief. And it's also one that's not socially acceptable, right? So, there might be a little bit of a flaw in his logic here.
Persecuted.
We'll see, though.
We live in a world where truth is essentially, attacked. It's hidden from the public eye, right?
I think that the truth of the matter is that all power boils down to wealth at this point in a capitalist society. And the truth of the matter is that wealth is power. And we are being oppressed by those that have said positions of power, those that have accumulated wealth and exploit us for our labor. But a lot of people don't like to think that. A lot of people like to believe in this, meritocracy idea of, if I just work hard enough, I too can become the billionaire that, exploits everybody else. It's a vicious cycle.
And so a lot of the ways that like the truth is hidden is that it's hidden through overcomplicated explanations, right? It's almost like if you look at like the truth of the Loosh farm, right? The Loosh farm, the energy farm, that runs on human suffering in this realm, right?
See, I don't believe this either. I think this is also a cope idea because then it creates a, oh, well, I'm fighting against this thing sort of mentality. I think it's just as much of cope as Christianity. Maybe not as much. And I could be wrong about this. I don't know much about the Loosh farm, but from what I understand, it's like the idea that there are these sort of demonic entities that are feeding off of negative energy. I don't believe that that's real. I think that the reason that we experience more negative things rather than positive things is purely evolutionary. I think it's because there's going to be more urgency for things that are negative just by default. So for instance, you need to have a strong reaction if there is a lion behind you that's about to eat you, right? That requires an urgent reaction. So it's going to be prioritized in your brain, right? Whereas the dopamine that you get from eating, right? Eating is not going to be, like, you're not going to fucking die if you don't eat right this second, if you don't eat with a sense of urgency, right? So you're going to have a less strong reaction there. And that's just going to be evolutionary because that's what was useful to survive, right? That combined with a sort of intrinsic desire to survive, right? Regardless of how rational that may be. And as a result of that, we as a species experience a negative net suffering. I'm actually of the belief that the world would be a better place if there were no humans. And it's not just because we're destroying the planet or, causing all these problems. It's because humanity itself is a net negative in virtue of the fact that we experience a net suffering. That is a belief that I have. And it's something that a lot of people get mad when I say it, but it's true. We as a society experience a net negative of emotions, right?
If you look at that.
White guilt curriculum did this to you. I have zero guilt. What are we talking about?
That truth is hidden by a lot of mental gymnastics and propaganda in mainstream religions, right? Everything happens for a reason. God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, obviously all that shit is cope.
Pain has a purpose. Pain, helps you grow. It helps you, you like become a better.
No, pain makes you suffer. It makes you a shell of your former self. In the case of somebody like me, I am a shell of what I could have been, right? My inner child is very damaged as a result of the way that I was treated growing up. I didn't grow from it. I didn't learn from it. All I learned is that society is cruel. That society doesn't give a fuck about you. And that society is unfair. But anybody can learn that. But I learned it in the worst ways possible. In a way that makes me want to give up.
You're a person. You're here to learn lessons. Right, it's all love and light. You just don't understand it because it's all non-duality, and you're stuck in your ego. Right, so it's like all the gymnastics from all the different religions, not just Christianity, but the New Age, right? Like,
yeah, so I'm in agreement here with everything you're saying so far.
The way the New Age tries to justify the evils in this realm.
You're so cute and squishy cheeks. Shut up. Not true.
The way that a lot of Abrahamic religions try to justify it. A lot of Just a lot of people have ways of trying to, you know, do mental gymnastics to avoid simple truths, simple, uncomfortable truths about this reality, about this realm.
Hmm.
Excuse me. But I think that, you know, like, this tendency towards mental gymnastics, I see this a lot with like the woke movement, and here's a
The woke movement, interesting. Because I do have critiques of people that use leftism as an aesthetic or as a shield or as a way to look morally righteous. I do criticize that quite frequently. You know, the aesthetic lefties, as you will. You know, people that skinwalk being somebody like me for aesthetic reasons, and then distancing themselves from people like me for saying that religion isn't, for saying that shit like, yeah, I think religion is a fucking disease. Because, oh, that's Islamophobic. You can't say that. You can't say that Islam is a delusion. Well, I say the same shit about Christianity. I don't see what the issue is. Right? I hold all religions to the same standard, and I think that all of them are fucking stupid. Right? You know, I remember there was one time at college, okay, where I was making friends with some people, and they were, you know, your stereotypical aesthetically woke individuals, not necessarily socialists like me, but, you know, aesthetically woke. You know the type to get way too offended way too easily, the people that hold back, you know, actual leftists like me. You already know the archetype. You know, people that are anti-edgy. Okay. And in passing, thinking this wouldn't be controversial, I said that religious conservatism is a disease because it is. It's used as a mechanism to control people. That's what it boils down to. Religion is a disease because it is used to control the masses. If you are religious, you are being controlled. Just know that. It is a weapon. Now, I said that thinking it was going to be uncontroversial because it wasn't even me saying religion is a disease. I was saying that religious conservatism specifically is a disease. And I got told that I was Islamophobic because, well, Islamic people are religious and conservative. And I'm like, yeah, well, they're wrong. Women shouldn't be forced to cover up their bodies. That's fucking retarded. No, gay people shouldn't be thrown off of buildings. That's also retarded. Right? For the same reason that, you know, the Spanish Inquisition was, you know, a fucking problem. For the same reason that they were fucking evil. A lot of Islamic people today are fucking evil. And it's not about Islam specifically. It's that religion is used as a weapon. Okay? And that goes for any organized religion. Mainly the Abrahamic religions, for the record, are what are used as control mechanisms.
Here's the thing. I talk about the prison planet a lot on this channel. I talk about, you know, spiritual subjects, but I think that, you know, this sort of woke movement that I see is very demiurge like. It's very demiurge y. Like the way that like the way that the people operate is
Not sure what that
like
means.
you can't say simple truth. Like their metric of truth is how offensive something is to say.
Well, that's just not true. At least not for me. Maybe the aesthetically woke people that aren't actually woke, that don't realize that all of it boils down to wealth inequality, right? Not whether or not somebody said slurs on Discord, right? Like, yeah, sure, this person may have said slurs on Discord, but why would I give a fuck about that when what I actually give a fuck about is the fact that we are being exploited by the wealthy elite every single day without even realizing it?
They don't care about whether or not something is actually true. They care about whether or not it's offensive to say the truth.
Not me. Not me. I've turned off a lot of lefties that would otherwise love me just because, you know, I do say some edgy shit. I say, yeah, the Prophet Muhammad is a pedophile. Yeah, right? And there's some people that are like, oh, that's Islamophobic. And it's like, well, I say the same thing about Christianity, which endorses slavery and forcing rape victims to marry their rapists. For anyone that doesn't believe me, Deuteronomy 22, 28, 29, I think is the verse. So, yeah. Just saying.
Out loud, like there's certain
I'm lefty that loves you. Hell yeah. The real leftists love me. The fake leftists fucking hate me. Okay? That's how you can tell the difference between a real leftist and a fake leftist. Is all the fake leftists that are virtue signally that use it, you know, merely for social validation because they want to be a part of an in-group. All right? Those people hate me. Because I cut past all the bullshit and I get to the root cause of societal issues, which is wealth inequality. Right? Like, I'm of the position that DEI shouldn't be on the basis of your skin color or your gender. I think it should be on the basis of your wealth. That's my position. Because generational wealth is one of the biggest crimes against humanity.
Certain things that you're not allowed to say out loud, because their narrative is that they
Define your kind of leftist. I'm a market socialist. I'd be willing to go further than market socialism, though, but that's mainly what I advocate for because, it's sort of distant, it's sort of idealistic, but it's not completely unrealistic. Hope that makes sense.
push for mental gymnastic thinking. They push for, instead of saying, for example, like men and women are different, men and women are not equal. They should have
Nobody is saying that men and women are exactly the same. But when you're saying that they're different, what do you mean by that?
equal rights. They're equally important, but men
Okay, you agree with equal rights. Okay, good.
and women are not equal, right? They're different.
Equal in what way? What do you mean by that? When people are saying that men and women are equal, they're not saying that they're exactly the same as each other, right? That's not an argument that anybody's made. Nobody has said that men and women are exactly the same, right? I don't think anybody has made this argument.
They're opposites. They're yin and yang, right?
Opposites in what way? They're genitalia? What are we talking about here?
If you say that's offensive to a lot of people in this sort of
It depends on what you mean by that. Like, what are you trying to say?
blue-haired nose ring sort of crowd. You know exactly who I'm talking about, the kind of person that I'm talking about, right?
You mean people that skinwalk me? I know the feeling.
If you acknowledge biological truths, if you
acknowledge them in what way? If you acknowledge biological truths, no, that's not going to get you canceled, right? For instance, I'm of the belief that trans women are women while also being biologically male. This is not a contradiction. Okay, this is just a correct view which acknowledges the sex-gender distinction. One of these things being neurological and social, the other being biological. There's no negation of any biological truth. Nobody's ever canceled me for this. Now, people might get upset if you're a biological essentialist, right? And rightfully so. Nobody should be forced into a certain box on the basis of some sort of immutable characteristic. That doesn't make any sense why you should be treated socially differently on the basis of your biology. That's just completely illogical, right? So it depends on what you mean by that.
spiritual truths, if you acknowledge
Spiritual truths. I don't think that anybody gets offended if you have spiritual beliefs necessarily. People might disagree with you, right? I might disagree and say, well, there doesn't seem to be any evidence in favor of anything spiritual, right? I'm not going to discredit it entirely because, right, I don't really know, right? I lack knowledge, but
statistical truths about certain things, people get offended and people provide mental gymnastic explanations, right? Like, for example, if you try to talk about the influence of the tiny hat tribe
okay, all right. Yeah, obviously I'm gonna have to disavow this part of the video. Okay, that's look, the fact of the matter is, it's not about the tiny hat people. It's not about them, right? Regardless of whether or not people are wearing tiny hats, the issue is not the tiny hats. Okay, the issue is people in positions of power. Okay, and what that power is indicated by is wealth. Regardless of whether or not they're black, white, Jewish, Asian, you name it, doesn't fucking matter. If they're a billionaire, they're probably fucking evil, okay? And that's a fact. That doesn't matter if they've got little hats on. Doesn't matter if they have, slightly pointier noses, right? That's not what determines how evil they are, okay? So it's not about whether or not they're Jewish. You should just seek to be against billionaires and rich people in a more broad sense, because all of it boils down to wealth. That's what power is in our modern day capitalistic society, okay? A rich white person is going to have way more influence than a regular Jewish person, right? So you shouldn't be fighting the regular Jewish person. You should be fighting the white rich person, or the black rich person, or hell, even the Jewish rich person. It doesn't matter what their race is, right? It matters that they have power and that they're abusing said power. That's the variable that you should be looking at. Everything else is just a tribalistic, fucking retarded worldview of division and infighting, when we need to be working together regardless of race, regardless of any of this other shit that doesn't fucking matter. And we need to be fighting against the real oppressors, which is the wealthy elite, regardless of what their race is. And once you realize that, you'll realize that they use things like racism, like gender, women's rights, being advocating against women's rights. All of this shit that you see is a distraction from the real issue, which is wealth inequality.
In government, politics, media, and finance, right? If you talk about the tiny hats, there's a lot of people that'll say that, oh, it's just a coincidence, right? It's just a coincidence. It's just...
No, my counter argument is whether or not they're wearing tiny hats is irrelevant. You should just be against rich people, not tiny hat people.
Correlation doesn't mean causation, right?
But that's true, though. Correlation does not always equal causation. So yes, it's not going to be on the basis of whether or not they're wearing tiny hats that determines whether or not they're evil, okay?
The mental gymnastics behind that is really evident, right? Like the mental gymnastics behind, just basic pattern recognition, right? Like, for example, this is another sort of offensive example that is statistically true, right? Is the fact that, race correlates with crime, like violent.
So this is a half-truth. So yeah, it correlates, but like you said earlier, you're gonna hate this, but yes, correlation does not equal causation, okay? The real causative factor here is wealth inequality. If you take any group of people and then you redline them out of anywhere that has wealth, you redline them into these districts that have no wealth, no prosperity, nothing, right? You make them extremely poor. You create a generational wealth gap artificially, right? Even once you remove those redlining policies, what you're going to notice is that you've created a group of people, regardless of race, that is desperate because of their lack of wealth, which is power, right? They lack power. They lack wealth is the reason why. And when you get really desperate, when you're desperate enough, you do turn to violence, right? That's the ultimate conclusion. Now, granted, I think that the rest of society perhaps should take notes because we are being boiled slowly alive. We are the frog that is being slowly boiled, and we don't even realize it. If you work a corporate, dead-end, 9-to-5 job, you should be wanting to fight against the system. But most people don't. They give up. They stop caring because caring is difficult. It's difficult to give a shit because it hurts. Because the truth hurts. You know that you're never going to get anywhere. You know that slaving away at a dead-end job you hate is never going to satisfy you. So you cope. You might turn to alcohol. You oversleep. Whatever it may be. You tell yourself it's going to get better when you know it's not. What you should be doing is finding ways to change the system. Seeing if you can fight against it. In any way that you can is going to be ideal. But that's uncomfy. So people don't do that. But I wish they did. But once you're so uncomfy that you can't bear it any longer, two things happen. One, you get completely demotivated and depressed, potentially even end it. Or two, you fight back. And the people that fight back are the ones that make it out alive. Okay?
Crime heavily. Really is. So if you talk about that, if you talk about yet again like the statistical truth behind that, and here
it's the causative factor is wealth, not race. There's no black gene or whatever that there's no violent gene found in black people. Okay, that's not a thing, right? Put white people in the same circumstances, you'll get similar results.
Here's the thing. I think that like race is another category that the demiurge uses to sort of divide humanity. I do.
Okay, true.
Think that there are a lot of, and especially with like the way the algorithm is today, I think that they're intentionally promoting racial division in the algorithms to keep the plebs sort of fighting amongst themselves.
Yes, I've been saying this for ages, and what you'll notice is that they don't want you to focus on wealth inequality. They distract you from it because that's the real battle. Is those that have power and the masses that do not. But there's so many more of us than there are of them. So they don't want to fight that battle. Instead, they create artificial battles for us to fight amongst ourselves. Starting to see a pattern?
Right, but like the statistical truth of like your race correlating with a violent crime, for example, is it's truth, and like
It's a half-truth. You're not looking at the full picture, which is that the causative factor is wealth inequality.
truth doesn't care about your feelings. Truth is not about how
But again, it's a half-truth. You're omitting important information.
it makes you feel. It's not about how offensive or how unoffensive it is. Right, truth is truth, right? And so
Femyoz, life gets easier when you just blame the Jews for everything. Yeah, but I'm not going for easy. I'm going for factual correctness and
if
logic.
you state a truth like that, people will get offended and people will talk about, and like the mental gymnastics here is they'll say that, oh, it's socioeconomic factors.
Well, I mean, it is though. That's just like true. Like I like it to completely ignore confounding variables is to be intellectually dishonest, right? Don't ignore confounding that the tool of oppression is not necessarily what you think it is. The tool of oppression is wealth. They use wealth inequality. That's what they use. And I wish more people saw that. Genuinely. Yes, wealth inequality and over-policing. And you wonder why. You wonder why they fight back. And then they fight back and then you act like they're the problem. Why would they be the problem for fighting back against injustice if they do? Now, granted, what you'll notice in the hood is something very, very similar to how our society operates on a broader scale. Instead of fighting the institutions, instead of fighting the oppressors, they fight each other. Right? You ever notice that? There are gangs that fight each other. It's very, very tribalistic, much like we are. Right? Much like the rest of society. Right? What you'll notice is that holds them back. That's what holds them back in many ways, right? They turn to it, but it holds them back. They don't realize it does. The same way most of us don't realize that it holds us back when we have that same tribalistic mentality. They don't work together because of infighting. Too much of it. Now, am I saying that it's completely manufactured? Yes and no. I do think that gang violence is a obvious byproduct of, well, the conditions that were created for these groups of people. They actually did used to work together. And guess what happened? The government went out of its way to dissolve said groups, and now we see the result of that. They artificially dissolved large groups. Gangs were not originally these small groups of people that were constantly fighting each other, right? They were originally these big organizations that were created because there was no other way for Black people to acquire wealth in society at the time. It is fascinating how it went from that to what it is today and how it's deteriorated. It's almost like there was some intention behind it to cause infighting. So rather than them challenging the system like they used to, they challenge each other. Do you think that broader society is any different from that? Do you think that the power structures that exist only do that to them and not to us? Think about it. They're not the only ones that have been wronged in that way. We just don't see it.
Right, they'll say, "Oh, it's socioeconomic factors. We're all the same on the inside," which we're not. We're not the same on the inside. We're all made differently. Not only the physical bodies that we inhabit, but our souls are wired differently as well.
Our souls are wired differently on the basis of race. Well, that's just not true. There's no distinction between a Black soul and a white soul, if that's a thing. Assuming, let's say we presuppose that souls exist. Why would a Black person's soul be different on the basis of being Black? Now, everybody's souls are going to be different from each other if souls are real. Most likely. Maybe not. It could just be a part of a collective consciousness. right? But I'd like to think that, you know, if we have souls, they're going to be different from each other, right? Now, I'm not necessarily sold on the idea of souls. Could be the case that we do have souls. It could be the case that we don't. I don't know. I haven't seen evidence one way or the other. It's very difficult to prove or disprove. A soul could just simply be the consciousness generated from your brain. You could categorize that as a soul. You know, that soul dies when you die, when your brain dies, I guess, right? And then that soul ceases to exist. You know, that's also, you know, one way of looking at it. Depends on what you categorize as a soul as well. So, yeah. And in that sense, everyone would be different. I'm of the belief that the soul is generated by the brain. All right, that's my view. It seems like the most likely case scenario. Because people don't experience, it doesn't seem to be the case that there's any experience of consciousness, you know, without the brain, right? Remove the brain, the consciousness is gone. But it could also be the case that the consciousness interfaces with the brain. The brain is like a computer system that the consciousness uses. You could say that, but how that would interface, I don't know. I'm not sure how that would work, right? But I'm not going to write it off entirely just because I lack knowledge.
So I do think that there are correlations between, you know, different souls that inhabit the body. That you know, there are different types of souls, there are different types of personalities that behave in certain ways, right? But
yeah, but that's not going to be on the basis of race or any other arbitrary metric that you divide people by, right? That's not going to be what determines it.
You know, like this is one of those things where like the mental gymnastics here is, you know, yet again, it's just a coincidence. It's socioeconomic factors, right?
Well, in the case of black people, yeah, it is socioeconomic factors. To just entirely ignore that variable is to, well, only look at half of the equation, right? You're just ignoring the obvious confounding variables. You're explaining what the confounding variables are and saying, no, that just ignore them. Just ignore the confounding variables. Don't notice the confounding variables. Only notice the flashy statistic I bring up.
Or to explain away, you know, basic truths that are, you know, obvious. So these are obvious truths. These are truths that are obvious to anyone with.
Just because it comes across as obvious doesn't mean that it's the full truth, right? You're looking at half truths and saying, "Look, I know the truth. It's an obvious truth." It's like, well, it's an obvious half truth. You need to look at the larger picture. Anyone doubtful that the confounding variables in crime statistics are socioeconomic rather than racial has not spent much time in the trailer parks or Midwestern highway towns devastated by opioids. Yeah.
Logical, critical thinking skills. These are truths that are evident to people who, you know, take the sort of Occam's razor approach, and they try to.
Yeah, but simpler doesn't always mean more correct. Like, do you think that Einstein's theory of relativity is incorrect because it's not simple enough? Well, no, that's fucking stupid, right? If you want to say that it's incorrect, you have to make an argument for why, right? And it seems to be the case that it gets proved correct, right? It seems like it constantly, like it got tested, got proven correct. Does that mean that it's simple? No, right? So it's not always going to be the simpler explanation that's correct.
Simplify the things. That they're not trying to overcomplicate it. They're not trying to tiptoe around certain things, and I think that's what the mental gymnastics is. It's a way of essentially tiptoeing around uncomfortable truths that are uncomfortable, truths that you can't say out loud or else you get canceled, right? Truths that you're not allowed to say or else you're a blasphemer according to these various religions, right? And going back,
I constantly make fun of religion. I don't
to
care.
you know, the prison planet, the Loosh Farm.
I do think that the Loosh Farm / prison planet notion is interesting. Not necessarily something that I believe, though. Just I'd have to see evidence for it. It seems just as likely to be the case that like we're just here. There is no meaning to it. You know, we're just sort of, you know, forced into existence by pure chance. You know, but considering how large the universe is, it would be statistically less likely for there to never be any conscious life that exists, right? Regardless of how rare that may be, considering how large the universe is, right? Sort of counterbalances that. That makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense.
Going back to that, right? Like the mental gymnastics that I notice, that I notice in, you know, religions and New Age, in the New Age movement, is that there are 1,000 different ways that people try to tiptoe around the issue of suffering on this planet. Right? People try to tiptoe.
Yeah, I never tiptoe around it. I just say, yeah, suffering is bad, and there is no rhyme or reason to it. We suffer for no reason, essentially. right? There's no benefit to it. And our goal as a society should be to minimize suffering and to maximize pleasure.
Around the fact that most people on this planet, even if you live in a first world country, even if you're rich, it's okay to acknowledge that the majority of people on this planet are not having a good time. The majority.
Okay, true. Truth nuke. Okay, finally, somebody that says this. Now, everyone says, oh, you're just mentally ill whenever I say that shit. Finally, fucking somebody agrees with me. Okay? I don't know how many times it's been where I've said something along the lines of, yes, humanity experiences a net suffering. It would be preferable if there was no humanity. Okay? I think it is immoral to bring a child into this world at this point. I do genuinely believe that. Right? Because you are essentially maximizing suffering in doing so. Right? To the benefit of nobody. Just saying. It's also why I'm in favor of things like assisted death. Because people deserve the right to die, no matter how old or young they are. Regardless, let's continue.
The majority of people on this planet are in constant, anguish, suffering. They're in constant, they're in constant suffering. They're in a constant state of fear, anxiety, exhaustion, right?
Oh, that sounds like me.
Right? So a lot of religions, so what are the so-called solutions that a lot of these religions provide are either empty promises or mental gymnastics.
Truth nuke. Okay, dude, now I'm agreeing with him again. See, this is what I mean when I say, like, he'll either be fucking spot on or he'll say some dumb shit like, it's the Jews. It's like, and there's just like barely any in between. I guess the in between would be like, the more spiritual elements, right? I'm not really sold on anything spiritual, but it's like he'll say things that like are just like correct. Like the fact that society or like people in general experience a nut suffering. But people like to cope and pretend like they don't, because that's like a truth that people don't want to think about. People don't like to think about that because it's depressing. People cope mentally. And maybe that's better for their mental health. I don't know. But I've always been somebody that's wanted to believe things because they're true, not because they're comfortable. So I don't believe things that are comfortable. I mean, some of the things I believe might be comfortable. I think the most comfortable belief I have is, ironically enough, my atheist view. I've always found it absurd that people believe in an afterlife for comfort. I think the idea that your consciousness has to exist perpetually forever against your will is fucking way more terrifying than just not existing the way it was before you were born. Because then at that point, you can't experience anything negative. My biggest fear is that my consciousness will still exist after I die. My biggest fear is reincarnation. That's my biggest fear. The idea that my consciousness will linger after I die in some way, or that I'll be reincarnated and not have my memory and make the same mistakes over and over again and be miserable forever or for significantly longer than I predicted. Those are my fears. The idea that my consciousness ceases to exist after I die, I mean, that's the most comforting view. So maybe that's cope in a way. Maybe that's cope. Because at the end of the day, I don't know what happens after I die. To claim that I do is, well, arrogant. Because I don't know at the end of the day. But I'd like to think that it's nothing. Nothing happens when I die and my consciousness ceases to exist. I'd like to think that. But I can't know. I can't know for sure. But I wish I did.
Tiptoe around the basic truth, right? The uncomfortable truth that you're not allowed to say, right? And one of the things that they'll do is that they'll try to justify the existence of suffering. They'll try to justify it by saying, "Oh, but everything happens for a reason."
Yeah, I've never found any of those explanations to be satisfactory. I've always thought that those explanations are dumb as fuck.
Instead of calling it out for what it is, instead of calling it out for being evil, instead of acknowledging the simplest explanation is that we are on a prison planet. The simplest, most logical explanation ever since I've come across, the prison planet theory.
I'd have to look at the prison planet theory. I don't believe that we live on a prison planet. I just think that, I think that it's in a metaphorical sense, you could say, but I don't think that there's like a spiritual reason for it. I think it's just tantamount to, There is no intention behind it. It just so happens to be the case that humanity experiences a net suffering, and that's bad. And that's sort of the most simple explanation for it. At least in my eyes. Your consciousness will triple once you die. I really, really fucking hope not. That is the worst possible case scenario. Well, the worst possible case scenario is expands even more than that. I don't want my consciousness to expand. I want it to cease to exist after I die. Experience is better than non-experience, IMO, even in suffering. So you'd rather, suffer the most excruciating pain for 10,000 years than experience nothing at all. You are a liar. You are so full of shit. You are full of shit.
Ever since I've come across, the whole idea of the Loosh farm, this idea that, there is a system on this planet that is designed to generate human suffering because it generates an energy that is nourishing to negative entities, right?
Yeah, and this is something I would need to see evidence of. I don't believe this.
This is the most logical explanation.
No, no, it's not. The most logical explanation is that the world just so happens to suck, right? The statistical likelihood of a world like this existing in a universe like this is quite high. So, I don't believe that. I don't believe that we're designed to suffer. I believe that we evolved into it because it was useful for our survival in the beginning. Right? It was useful to have a strong emphasis on negative emotions rather than positive ones. Because again, if you experience the negative emotion of fear or anxiety that prevents you from getting eaten alive by a fucking lion, right? That's going to be a really good thing. When it comes to surviving, way the fuck back, back when we were, a lot more simple, right? There didn't need to be we didn't need to evolve that same level of urgency for positive emotions, right? For things that are good, for things that we aim towards, right? Because it was less immediate. I think we evolved into suffering. But that doesn't make it any less bad. It just makes it even more meaningless, which maybe is a pill that this guy doesn't want to swallow. He wants to think that there's like a spiritual warfare, I believe. Right? I think that's what he sort of copes with. I think that it's still a cope view. I think he copes a lot less than the average person, but I think he copes by being like, well, yeah, there's spiritual warfare. Because then at least he feels like he's a part of something. At least he feels like there's some meaning to it. Just in a different way. Just in the sense of, we are being oppressed by these evil spirits. We need to fight back, right? That in of itself is a form of meaning. I believe it's truly meaningless. I believe that there is no fight, and that it's as bleak as it sounds. It's as bleak as it is in reality, right? Because, the idea of it being spiritual makes it feel less bleak. It makes it feel more important. It makes you feel like you're, almost like not a main character, but it makes you feel more important.
Why suffering exists, like the nature of suffering, like the question of evil, the problem of evil, right, is most logically explained, or at the very least, it's the most logical explanation I've been able to find so far, as to why suffering exists, why is there suffering on the planet. But a lot of
I don't think that there's any reason that suffering exists. I think it just does, and that it's a bad thing, and that there is no justification for it. That's been my conclusion for years.
These religions, right, yet again, like they'll do the mental gymnastics. They'll say that, oh, everything happens for a reason, suffering.
Yeah, I don't believe that. But you're doing the same thing, but in the opposite direction. You're saying it happens for a reason, but that reason is negative, right? And that's where I sort of disagree, right? Because I don't believe that there is a reason. I think it is just completely meaningless. Now, I'd be interested in, talking to this guy, because I do think that he has, some understanding of systemic oppression, but just not entirely. Just not entirely. I think he could get there. It
leads to enlightenment. You need light and dark, and so you need to, and that's why that child got raped, is because he needs to learn lessons, right? So it's like Earth is a school to learn lessons, and
yeah. Obviously, I think all of that is bullshit as well.
Everything happens for a reason, and God has a plan, and God works in mysterious ways, and it's a sign that you're alive. It actually adds flavor to life, a flavor, right? People
Yeah, I think that the whole, it adds flavor thing is fucking stupid as well. Adds flavor to your life? How? Who's enjoying this flavor? What are we talking about? If it adds flavor to my life, then it's a very negative one. It tastes like diarrhea mixed with vomit, okay? Diarrhea has a flavor. If you eat it, it tastes like something, but that thing is bad. You don't want that flavor. You don't want a bad flavor. You don't want a bad flavor in your mouth. Similarly, you don't want bad flavoring in your life, right? Suffering is a bad thing. It's bad flavoring. It's like, yeah, I guess it's not nothing, but like a bad flavor, the flavor of diarrhea mixed with vomit is worse than no flavoring at all. And that's a fact. It's like, yeah, maybe the shit sandwich is more interesting than nothing at all, but it's like, it's still a shit fucking sandwich.
People say that. People say, oh, stress adds flavor to your life. It adds flavor. It adds color to your life. When I say flavor, it's kind of interesting. It's an interesting choice of words, right? So it's almost like, oh, okay, so someone or something is being eaten here in this process.
No, I think that it's just a word choice. I think that they're just retarded. I don't think it's that deep. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Right. Oh, it adds flavor to your life. Okay, who's enjoying the flavor then? Because I'm not enjoying it. I'm not enjoying the flavor of.
I don't think anybody's enjoying it. That's my take.
Of all the loose generating behaviors, all the like the stress, the having to deal with other people that don't like you, right? Like having to deal with that kind of stuff, right? Dealing with narcissists, right? Like dealing with stress from the environment and all this other stuff, right? Having to deal with that doesn't. Like, I'm not enjoying the flavor. So who is? Who is enjoying the flavor?
Nobody benefits from it. There's not evil demons that benefit from it. It's just, the hard truth, the hard pill to swallow is understanding that nobody benefits. It is a net negative for everyone. There's no demons to fight against. You're fighting against nothing. At the end of the day, humanity is just a net suffering. And there's no benefit to it. There's no way to stop it. We're just fucked.
Just getting, the benefits of the quote unquote flavor that stress and pain and suffering and anguish adds to whatever life we're supposed to, whatever so-called life we're supposed to live on this planet, right? So, I don't know. I just noticed that is an interesting choice of words that they use whenever they try to justify, hardships and trials and tribulations, and say, oh, it adds flavor to life, like flavor, but as in
maybe the worst flavor imaginable, like. Poop flavor.
Almost like seasoning a steak, almost, in order to be eaten.
It's like seasoning a steak with your own feces. That's what it is.
You're being consumed or something, right? But yeah, I just noticed that like mental gymnastics is something to avoid on this prison planet. Like mental gymnastics is something to avoid. It's really something that you need to clear from your head. Don't be afraid of saying the things that you're not allowed to say. Right.
I mean, I'm not. I say things that people don't like all the time.
Don't be afraid of saying the things that you're not allowed to say. A lot of the times, if you're, this is a behavior that you can catch inside of yourselves. Oftentimes, this is a behavior that you can catch inside yourself, which is that oftentimes what will happen is that you can be caught in a self-deception by using mental gymnastics to avoid hard truths. Right, and I think that this is what like a lot of New Agers are into, are sort of in mentally, is that they're in this sort of mentality of, trying to avoid the uncomfortable truths of what maybe they have traumas, right? Maybe they have stuff that they haven't dealt with. Maybe they have hardships that they don't know how to process. And so what they do is they process or as they deal with the trauma, and they don't process it. They don't go through the hard work of actually looking at the trauma and actually working through it. And learning how to overcome it, learning how to learning how to not let it define you. Instead of what.
I mean, I kind of agree with this. I mean, this is just like very standard. I mean, this is like almost like a normie take. This seems like a normie take. Are you the diaper YouTuber? That's a crazy question. No, I'm not. What kind of fucking? What are these chat messages? And people are like, well, why don't you read chat and why don't you read chat more? Why don't you read chat more? Well, because you say shit like this. That's why I don't read chat more. Fucking hell. That's why I'd rather react to a video than talk to you guys. Hey, you guys say the most diabolical shit. It's like funny at first, but it's so much. There's so much shit.
Instead of what they do is they do spiritual bypassing. They do spiritual bypassing. They buy crystals. They try to align their chakras.
Yeah, none of that shit works. It's all meaningless.
They do the Kundalini yoga stuff, right? They only think happy thoughts. Only happy thoughts allowed. You're not allowed to.
Oh yeah, that shit's retarded. All that does is suppress negative thoughts, but it doesn't make you feel less negative things. You just convince yourself. You delude yourself into thinking that you don't when you do, right? But lying to yourself about the quality you experience doesn't magically change the quality that you experience. You're still going to experience a net negative in qualia.
Think negatively, right? That is another prison planet psyop. Is you're not allowed to think negatively. You're not allowed to think. You're being so negative. Stop being so pessimistic, right?
Yeah, I've always found people like that to be insufferable. It's like, no, I'm just gonna say things how they are. Like, I've always hated their idea of like, oh, you have to be an optimist. Why? Why do I have to view things through a distorted lens, right? I'm not a pessimist. I'm not an optimist. I'm a fucking realist. I view things the way that they are, objectively, in reality. I don't need to put a positive spin on everything because not everything has one, right? I don't need to make shit up to observe reality. Because at that point, I'm not observing, I'm creating. And now creating things can be useful in their own right, right? But that's something that I do separately. I don't have that change my observations. I create things separate, independent. Maybe they might be based on my observations, but I understand the difference between things that I create in my own brain versus things that I'm observing. At least I try to.
But that is the way that like a lot of New Agers process their trauma, or like the suffering on this planet is they do it through avoidance, and they have the mental gymnastics of tiptoeing around the problem of suffering. They tiptoe around it by saying, oh, it's karma, oh, it's learning lessons because Earth is a school, right? And so like that is a way, that is sort of a way that that this prison planet can deceive you. It's a way that you can deceive yourself, is by using mental gymnastics to tiptoe around hard truths, to tiptoe around uncomfortable truths that you don't want to deal with, right? And so that is like another thing that I think is sort of interesting about like the whole mental gymnastics thing, is that it does seem to be a coping mechanism for the trauma induced by this realm for a lot of people. Is the
Yeah, and I think that the issue that I have with it is people just lie to themselves and then they use that as an excuse to lie to others.
tiptoeing,
Because they don't even realize when they're doing
God
it.
has a plan, the whole God works in mysterious ways, the
Yeah, I've always hated that explanation. It's like, I'll bring up the problem of evil and they'll be like, oh, but God works in mysterious ways. We're just not intelligent enough to understand his genius plan. It's like, well, if his genius plan consists of innocent children dying of cancer for nothing in return, then, maybe it's not the most genius plan. Maybe it's the most retarded plan, actually. Maybe it's like the not even a plan at all. Maybe that's the case. Maybe your God isn't fucking real.
it's all for a reason. It's all love and light. It all leads to the highest good, right? Like that kind of language, that kind of talk.
The highest good would mean no suffering. Suffering is unacceptable. Pain, all pain is unacceptable. Suffering to avoid discomfort is an endless recession and self-weakening. Read the Stoics and harden up or not. So the issue I have with this line of reasoning is discomfort. If it's the case that experiencing discomfort is necessary for achieving a net positive, then yes, that might be a necessary thing. But your goal should be to maximize positive qualia and minimize negative qualia. Now, if doing something that creates negative qualia is required to achieve said positive, like net positive, maximized state, then yeah, sure, it's going to be the case that that thing would be good, but the discomfort in of itself would not be good. It would be the outcomes that are, a consequence of whatever actions are uncomfortable that, cause you to experience more positive qualia. It's going to be the outcomes that are desirable, not the discomfort in of itself, right? The discomfort is still a negative thing. It's still preferable to not have discomfort, right?
Is sort of a coping mechanism where, like, if you feel like you can't change something, and this is something that I think I mentioned this a long time ago, which is that if you don't feel like you can change something, or if you're a person who feels powerless to change something in your life, what you do is you try to justify that thing, right? So
Nope, I've never done this, and I never will. Even as a kid, I didn't do it. I always just questioned everything. That's why I stopped being a Christian when I was in middle school. There's just like too many questions that, like, it's like, okay, so you're supposedly the expert on the religion, and you can't even answer the problem of evil. Like, you can't give me a satisfactory answer. You just make up some bullshit. And once I realized that, like, it's just people making up a bunch of bullshit as they go along to delude themselves into thinking shit, I realized, oh, okay. People are just coping. Also, is my cat trying to get in? I think she is. Oh, no, never mind. She's right there. She's on my bed. I just heard her move. Sorry. I just heard her collar, and I thought, oh, is she outside my door? I'm like, oh, I didn't even realize she's been in my room this whole time. Anyways. Fit check. Oh, yeah. For anyone wondering what my fit is, it's this one. Hope you like it. I like it. I think it's a classic. Some people don't like it. It's like a bit of a, you know, bit of a classic.
It's almost like people who are morbidly obese, for example. One of the things that they'll do is they'll try to justify their obesity. They'll say, "Oh, healthy at any size. I'm retaining water," right? All this other stuff. Like if you look at like My 600 Pound Life, or if you look at like these other sort of shows that show
Yeah, I agree. People cope in different
morbidly
ways.
obese people who can barely walk, right? They're on the mobility scooter or whatever. Like what
Oh
happens
my god, like my goat
is
Nikocado.
that they feel
Except not anymore.
powerless
But,
to change.
he was. If he didn't exist, you wouldn't be able to go into big titty goth mommies. Yeah, that's like the one thing that keeps me going, That's the one thing that keeps me going.
Change their situation, and they don't want
Gooner
to and they don't
lifestyle.
want to do the hard work of counting their calories and going doing exercise, right? And so what happens is that they'll cope with that sort of that sense of powerlessness. They'll cope with that by saying that, oh, I don't have the power to change it. So what they do is they try to justify, they try to say, they try to act like everything's all right, like everything's okay, like everything's the way it's supposed to be, right? And I think that new
Yeah, I've always disagreed with that. Like the idea that, just because something descriptively is some way, that therefore it ought to be that way, has always been the most insufferable line of argumentation. Not only is it logically fallacious, but even if you know nothing about logic, you should be able to detect that, yeah, it's like a really stupid fucking argument. But yeah.
teenagers have this sort of same mentality, and a lot of religious people have this sort of same mentality when it comes to the suffering on this planet. Is they say, "Oh, it's part of God's grand design. It's part of learning lessons. Earth is a school, right? It leads to the highest good, or oh, it's."
I do agree that Earth is like school in a way, where it's like torture. It's basically prison. Maybe at some point I'll subscribe to the prison Earth theory or whatever. Earth, it basically is like a prison in a lot of ways. Much like school. It's just like a bigger version of that prison. It's just a more metaphorical type of prison rather than a literal one.
It's karma, actually. That kid that got blown up and he got his leg blown off by a missile. It's actually he stole from he stole a candy bar from a store 10 lifetimes ago. So that's his karma, right?
I've always questioned the idea of karma. I don't believe that karma is a thing.
It's
If it was, then why has nothing bad happened to all of these evil billionaires that exploit us? Right? It doesn't make any sense.
yet again mental
Like why are they in successful positions? They're not good people.
gymnastics like that need to be avoided, right? Oftentimes the simple answer.
Femyoz, why wouldn't you like infinite life? Because that's infinite suffering. That's an infinite net suffering. You make claims about life being a net negative, but if it's infinite, the positive and negative quality will be equally in infinite, therefore neutral. Interesting. No, because at any given point, if throughout infinity you're infinitely experiencing a net negative, then you experience an infinite net negative, but not an infinite net positive. Does that make sense? So it's still a net negative. I hope that explanation makes sense. Also not all infinities are equal.
Is the best answer.
Right? Like you could have infinitely many ones and infinitely many twos, and you could have you have infinitely many ones of something and infinitely many twos of something. But those aren't going to be the same thing. If you always have two of something at any given point versus one of something, that two is going to outweigh the one. It doesn't really. What's a good way of explaining it? I experience a net negative. Okay? Let's say I experience it for 100 years. That's still a net negative. Okay? I experience it for 1,000 years. Still a net negative. It's just as much of a net negative at 1,000 years. It's actually a bigger net negative at 1,000 years than it is at 100 years. Right? Because the discrepancy between the positive and the negative has increased. So from 10 years to 100 years, it increases, right? That overall discrepancy between the negative and the positive. Because if you think about it, hold on, let's go to paint.net. Okay. That doesn't work. Just search paint. Okay. So let's say, okay, we're gonna go on paint. So let's say this is negative. Okay. Okay, this is everything negative. This is all negative qualia, and this is all positive qualia. Right? So oh, nope, not what I meant to do. So this top line right here, okay, this top line is all negative qualia, okay? This bottom line right here is all positive qualia. This gap you see right here is constantly increasing, okay? Meaning that that gap is going to be infinitely large. So it's going to be an infinitely large net negative. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So if you experience net suffering infinitely, it doesn't become a net neutral, okay? Because this gap is going to be infinitely large. It's going to be an infinitely large net negative. What if I want to suffer? Then you're a masochist and you derive pleasure from suffering, and that pleasure is going to outweigh the suffering. Either that or you're not a rational actor, and that's also possible. Okay. I hope that makes sense. Anyways, let's continue.
Right, the simple answer is oftentimes the best answer. The simple answer is often
not always. Again, Einstein's theory of relativity, not very simple, but correct. At least I believe it's correct. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's wrong. I don't know for sure. But it seems to be the case that the overwhelming scientific consensus is that it's correct. I have yet to see it disproven. It seems to be proven correct when actually tested. So, I only have reasons to believe that it's correct, even if I don't fully understand it, just based on what I've seen and the evidence in front of me.
Sometimes the answer that's most effective, it's the answer that's the most truthful, the most powerful truths, the most the truths that are actually that provide the most clarity into why things are the way they are. They're oftentimes the most simple.
Not always.
Right, and I think that you should be careful of any system, any way of explaining things, anything that involves trying to over-explain or overcomplicate things with mental.
Yes, but you should be careful in the opposite direction as well. If something is an oversimplified explanation, it might not explain everything that there needs to be. You might be given a half-truth. Just because something is simple doesn't mean it's correct. Take Donald Trump, for instance. He says simple, incorrect things all the time, right? So don't fall for this, well, this sounds correct intuitively, therefore it's correct sort of thing. Otherwise, you might end up in a cult.
Mental gymnastics should be avoided, because that does seem to be a way that this prison planet obfuscates truth. It obfuscates truth. It hides truth behind mental gymnastics, but it's also a way of, tiptoeing around things.
Yes, but sometimes avoiding complex topics is another way of avoiding truth, right?
That you're not allowed to say in public, you're not allowed to say to the normies, to the NPCs, right? It's a way of tiptoeing around the things that you're not allowed to say, but it's also a way of tiptoeing around the things that you don't want to hear, the things that you don't want to see, the things that you don't want to come to terms with, right? And so I think that avoiding that tendency towards mental gymnastics, right, is important, because that does seem to be almost like the author of confusion energy. Right, if you know what I mean, like the authors, this term, I really like this term.
Yeah, but just because you don't understand something doesn't make it wrong. But it's also going to depend on the thing, and it should be something that's tested. It should be something that, like, given enough expertise, given if you study it enough, then you'll be able to understand it on some level, right? Again, Einstein's theory of relativity, not very intuitive, not very easy to understand, but correct.
In a lot of that is stated in the Bible, which authors of confusion, right? That does seem to be like the way that the media talks, the way that New Agers talk, the way that mainstream religion talks about the nature of the suffering in this realm, is that they are authors of confusion. They're confusing you.
Well, the issue is that they have no logical or testable justification. Like, they don't have something that's logical or scientifically testable. They just make claims. They make assertions. And they say, oh, well, you just don't understand it. But they don't, like, it wouldn't be something where you can learn the science behind it and understand it. Because there is no science behind it. It's just random claims that retarded people that want power make.
By telling you the opposite of what's true, they're confusing you with mental gymnastics and say, oh, but like that child that got raped, it's actually
You have no objective moral foundation. I actually lean more towards moral realism, with utilitarianism being objectively correct. You know, suffering being objectively bad, pleasure being objectively good. Right? So, you're just like kind of wrong about that.
a good thing because
And even if you believe that that's like a subjective foundation, okay, what's your objective foundation? Like, is it something that you can demonstrate objectively?
God works in mysterious ways, and so what it does is it throws a
That's still subjective. Okay, give me an example of an objective framework.
wrench inside of your truth detection mechanism. It throws a wrench inside of your pattern recognition mechanism. Anytime there's mental gymnastics of an excessive degree, anytime someone overcomplicates their explanation for something, that is a sign that there might be an author of
And generally, when it comes to things that I believe, I try to give the simplest explanation I can.
confusion energy, whether the person knows it or not. They might be either confusing themselves or they're intentionally confusing other people through the mental gymnastics, through avoiding the truth that they don't want to discuss, tiptoeing around the truth that they don't want to say, that they're not allowed to say. But yeah, like that is something that I've noticed, is that there's tons of mental gymnastics in this realm.
Yeah, I think we get the point. Anyways. Placebo effects are real. Your relationship with your suffering affects your physical health. It isn't as simple as suffering smells like poo-poo. Well, no, suffering is objectively bad. Like, independent of whether or not you think suffering is bad, you experience it, and it is a net negative to you. Poop on the floor and then draw stuff on the wall with it. I'll be sure to do that right after I end the stream. Don't worry. So in as many words, he's saying, any idea that challenges me to think must be a malicious obfuscation of the truth. Yeah, you got a point, Randy. Honestly, yeah, and that's why I bring up, like, I don't know, Einstein's theory of relativity, right? It's an example of something that's complex, that's not easy to understand, that seems to hold true, right? You don't necessarily have to understand something right off the bat or intuitively for it to be true, right? What's true is what my objective moral foundation doesn't matter here. It absolutely does, because what your standards are for whether or not something is a moral objective foundation is absolutely going to be a determining factor as to, whether or not you would fit that criteria. My criticism is you have no objective moral foundation. Okay, so you're obfuscating. What you're doing here is you're obfuscating. You're not willing to give me an example of what you believe is an objective moral foundation because you don't want me to critique it and say and tell you what you're saying is just as subjective, if not more subjective than anything that I'm saying. Without suffering, we couldn't go closer to God. Grow closer to God. Yeah, but with suffering, we also can't grow closer to God because he isn't real. Fucking retard. We would just get worse and worse. How would we get worse? That doesn't make any logical sense. So your moral foundation is subjective? No, I'm saying that I'm ambivalent as to whether or not moral realism is true. Like, I haven't engaged enough research for metaethics specifically to make that determination. Anyways. How do you determine what's right versus wrong? Utilitarianism, net suffering, net pleasure, all of that shit. Net suffering ought to be decreased, net pleasure ought to be maximized. I feel like that goes without saying. You have to be kind of retarded to disagree with that. Like, why would you want more suffering? Why would you want less pleasure? That doesn't make any logical sense. I've yet to hear a logical explanation for why suffering is good or why pleasure is bad. So, we would grow complacent? Complacent to what? Why is suffering wrong? Because it is ultimately a net negative. It is a negative mental state, objectively. Definitionally, it is a net negative. Definitionally, it is undesirable. If nothing else, it is intersubjectively agreed upon to the highest degree, whether you realize it or not, that suffering is negative.
tons of mental gymnastics. There's tons of mental, hoops that people jump through.
He chose to become a man, fully God, fully man. And your evidence is this is what exactly? What if your quote-unquote suffering means someone else's survival? Well, it depends. Does that person experience more or less suffering? If it ultimately leads to a net positive outcome, then yes, that suffering, or whatever it is that caused that suffering, that also causes the thing that has a higher net positive than your net negative, then yes, that would be preferable under my system.
In order to avoid simple truths, in order to avoid uncomfortable truths. And I think
it's got the most evidence out of everything in history. Well, you're going to need some extraordinary evidence to justify your extraordinary claims, such as he turned water into wine and he's the son of God. There's no evidence for that. There might be some evidence that there was a guy named Jesus that was a religious figure that some people followed, but that's it. That doesn't mean that he's the son of God. There's 8 blood types. There was only 8 people on Noah's Ark. Is there 8 blood types? Okay, yes, there are. There are 4 main groups: A, B, AB, and O. And then okay, so they can each either be RHD positive or RHD negative. Okay, that's where the 8 comes from. Okay. So you're right about that. I don't know, that just seems like a weak reasoning. Oh, it just so happens to be the same number. Yeah, you're gonna need stronger evidence. Why hasn't Noah's Ark been found? Why is there 0 archaeological evidence of a great flood? Anyways, where was I? Crazy question. Feeding my neighbor's wife means I won't beat my own children and wife. Is that right or wrong? Wrong, because you're maximizing suffering still in that case. Right? You're still increasing suffering. Right? Because you could just not beat anybody. And then you'd be maximizing utility in the instance where you don't beat anybody. So it'd still be wrong to do the thing that causes harm, that causes suffering. Because in either case, you're causing suffering for no reason. Pleasure begets complacency of intellectual rapaciousness, ergo bolstering furtherance of deformative properties as opposed to, I'm not familiar with the word thirdo, sufferings yields, entailing metaphysical and ontological boons. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. Because it's like, let's say we advance as a society. We advance as a society, but we don't decrease suffering. Okay, what's the point? We're still having a net suffering. That's not maximizing suffering, that's protecting my wife and children? Huh? Wait. No, you're not protecting your children. If you wanted to protect your children, like if let's say you couldn't resist the urge to beat innocent people, just kill yourself at that point. That would be a net positive. I don't see why that would be an issue. Anyways. Like if it's like you're gonna cause that amount of suffering no matter what, just end it, right? Like if no matter what you do, you beat at least 2 people every day, just kill yourself. Unironically. That would be a net positive. That's not always a bad thing to, end it. So, yeah, I know, hot take. That's the utility maximizing position. Why believe anything is after this life? Yeah, exactly. There's no logical reason for it. Noah's Ark might actually be found. I researched this because people claimed that it was and it wasn't. Mount Eric in Turkey. Turkey is a Muslim country, so they don't want to dig up a Christian artifact. I highly doubt it. I've seen people claim that, oh, they found Noah's Ark. They didn't. They found a fucking, you know, like they found a large hill. They're like, oh, but it's in the shape of a boat. Like, no, you just found mountains and like a large hill. What are we talking about? Yo, thank you, Andre, for the 2 saying, beat it to me, baby. I don't think I'm gonna be doing that. I don't think I'm gonna be doing that. What is the second law of thermodynamics? I have no idea. I don't remember. I'm not that smart. Not that memorizing things is an indication of intelligence necessarily. Well, depending on how good you are at memorizing things, I guess. I guess if you're like very, very quick, right, that could be a sign, but like having memorized a thing is not necessarily that. But you get the point. You get the point. Also saying Muslims wouldn't want to dig up a Christian artifact is so dumb considering they also believe in Noah. Yeah, I'm actually not sure what the Muslim position on that is, but yeah. They would also probably have a vested interest. Wouldn't they also have a vested interest in digging it up to disprove it, though? To be like, yeah, this isn't. Like, let's say there's something that, like, might be. Like, wouldn't they want to dig it up to be like, oh, look, this isn't evidence of that? Your definition of suffering is subjective? No, it's actually objective. Anything that's preferable to nothing at all is going to be pleasure. Anything that's dispreferable to nothing at all is going to be suffering. It's very, very, very fucking objective. Like, it's about as objective as it gets, right? Any qualia you experience that's worse than no qualia at all. I mean, Muslims believe in all the Jewish prophets. Good to know. Anyways. Either way, Seven Lilies, I'd like you to explain what your objective moral framework is, so I can dissect it. Or are you going to be a coward? Because you're the one that's claiming that there needs to be an objective moral framework. Right now, I'm ambivalent on that. The onus is on you to explain what your framework is and why it's objective. If you can't do that, then you're a coward. An infinite universe is impossible because infinite universe would be an infinite past. But do we not have an infinite future? I guess you could say it approaches infinity. Yeah, you're right. The universe would not be infinitely large. You are correct about that. Thank you, Andre, for the 2 saying, me Femyoz. Love it when you release it on... What the fuck? What are these messages? What are these donos? Either way, yeah, at what point in time would the universe have gone from, finite to infinite? Like, if the universe is constantly expanding, then that would mean that it's never at its largest, right? Am I wrong about that? Meaning that it wouldn't be infinitely large. If it was infinitely large, then, you know. Like, by the time... Like, if in order for it to be infinitely large, wouldn't each... Well, no, because then there could be, like, infinite galaxies, but that also doesn't... I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That's not how this works. Call me all the names you want. I'm dissecting your worldview. Well, I'm asking for yours. If you're going to dissect my worldview, you need to explain why yours is a better alternative. Otherwise, you're a coward. You are absolutely a coward. And I'm not saying that to call you names. I'm saying it because it's true. If you're not willing to explain why your worldview is better, then yes, you're a coward. It's infinite because it's constantly growing. That's not what infinitely large means. That means that it continually grows infinitely, but that doesn't mean that the universe itself is currently infinite. Femyoz, when is the advent of subsequent dialectical section of Socratic debate? Oh, Socristic debate. My bad, I misread that. I ought be featured. Maybe. I'm not saying mine is a better alternative. I'm asking you to explain yours. Okay. Fair. Yeah, again, I take the utilitarian position. I mean, there are going to be more proficient philosophers than me, of course, that would argue in favor of utilitarianism, but I think it's fairly intuitive that you would want to minimize suffering because suffering is bad. It seems to be the case that everyone has some sort of intuition behind suffering being bad and pleasure being good. Right? I find it fascinating when people disagree with that and they say suffering is good. Okay, why is suffering good? Oh, it's necessary. Well, that doesn't mean it's good. What's your definition of suffering? I would just put anything in the negative qualia category as some form of suffering. Even if it's minimal suffering, I would still categorize it as a form of suffering. There's going to be different degrees of suffering, but anything that's worse than a net neutral in terms of qualia is going to be a net suffering. Does that make sense? It's just anything that's negative in terms of what you experience. Who's Charlie Kirk? We are Charlie Kirk. If something didn't start infinite, then it can't reach infinity. It's like if you start from 0, you can't ever reach the largest number. It's impossible. Yes. This is correct. And as for other religions, the devil has been on earth since the fall of man. Yeah, what's your evidence of this? He knew Jesus was coming, just not when. So he made a bunch of religions with similar stories, but the teaching's corrupt. Yeah, what's your evidence of this? What's your evidence that the devil is real? It seems like you're making shit up. What if your suffering is an illusion? That doesn't negate the fact that I experience it. But you can only know if you face it. No, what exactly? The suffering in of itself is something that I experience, even if the reasoning behind it is illusion, like sort of an illusion, right? So it could be the case that I, let's say it's the case that I experienced my hand getting cut off, but it didn't actually get cut off, but I still experienced it. That suffering is real. The conditions that caused the suffering may be artificial. Let's say if I live in the Matrix, right? A broken clock is right 2 times a day. You'll find that I'm not a broken clock. I'm right all hours of the day. I'll have you find. All minutes of the day. All seconds of the day. Anyways. Charlie Kirk 2 finally dropped. Let's go. Fucking based. None teach what Jesus taught exactly. How do you know Jesus is divine? Prove it. You make the claim. Prove it to be correct. I'll wait. Prove that you are a woman. Prove that I'm not one. Seems like you're making things up. Well, if we're talking about women, we're talking about a fucking social category. So I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Not all suffering is the same. I think suffering of a subtoe is constantly worth suffering from occasional positive experiences, even if the overall net experience is negative. Fundamentally disagree. Fundamentally disagreed. You'd have to make a logical argument for why this is, despite it going against, everything. What is a woman? Somebody that identifies within the feminine social archetype. Right, we're talking about a social category, not a biological one. Right? There's no logical reason why somebody should be forced to live within a social category on the basis of their biological characteristics. It's just biological essentialism for no reason. Right? Biological essentialism is inherently irrational. Name a woman? Adolf Hitler. Social categories are made up. Yeah. And? A woman is an adult human female. What prove you are a woman? Well, that's not the only definition of woman. It can be used that way. But when I call myself a woman, I'm not saying that I'm biologically female. So try again. Right? So unless you think that men and women are socially treated exactly the same, which you'd have to be delusional to think, then you're gonna have to acknowledge that those social categories exist. And that they are in fact social categories. Right? So your womanhood is made up. All gender is. The terms man and woman are also made up. What are you talking about? The social categories that we've constructed that are derived from sex, but not sex in of itself, are made up. Pronouns are made up. They are social categorizations. Of course they are made up. But you're in favor of perpetuating the made up social categorizations that are worse than the ones that I'm in favor of. You're in favor of social categorization. You're just in favor of doing it in a biologically essentialist way. That's the only difference. I don't think that's a strong man. No, it's not a straw man. Gender is made up of chromosomes? Ah, okay, the chromosome argument, classic. Okay, what about in the case of somebody with Swyer syndrome, where they are biologically female, but they have XY chromosomes, but they're androgen insensitive? What about that? I'd like to know. I'd like to know what your response to that is. Because there are instances where somebody will be genotypically male and phenotypically female, or the reverse. Sometimes you'll have somebody that has XX male syndrome. I forgot what it's called. Where somebody will be genotypically female but phenotypically male. So what do you do if that's the case? How do you categorize that person? If you think it's solely contingent upon chromosomes, then surely the biological female who's phenotypically female, they have a vagina, they have female hormones, but they have XY chromosomes. Surely you would categorize that as a man, right? So they should be like forced to use the men's restroom, of course. You know. 100% hermaphrodites don't exist. Yeah, but sex is going to be defined by an accumulation of sex characteristics. And if we base it off of that definition, the one that's scientific, then, determining, if somebody is male or female is going to be impossible in some cases. Just saying. Now, granted, the fine line that we've arbitrarily created between the two is, well, arbitrary to an extent. Because ultimately, we're just categorizing sex characteristics. But if you have a mishmash of both of them, then categorizing that's going to be a lot more difficult. How do we weigh which sex characteristics are the most important when determining sex? You actually get quite a bit of gray area. What are sex characteristics then? Such a weak form of an argument you have? No, I don't. So sex characteristics are going to be things like, chromosomes would be an example of sex characteristics. You're going to have genitalia, which is going to be a primary sex characteristic, as well as, you're going to have like, if you're a female biologically, you're going to have a womb, in most cases, a uterus, etc. You're going to have secondary sex characteristics as well. So that's going to be things like boobs. That's going to be fat that's going to be fat distribution, etc. Right, it's going to be things like that. You're going to have estrogen in your system, etc. So that's going to be the biological side of things. Natural deformity in certain people are an exception to the rule, though. Well, it means that the rule doesn't have to be followed. It doesn't. So why is it the case that somebody being intersex is an exception, but trans people aren't? If you believe that sex and gender are the same and that there's only two of them, then what gender are intersex people? Wow, you're like almost there all of a sudden. At no point have I ever denied the existence of biological characteristic. It's like all you've heard is straw man versions of whatever the fuck my actual position is. If someone goes to jail because they committed a crime, is that not good or necessary suffering? Correct. They deserve the right to die. If they decide, I don't want to exist anymore, I don't want to have to suffer and rot in prison, they should have that right. Anyways. Let's see. They are the exception. It's pretty simple. Yeah, so are trans people. It's pretty simple. Your actual position is they gender us a social construct and yours is made up. My position is that all gender is made up. What you're in favor of is enforcing a different gender system. It's still made up, right? You want social categories to be on the sole basis of biology, which doesn't make any sense. There's no reason why somebody's social category should be the determining factor as to, you know, their biology should not be deterministic of how they're treated in society. It should not be deterministic of whether or not you're a part of Group A or Group B. Right? Women are objectively treated differently from men. Right? If you think that they're socially treated exactly the same, you are retarded. You are brain dead if you think that. If you think that there are no social categories, you are retarded. You just deny reality. Are you a solipsist or what? Don't you understand that there is objective reality? Yes, I've already said that biology exists. That doesn't negate anything that I said. Every social categorization is made up. Yeah, there's no fucking monolith stone tablet floating in space that defines things for us. True. Real question, are you a socialist? Yes. Market socialist, so a weak form of socialism, but yes. I'm simply in favor of, you know, say for instance, the workers collectively owning the means of production. Why? Because it decreases exploitation. I think that we have a right to elect our CEOs, our managers, and those that are in positions of power. And the biggest form of power today is none other than wealth. So we as people deserve the right to decide who has power. It shouldn't be, I don't know, these stockholders who are, you know, greedy individuals that are rich and are going to choose a CEO based on what makes them money while fucking over the rest of us, right? That doesn't make any sense. Have you read Gender Trouble by Judith Butler? I have not. I should read more, I should read philosophy, to be honest. If gender is a mere social construct, why do so many trans people mutilate themselves? By mutilation, what you mean is surgery, corrective surgery. So there's this thing called dysphoria. It's called gender dysphoria, but I think it should be called sex dysphoria, right? And that means that there's going to be incongruence between your brain sex, essentially, and your body sex, right? Now, you can't change your brain sex, right? If there's a mismatch between your brain and your body, it's going to be a lot easier to change the body than the brain, right? So you correct the body. Does that make sense? Right? Gender dysphoria is a medical condition. You can only treat it through transitioning. Literally every categorization is a social construct. Why do people not get that? Because they're, well, kind of fucking retarded. Yeah, there's a base for the social construct, but those categories are adherent to biology. But why must they be? Why must we define a social construct solely based on biology? That's just biological essentialism. You would need to make an argument in favor of why biological essentialism is not only good, but necessary. Anyways, there's no such thing as a corrective surgery. Well, that's just not true. Yeah, it's more easy, but it worsens the problem. The problem being what exactly? Gender dysphoria doesn't worsen when you get gender-affirming care. The opposite is true. And gender is not a social construct? Yes, it is, objectively. You are wrong if you believe otherwise. You love ad hominem fallacy. No, ad hominem fallacy would be if I said that you are wrong because you're retarded. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you are wrong, here are the reasons why you're wrong, and you're retarded. There's a distinction there. The latter of which is not an ad hominem fallacy. So you obviously don't know what you're talking about. Your sex cannot be corrected because it isn't abnormal. Well, no, it's corrected in the sense that it is incorrect in terms of what your brain benefits from, right? If it's the case. So unless you believe it's the case that it's our bodies that define who we are as people, not our brains, then shouldn't it be the case that you would agree that we should change our bodies in we should change our bodies in ways that benefit our brains, that align with who we are as people? For instance, if you are somebody that wants to be strong and masculine, right? You don't say, "Oh, well, I'm just going to change my brain to be more feminine." No, you go to the fucking gym, you start lifting weights, and you become physically strong. Same logic applies. You're just changing your body in a different way. Wrong, incredible counter-argument. People think that ad hominem is when you insult somebody. But that's not what an ad hominem is. An ad hominem is fallacy is specifically when you insult somebody to discredit them. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm deconstructing the argument. I'm saying why you're wrong, and then I'm calling you a retard. Right? None of that is contradictory. None of that is predicated on the part where I call you a retard. Right? You are contradicting yourself? That's not true. If we don't follow objective reality, then we are being blind. What are we talking about? Nobody is blind. Nobody is unaware of objective reality. Nobody is unaware of biology. People that have my worldview are acutely aware of biology, if anything, right? We're simply saying that biology shouldn't dictate the way that we're socially categorized, because it doesn't make any sense. If you want to live in a fair society, then you would be in favor of one where you are not forced into a box against your will simply because, we determined that you are going to arbitrarily be forced into this social category based on your biological characteristics. Male is a social construct. Why isn't race or age? Well, because if we're talking about the case of race or age, there doesn't seem to be utility in making that a social construct. Fun fact, around 80% of minors with gender dysphoria, spelled wrong, are quote-unquote cured after puberty. Well, that's just not true. If we actually take a look at people that are diagnosed with dysphoria, you're wrong. That's just not true. What you're talking about is a study that was heavily criticized and debunked that conflated different variables, basically. It basically came to that conclusion on the basis of people showing up to gender clinics and then not showing up again. That doesn't mean that they were diagnosed with dysphoria. Thank you, Brigadier Harsh, for the 2, saying biology is gay. I am biologically very gay. You categorize people based on age? Yeah, but it doesn't seem to be the case that causes harm. That's going to be the distinction. It seems to be the case that there's a utility to that. However, it's going to be the case that forcing everybody into one of two boxes, into one of two arbitrarily defined boxes, and not letting people deviate does cause harm. It causes harm to trans people. We have countless studies that prove this. That's the distinction. There's no such thing as age dysphoria. That's not real. There's no such thing as racial dysphoria. Gender dysphoria does exist. It's been studied. It's been documented. All right? There's an actual scientific explanation for why trans people exist. And if you claim the contrary, you're just retarded. It isn't arbitrary. Biology dictates it. Yeah, but biology does not dictate the social categories that are derived from it. You fucking retard. Right? We come up with social categories surrounding it. Nobody should be forced to be a part of a social category against their will, simply because of their biology. That doesn't make any fucking sense. So if you're saying it's a socially constructed female male, then why can't I say I'm an elephant? Because that refers to a physical reality, dummy. There's no such thing as species dysphoria. You're fucking retarded. I feel like I'm a toaster. That's not a thing. There's no such thing as inanimate object dysphoria. Yo, thank you, Brady or Harsh, for the 5 saying utilitarians can go to hell, you retards. Wait, why would I go to hell? Hell isn't real. Social categories has a structural base on biology. Yeah, but why can't they deviate? Why must I be forced to be a man? Why should my life be made miserable to the benefit of nobody? Nobody would benefit if I was forced to exist as a man, and I would suffer. Can you explain why that suffering is good, actually? Age isn't a social construct. Time is objective. Gender is not. Age, race, and gender are all incomparable. Exactly. It's like the most low IQ arguments. If you could be a woman, why can't I be black? Like, oh my god. And they think that they're so smug about it too. They don't realize the logical asymmetries in what they're saying. It's like the most low IQ brain rot shit imaginable. Now it is a low IQ. You are so smug. It's like you don't even, type properly. Nobody forced you to be a male. You are forcing yourself to be a woman. Like, you obviously don't understand the meaning of words if this is your level of argumentation. Holy shit. Just people benefit because they are not made uncomfortable. But they don't benefit. They choose to be uncomfortable. Non-binary person, by the way. If you can be a woman, then I can be an elephant. That's not how that works, because that's in reference to a physical reality, and there's no such thing as species dysphoria, you fucking retard. What's the difference between race and gender? Race refers to a physical reality. Gender refers to a social one. It's also going to be the case that there's no such thing as racial dysphoria. There is a such thing as gender dysphoria. It's been documented. Well, that accent is probably dead on. Go wash your hands. What? The next is the thing. Itching my nose does not mean I'm not blowing my nose on my hand, you fucking retard. What are we saying? My nose is just itchy because it's dry. Go wash your hands for what? Scratching my nose? What are we talking about? Yeah, go fucking wash your ass. I suffer from not being a toaster. I am hot and pop up when used regularly. Yeah, except there's no scientific evidence to suggest that people suffer from not being toasters. You've made this up as like an attempt at a gotcha, but it doesn't work. Because there's no such thing as toaster dysphoria. That doesn't exist. Why are you calling me a retard? You are the one calling yourself a woman when you got a dick and the genetics say you are not. It's like the most low IQ shit ever. I'm not going to argue, stupid. I'm so done. What are we fucking yappy about? And thank you for calling me Indian. Hey, I didn't say you were Indian, I'm just reading your messages. I'm just reading your messages. You should join ICE. You will never be a real woman. You have no womb. You have no ovaries. You have no eggs. You are a homosexual man twisted by drugs and surgery into a crude mockery of nature's perfection. Okay, if nature is perfect, then why do ugly people exist? Make it make sense. Why do people like you that are dysgenic exist? Make it make sense. Just saying. Then why are you talking in Indian accent? There is no scientific proof of your BS either. Well, there literally is. There's plenty of peer-reviewed studies and meta-analyses proving the existence of trans people. Like, what are we talking about? Why is there scientific evidence that validates the existence of trans people, but not toaster people? Just stop arguing and let people be what they want to be. You can be a female and I can be a toaster. That hurts no one. You are not coherent. You are speaking about science and shit and deny objective reality, nature, biology, even sociology. Wait, whoa. First of all, I don't deny biology. I've never claimed to be biologically female, so you're just wrong about that. Sociology. You think that your sociology is on your side? You know, you still have time to retract that dumb fuck statement that you just made. So, I mean, I'm just saying. But yeah, dude, flavor is also social construct. Maybe the way we categorize different flavors. Well, that's more of a I mean, there couldn't be social constructs surrounding that, maybe. Anyways, speaking about psychiatry without knowing about mental health, just touch grass. Or sorry, I read that in the wrong room. Speaking about psychiatry without knowing anything about mental health, just touch grass. Okay, but like I've done research, and it seems to be the case that the scientific consensus is one in favor of trans people. So you're just wrong. You're just wrong. Same as if you are a female and you feel like you do the job of a man, you can say you identify as a man. Yeah, like if you play the man role in society, like I don't see why you can't identify as that. Would you be my friend if I were a fascist? Depends on your definition of friend. Acquaintance, possibly. Definitely, actually. Just saying. What does the world idolize? British/American accent? I don't know. I don't think anybody idolizes British accents anymore. People make fun of Britbongers. Like, oi, bruv, it's Tuesday, innit? No way, bro just equated being trans to being a fascist. Oh, were they trying to equate those things? I thought they were just being random, to be honest. Because I see no connection there. Yeah, I mean, cancer is natural. So, like, you know, surely it's good because it's natural, right? I don't understand. I'm so confused. Why would anyone think you're a man? I can understand you playing the man and being a woman. What? I'm confused by the last part. I mean, gender is a social construct and therefore fluid. So is time, hence why daylight savings is possible because it is relative and therefore a byproduct of our consciousness. Yeah, true. I mean, we as people like to categorize things. And I think that when somebody threatens that, you know, idea of categorization, some people get mad. I mean, all of your haters are elephants and toasters. I think you're doing pretty good for yourself. Depending on your definition of fascist, if I fit that, would you still be my friend? Again, it depends on what you believe. Like, in what ways are you fascistic? Because, like, at the end of the day, like, you know, I guess it depends on your definition of friend. Acquaintance, yeah, I have no problem being acquaintances with fascists because I don't think that it's going to cause me to become more fascist. I'm fairly grounded in the things I believe. And I like to debate things. I like to debate people. I like to have people I disagree around. According to your definition, not mine, of a friend? I don't think I could be truly friends with someone that's a fascist. But I could still be acquaintances with them. But, like, I guess I know for a fact I would never get in a long-term committed relationship with a fascist. But, like, if a fascist is, like, funny, I might keep them around just for the lulz. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But I would also separate them from, like, other people that I'm friends with. Like, if there's people that are, like, uncomfortable around the fascist, like, I'm not gonna, you know, have them interact with each other. I interact separately. I guess I do have, like, a friend that's, like, or, like, an online friend, I guess. I don't know if I'd call him a friend or an acquaintance, but he's, like, kind of funny to have around. He's pretty harmless. He calls himself a fascist. He kind of is one. He's, like, a homoerotic fascist, though. So, what about a conservative? Same principle applies. Depends on in what ways are they conservative. If they're anti-trans, then I'm never gonna be friends with them. Right? It's like, okay, you're anti-me. Like, okay. Like you are diametrically opposed to my existence. Right? In which case I can't even be acquaintances with you because, you know. Like, unless they're open-minded. Also, my cat's trying to get out. Conservatives are retards? I agree. I agree. I will say, I had a, an easier time convincing far-right people that are like borderline Nazis of my ideas than MAGA conservatives. And I find that fascinating. And I think it's because they understand that there are people that are in positions of power that are exploiting the rest of us, the rest of society. But they're targeting the wrong groups. They think it's the Jews. And I explained to them it's not the Jews. It has nothing to do with whether or not they're Jewish. It's not Jewishness. The problem is rich people. It's wealth inequality. Right? And eventually, if I talk to them enough, that the puzzle pieces start to fall in place. Fascists who are trans are just advocating for their own harm? Yes. But when it comes to people that are anti-trans, we need to be violently against them. You know, I'm just saying. Not people that ask questions, not people that aren't sure about it, not people that are on the fence. Okay? Those people, they can be saved. But people that are vehemently opposed to us having rights, people that are in favor of legislation that bans us from existence. Well, those are the people that, if they can't be convinced, then, well, we got to get rid of them somehow. It's the Jews that brought socialism to the US. We don't have socialism in the US, though. We have capitalism. If the Jews brought socialism, then that would be great. I'm talking about all Jews, just some. Yeah, but I feel like whether or not they're Jewish seems irrelevant. Like, shouldn't we be looking at whether or not they're rich? Shouldn't that be the standpoint we look at this from? Like, is this what the wealthy elites believe? I'm just saying. No. The anti-trans movement is too big, it's scary. I know so many anti-trans people, especially older people. Yes, and we need to make them scared for their lives. Right? They shouldn't be comfortable. They need to be terrified. And we need to terrify them. At the end of the day, we cannot coexist. It's either us or the transphobes. And I certainly don't want the transphobes to win, so we should do everything in our power to eliminate them, whether it be converting them to correct beliefs. If that doesn't work, then ostracizing them from society, making it clear that they are repugnant, undesirable, worthless, the bottom of the barrel, the most socially undesirable group of people on the planet. Right? I think that's the solution. Make it as socially undesirable as possible. Maximize the social consequences they face. That's how we win. What's your definition of transphobe? Anyone that opposes my right to exist, really. Or the rights of other trans people. People that believe that gender affirming care should be banned. Those people. People that think, oh yeah, dude, trans people should be banned from the fucking bathroom. I have the belief that, those people, they need to be dealt with, I suppose. Gotten rid of. They're a detriment to society. They're a deadweight. And we need to make it clear to them that that's what they are, and that they're inferior to us. To supersede this fatalistic debacle, what's one's contention pertaining to the Black Pill movement? Well, I'm not against the Black Pill itself. I am against people that take it to its utmost extreme, right? Because then they come to conclusions that are wrong in many cases. right? Because then they believe things are more dire than they are, right? Rather than the correct amount of dire, right? I also have a problem with a lot of black pillars who come to incorrect conclusions. Not that the black pill itself is incorrect, but a lot of the positions surrounding it are incorrect. So when it comes to the movement itself, it's just like a lot of the people, a lot of the black pill figures, believe in weird right wing shit. Obviously I don't fuck with that because it's incorrect. They also, black pill is also heavily associated with looks maxing, which again, on the surface, I'm in favor of, but a lot of the methods that people use, I'm not in favor of because they don't work. They're all cope, but it's a bunch of bullshit. Same principle applies. Like it starts out with something correct, something reasonable, but it turns into something fucking stupid. Like bone smashing, for example, is cope. It doesn't work. I'm sorry, it just doesn't, right? There's no evidence to support it, right? Hey, Femyoz just came out to my friend as trans and she supports. Thank you so much for inspiring me to come out. Of course, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. So why you oppose my right to be a toaster if I think you can be trans? Because they're not the same thing. You know what? You're a toaster now. Congratulations. There. You're a toaster. Is that what you wanted? Yes, toaster. We're willing to accommodate you. Yes. Tell us your pronouns. Bro, they're gonna have it be like the N-word or some shit. Anyways. I don't know where I was going with this. All your ops are toasters, that's fire. No, there was one that was an elephant, apparently. But yeah. Chat yesterday, or I think it was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, or was it the day before? We were watching a guy called Loser Maxing. Now, I find his content to be utterly fascinating.
I want to talk about NEETs, and specifically, I want to talk about female NEETs.
Oh boy, I'm so excited.
Now, if you don't know, a NEET is a person that is not in employment, education, or training.
Okay, then how is this a myth? There are plenty of females that fit that description.
It's a classification that essentially it's used to describe people that have basically just given up.
Yo, like me. Like me, for example. I've given up. Who would have guessed? Crazy, I know.
People that have decided, it's not worth participating in society, so
Truth nuke.
They've just given up. They tend to stay in their room or stay in their house. Usually they live with their parents or their grandparents, or maybe in some cases, they may live on their own, but they're...
Sorry, I just saw something in chat. All incursions of prescriptive, presupposed, fancy verbiage lend additives of meaning. Cease this drivel. Yo, thank you, Photographer, for the $15, you beautiful fucking bastard. Saying W stream, thank you so much. I agree. Thank you.
Entire life and their lifestyle is usually funded by someone else. Unless, I guess, somehow they have a lot of savings from money they've inherited or something like that. But I guess in that case, their lifestyle is still technically being funded by someone else. So a NEET is
so why would this not apply to any women?
Person that they've dropped out of society and they tend to live very reserved lifestyles.
Much like yourself, aside from the fact that I'm on YouTube.
And I know a lot of
and a public figure, but other than that, I have a reserved lifestyle.
About this because I myself have lived the NEET lifestyle for several years throughout different periods.
This guy is not British. What are we talking about?
In my life. Currently, I guess I'm not NEET anymore because I do have a job right now. I'm very underemployed. I work at a car wash for $11 an hour, but right now I'm not NEET. The reason that people...
Honey, you look wonderful, sending love. Thank you, Emma.
Decide to live the NEET lifestyle? Well, in most cases, it's not necessarily...
I can't stand how slowly this guy speaks. 1.4 times speed
something
now.
that you can even say is a decision. It's not that NEETs necessarily decide to live that lifestyle. If you ask 100 NEETs, I bet...
Well, I mean, if you're not seeking employment, then, you know, wouldn't that be a choice in most cases? I'm just saying.
At least 50 of them will tell you that they didn't choose that lifestyle. That lifestyle was forced upon them. They had no choice but to live that lifestyle. Because the reason people become neat, it's usually because they have tried at some point in their life and society knocks them down. Society
I agree with that. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad choice.
tells them, go back to your room and don't
Working isn't that hard, TBH, yes, but it's miserable and it sucks the soul out of you.
come back out. You know, these are people that either due to their personality, often they have, you know, some form of autism or autistic traits, or they're just a very socially anxious, very high inhibition. So they, for lack of a better term, they tend to be failures, socially speaking. And
Wow, they're just like me. Who would have
they tend to
guessed?
struggle with any form of relationship, you know, being friends with people or professional relationships or romantic relationships.
He talks like my boss's boss. I leave the room because I think he's done talking and he's like mid-sentence. Dear Lord.
Neats are people that have throughout their lives struggled with these things for the most part. And one reason for that, for a lot of neats, is because they're ugly. They are sub-5 men. And
What if you're like a sub-5 woman?
they've tried.
Oh, right, because women have higher SMV, even though it's like an equal amount of men and women.
Here's the thing a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people want to talk crap about neats and
You're not a failure, young lady. The most successful thing I have is my dying YouTube channel.
say that, you know, well, they just need to put themselves out here. They're just leeches. They're just leeching
Sales jobs are honestly the collective trauma we all need. No, we don't need collective trauma. We don't need any trauma. Trauma is bad.
off their parents. And
What's this? I like the logical fallacy of assuming you are correct in your understanding of a topic just because you think that way. It's a fun little logical juxtaposition to most arguments. Have I done that? I don't think I've done that. Maybe I have.
most of them have tried at some point. Okay?
Who's this dude again? He's some like incel called loser maxing.
Most of them have tried at some point.
He's like got a victim mentality.
The amount of people living the neat lifestyle that actually could find happiness in life if they left their room and tried, it's probably a relatively
I'd sub 5 women. Real.
low proportion of the total neat population. Most of these people
Yeah, I'm a girl failure.
have tried. There's a lot more of them that could contribute to society in some
I think you're a failure, Stinky. First of all, I'm not stinky. Secondly, I am a failure.
They could get some low-tier wagey job, probably, and contribute to society by, I don't know,
Oh man, I don't fucking
working at a
want
car
that.
wash or something. But for most of them, they just don't see any point in that because they can do that and they can work their butt off. And what do they get in return? Nothing. It doesn't get
True.
them a girlfriend. It doesn't help them make friends. And
Yeah, it just makes you a miserable slave to the system.
every time they go out, what they find is they just get brutalized by society. So what's the point?
Yo, facts.
What's the point? When you're at work, you're miserable the entire time. So yeah, the neat lifestyle makes sense.
Also, you are cute. Nuh-uh. Sales jobs will unfortunately make or break you, TBH. Both the worst and best thing ever happened to me.
The reason I wanted to talk about this topic today and the reason I wanted to make this video is because I've heard of this concept of the female neat. You know, I've heard of this concept of women living the neat
Whoa, women can be neats too? Who would have guessed?
lifestyle. And there are some women that identify as neats.
Get on Addy and work isn't so bad. Yes, it is.
I've seen some on YouTube, and it's something I've heard before online. I've seen women being
Uh-huh.
referred to as neats or living the neat lifestyle, and I just got to say,
Right.
that is stolen valor.
No, it isn't.
A woman trying to claim that she is a neat, that is stolen valor.
Well, she's not claiming it. She just is.
No, miss, you are not a neat. Not in the same way that a man is a neat. See, throughout all of history, women have always lived the neat lifestyle. I mean, like, you know, technically speaking, yes, most women historically all over the world throughout history
Yeah, well, now we live in a society where women also have to work. So what are you on about?
have not been in education, employment, or training. Because
Uh-huh. Yeah, that doesn't make them not neats. Like, what are we talking
Oh.
about?
they get provided for by men. It's
Oh, okay. Yeah, and you get provided for by your parents. What's your point?
so frustrating because women love to adopt any aesthetic that becomes popular with any small
It's not an aesthetic. It's an objective description of what somebody is.
subgroup of men. There will always be some
It's not men specifically. No, when was the term neat ever exclusive to men?
women that are like, oh, I gotta get in there. I gotta get in there. This is a easy niche group of men to get attention from. I gotta get in there.
Bro, what are we talking about? How would they be attracting neat men? That doesn't make any sense. Because nobody's going to be able to provide for the other person. So that doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, if both people are neats, they're probably not... Like, a relationship between them isn't going to work. Because they're going to make no money and both live with their parents.
And appropriate that aesthetic. Women
Bro, are you actually whining about cultural appropriation? In the big 26?
love to do that shit.
Are we fucking for real, dude?
You even see it with the so-called femcel community. You know, there's femcels that are appropriating a kind of a inkwell aesthetic, which is
You mean incel. You can say it.
the most ridiculous thing I can even imagine. But the thing is, some women, if they're
What, Islamophobic but not anti-Christian? Funny how that works. Are you behind in the stream?
there's any group, any
Somebody tells me that they're behind in the stream.
sort of group of men, social club or group online, any kind of niche grouping that men come together and form bonds around, there will be some women that start to appropriate that aesthetic. That's a guarantee.
It's not appropriation. It's just that some things don't just apply to men. You're not the main fucking character, dude.
That always happens. And it's happening big time with the whole neat label.
But the neat label is not exclusive to men. It never has been. It never has been and it never will be.
So there's a lot of women that like to talk about, I'm a neat, I'm 32 years old and I still live at home with my parents.
Yeah. Yeah, that can apply to a woman as well. Nobody wants to live with their parents at 32.
And I'm a loser. And it's like,
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, if you live with your parents in your 30s, regardless of gender, yeah, you're probably a fucking loser. I'm 16 and my parents won't let me take E. How do I start transitioning? Take E behind their back.
listen up,
Just like do it behind their backs
miss.
and hope you don't get caught.
That is not the same thing as a man.
There are various different sites you can go to, like hrtcafe.net, where you can get access to DIY HRT. You said you're 16, so you're old enough to get a job. So make sure to use your money on that. I'd recommend making a PayPal account. And then using that to buy cryptocurrency, and then using the cryptocurrency to buy the HRT. Oh, DIY HRT, you're not actually making the HRT, you're just buying it. You're just like getting it from a different source, but that source is going to be reliable. You're just getting it without a prescription, is what it means.
And being a neat. I guess technically you fall under the neat classification. Like, you're technically not in
What if you're non-binary? What would that? Can you be like a semi-neat?
education, employment, or training, I guess.
Uh-huh.
So I guess you're technically a neat.
Well, are you implying that like a woman in her 30s who still lives with her parents and doesn't have a job and isn't getting educated isn't a loser?
But it's stolen valor. Because
I'm not saying it's bad to be that. You know, I get it. You know, given the fact that society is fucked up and you didn't even choose to be alive in the first place, I don't think it's a moral failing, for the record. But I think that you'd be just as much of a loser as a guy in that situation, right? I don't think it matters what your gender is.
99% of male neats, they have zero romantic prospects, okay? But when you're a female neat, that's just
You're watching Rage Bait? I wish.
normal. That's just normal. There isn't a man on this planet that cares about how ambitious a woman is, or that cares about that a woman's a loser and still lives at home with her parents and she doesn't have a job. She's not even looking for work. No man cares. They don't.
What are we talking about? Plenty of men care. Look, depending on what this guy's stance on trans people are, you know, he might think of me as a man, and let's just say I know I don't care. Or sorry, I know I do care, right? The statement that I don't care would be wrong, right? I do care because, you know, the money is important. I can't be the sole provider. It's just not realistic, especially considering what I do, right? I want to be the submissive one in the relationship. I want to be the one that relies on others and gives nothing in return, okay? What are we talking about? Don't need crypto for DIYs. What? I think you do. I think for a lot of these sites, you need to use crypto to buy DIY anyway. Either way, I would recommend it. I'd recommend using cryptocurrency to buy a DIY HRT if you can't get it any other way. Right? It's gonna make it the most difficult to trace. No, you don't. I did it without. Okay, fair point.
Care at all.
I'm not sure. I know a lot of sites will require you buy it with crypto. But I don't know. There maybe some you can directly buy it with PayPal.
Because historically, basically every woman in the world is not in education.
No, DIY HRT isn't actually do it yourself. It's just called that. But at the end of the day, you're just sourcing it from other countries. It's the same manufacturers that make it and that make the stuff that you would otherwise get prescribed, right? It's just your
Employment or training. They're stay-at-home mothers and stuff like that. Like a rich woman that is married to her husband.
Would you support Christians telling your children to go behind your back? I mean, if hypothetically I was doing something wrong as a parent, then like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Like, what would they be trying to do that I wouldn't let them? I'm confused. That Christians would be like, yeah, go behind their back. Yo, thank you, Eric's, for the 2 saying you still sending me that pink shirt you wore. What? Joking, haha. Thank you for the additional 2. DIY would be making it in your own lab. I know the name is stupid, but it's called DIY HRT. I don't know why.
And has a big family, and she's just a stay-at-home mother.
But it's not actually DIY.
Yeah, she's neat. Technically, most housewives are living the neat lifestyle.
I used bank transfer. Okay, good shit.
But nobody calls that neat. Okay, we don't call them neat because I think it's just an implied element of being a neat. For a man that's a neat, it's just implied that he's probably extremely lonely. Okay, I would say for 99% of neats, actual neats, male neats, they are lonely, hopelessly lonely.
Well, oh yeah, but like women can never be lonely. It's impossible. Yeah, like if an atheist parent is refusing to allow their kids to pray, then like, yeah, you should do it behind your backs if you're like a Christian with atheist parents that are controlling and don't let you pray. Like, yeah, I don't see what the problem would be. If Christians were convincing your children that transgenderism was wrong, would you be against it? Yeah, because it'd be like a net harm. Yeah, that's the difference. You're like, but like, what if people, convince your child of bad things instead of good things? Yeah, then that'd be bad. But thankfully, I'm convincing people of good things, so you don't have to worry about that unless you're delusional.
The only way they can possibly,
it's like, sorry, but like Christianity is a delusion.
Find a girlfriend is if they find.
Yeah, I remember when they used to claim it was bathtub HRT. It was so fucking funny.
Find her on the internet.
It's like, nah, dude. Say what you will about Keffels, and I have my criticisms of her, but like the DIY HRT thing was based
somehow, and then manage to meet up with her in real life. Because internet relationships don't count, by the way. People that are your friends on the internet or a girlfriend you have on the internet, that is not real, okay?
I mean, it kind of is real because there's a real person behind the screen.
It doesn't count until
religion in general is delusion.
You meet in real life. Friends are people you know in real life. I know some people get that mixed up.
Yeah, and not the bathtub HRT. They were saying it had hair in it. Yeah, that actually got disproven. I remember there was some other explanation for what it was. It was not hair, and then they even reached out to the person and said, "Hey, by the way, like we'll give you we're willing to replace it." But I think it has to do with like the way it's made in the factory. Oh yeah, there was like it was the Oda Kanawa, whatever the fuck. Yeah, Keffels needed to be more careful with like what she was promoting. I do think. Because, like, yeah, there was, like, the packaging on one of them was weird. The bathtub was the person in Ukraine. Yeah, like, the iconography on one of the things, well, that was fucked up. It's like, yeah, don't promote that. Be a little bit more careful. There's a reason I promote the HRT Cafe, right? And I let people come to their own conclusions.
They talk about, I got friends on my Discord. No, you don't. Friends are people in real life. And a girlfriend can only be a person you know in real life.
Yeah, the one that starts with O is really weird. Yeah, I don't recommend that one, right? But I feel like that goes without saying.
So the vast majority of NEETs have zero chance to find a girlfriend. There are some, yes. There are some
Okay, well, that's not the only thing that matters
Chad
in life.
meats out there. It's rare, but they exist. And
Turkey Tom and Cheeto were milking Keffels like a dog. Yeah, that's crazy.
they somehow managed to find, girls to
Dude, dude, I'm so glad that everyone in commentary now agrees with me that like Cheeto and Turkey Tom are fucking retarded.
come hang out in their mom's basement with them.
And that they're like complete losers. And yeah, and that they make horrible content. You know, this is shit that I've been saying for years.
That happens. It's not completely unheard of, but for the vast majority of male NEETs, they have issues with high inhibition, social anxiety, autistic traits, ugliness. They're just sub 5. They're unattractive. And the reason they're NEET is because they've given up for a good reason. What are the reasons that a woman is NEET? What are the reasons that a woman calls herself NEET? Well, maybe because her parents pay for everything for her.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good
reason.
reason.
And she realizes that it doesn't really matter. She doesn't need to go to college.
Yeah, how is this any different from a guy?
She doesn't need to try to get a job because there is
Yeah, this is no different from if a guy does
a simp out there. There are a lot of simps out there.
Oh, but what about the simps?
That will marry her and fully finance her life.
Yeah, but like what if they're like nasty rapist men? Like why would they want that? Like they're obviously not going to want that. Like those aren't viable options.
Right. And she doesn't have to try that hard to meet them. She doesn't have to move out of her parents' house. She doesn't have to show any...
Why do you assume that she wants a relationship in the first place? What if she doesn't? What if she's asexual or aromantic?
...amount of ambition or have any success in life, academically or financially, because no man in the world cares.
That's just not true.
Men do not care about...
Yes, they fucking do.
...that. Okay? So, ladies that... women that you call yourself NEET...
Most men don't find, like, complete and utter helplessness attractive.
You're not...
Maybe I'm wrong.
You're not NEET. You're only a NEET.
I don't think you should be promoting things to children. Well, you can suck my dick. I don't care. I don't care what you think.
Technically, okay? You're a FNEET. You're a FNEET, an FNEET, okay? You're a female NEET. You're not a real NEET. You're a FNEET. All right?
This guy is retarded.
And it's stolen valor every time you talk about how you're
This guy is talking about the Sims like Nazis talk about Jewish people. I don't know about that.
NEET and you live NEET and you try and you try and appropriate that little anime NEET girl aesthetic. Okay? That's an aesthetic that you are
I think we shouldn't do conversion therapy on transgender kids. Exactly.
appropriating. That's stolen valor, okay? My culture is not your costume. Let's hear it again.
Bro, what NEET isn't a culture. It's a description. What are we talking about? What the fuck is NEET culture? What, being lazy and doing nothing? Yeah, women can do that too.
My culture is not your costume, okay?
Dude, what is this like weird fucking like 2016 SJW fucking cultural appropriation argument? I thought we left that shit in the past in favor of stronger woke arguments.
This isn't dress up for Halloween. This is the real life that thousands...
Yeah, but like they're not in education or employment or training, so they fit the description.
Or maybe
what are we
even
talking about? It's not an aesthetic. It's just like a factual description.
Millions of lonely men, ugly men, are forced into this lifestyle. Most
You don't think any women are forced into that lifestyle?
male NEETs, if they could
Oh, just meet up with some random guy on the internet that's Sims free. That's a really good
find
idea.
success out in the world, then they would. They're forced to be NEET. Okay, ladies? So it's a meaningless distinction to say you're a regular woman versus a woman that is NEET.
No, the difference is that a regular woman is somebody that has a job or is in college. That's like a normal woman in this day and age.
It's a meaningless distinction because your mom...
Yeah, I guess ugly women don't exist, right? Only attractive women that get all the men and all the simps exist. No such thing as an ugly
mom
woman.
is probably NEET. Your grandmother
Yeah, that's actually very woke of him. You know, I gotta say, very, very woke.
was probably NEET. Your great-grandmother was probably NEET. Throughout history, most women
Yeah, they were forced to be, and the economy was different back then as well.
live the NEET lifestyle for most of their lives because duh,
That doesn't make them not neat.
that's just how, yes, women have been provided for historically. And even today, it's very simple for them to live that lifestyle with
No, it isn't. Not in this economy.
zero negative repercussions socially, financially, or any way you want to talk about it. Okay? When a man lives the neat
What's wrong with being a house husband?
lifestyle, it's a bad thing. Everybody
It's not a bad thing if you're a house
looks
husband.
down on him. There's social repercussions out the wazoo. Okay? But when a female
Well, I think that's dumb. I don't think people should be shamed for it. I don't want to suck your dick. You're not my type. Yeah, dude, I was being really literal. Still doesn't change the fact that you're pushing DIY hormone therapy to children. Well, I don't think they should be forced to go through the wrong puberty. Fucking cry about it. Yes, if you're 16 and you have gender dysphoria and your parents aren't letting you transition medically, then yeah, fucking do DIY HRT behind your kid's back. Or sorry, behind your parents' back. I don't see the issue. Go get the treatment you need. The same way as if your parents are, like, if your parents are anti-vaxxers, go do some get vaccinated behind their backs too. If they're anti-science, why should they be holding you back? Femyoz, I had no idea you were from India.
lives the neat lifestyle, that's just a normal woman. That's just a housewife. So it's a meaningless distinction to say, I'm a woman and I'm a neat. Yeah, you think that's real neat to live the neat lifestyle like you're a
No, they're calling themselves losers.
cute little anime waifu from your favorite Welcome to NHK anime.
Yeah, of course you equate it to anime because you're fucking gooner brained and you goon to anime 24/7.
You're just a neat.
Fucking hell.
Just a female neat. No, what you are is a R-tarded.
Gotta go make a child so I can do DIY HRT behind their back. You know what I meant? I meant the other way around. Like, do it. Like, if you're 16, your parents start letting you transition, just do DIY HRT behind your parents' back. Okay? HRTcafe.net. All right. I think that nobody should be forced to go through the wrong puberty. Like, I feel like that goes without saying. Nobody should be forced to experience changes that they don't want. Right?
Floozy, and your flu's maxing.
Dude. Flu's
and
maxing.
your flu's maxing in your parents' house, letting your parents take care of you. All you got to do is download Tinder and
And meet a gross guy like this guy.
and just wait. And you can find a man easily to let you move into his house. Or he'll just buy you a bunch of nice things while you stay in your parents' house. And you can live your life like that. You won't be lonely. You'll get plenty of attention and validation everywhere you look, everywhere you go, even if
Not if you're ugly and fat.
you don't go anywhere because you're neat. I'm a female neat.
What if you look like Gorlak the Destroyer? Do you think that like a bunch of men are gonna be all over you? Like, what are we talking about?
woman and I'm a neat. Aren't I so pretty and cute? I'm a little neat.
What if I want to look feminine but not shrink my thing? Then you got to use your thing every day, or like at least every other day, I think, and then it won't shrink or lose functionality. Also, T-gel.
Neat is meaningless for women. It's not.
No, it's not.
It's not a thing. There's no.
Yeah, yes, it is. It absolutely is a thing. There are plenty of women that are not in education, employment, or training.
That's stolen
so
valor.
you're just like factually incorrect.
There are
It's not stolen valor. That's not what that
no
means.
female neats. Okay.
But there literally are. You even said that most needs in society historically were women. So you're just wrong about that. Just based on what the term means.
Neat is a lifestyle that men are forced into.
You don't think that women have ever been forced into that? Like, if anybody was forced into it, it was women for most of history. So what are we talking about? There have been way more women that have been forced into that lifestyle than men. You are retarded.
Or they're not necessarily 100% forced into it, but it's just that they choose to live that lifestyle because it is the best option for them, okay? But for women,
What, you don't think that this ever applies to women?
duh. Neat is just the way that's just how women live their life.
So then women are neats disproportionately, if anything. So what's your fucking point then?
Technically speaking,
Okay.
the classification neat was not created to describe the way that women have always lived their lives.
Okay, but it does describe that.
Okay, ladies? So please stop trying to appropriate lonely,
It's not appropriation.
depressed men and the way they
Right, because lonely depressed women aren't the thing.
live,
Okay.
and just appropriating that as some kind of cool little aesthetic, a cool little anime waifu aesthetic.
It's not an anime thing. That's not what that means.
Okay. It makes you look like evil witch floozy.
I know there's a couple fellas in here would probably get down and dirty with Gorlock.
And maybe that's what you are when you're appropriating male's aesthetic. All you neats and so-called fem cells. I'm a neat, I'm a woman neat. Ooh, shut the fuck up. You don't suffer because of this. Okay? There's a lot of men out there, and they're actual neats. Okay? A lot of men out there in the trenches. They're not happy about living the neat lifestyle. They choose that lifestyle because it's the only way you know, they've tried. And for the ones that actually haven't tried, it's because they have severe, crippling social anxiety, okay?
Right. Women don't have social anxiety, though. Ever. They have zero inhibition, actually.
I won't deny that I'm sure there are women out there that have that severe, crippling social anxiety. But even when they do, they can literally just download
Cis men calling themselves men is stolen valor from trans men because most cis men are already men, of course. Yo, true.
a dating app and get all the attention they want in a split second. Just look up videos on YouTube. Like, if you type in the search,
Getting in bed with Gorlock is like screwing a hydraulic press. She extended hyper on my moonberry till I waved dassig.
search bar, I'm a neat, or maybe just type the word neat, you'll find lots of videos where it's just women talking about being neats and how they're neats.
Yeah, because they exist. Yeah, that's the thing.
Not a lot where it's men. And when it is a man,
Yeah, probably because there's more women than men that are neats. Probably. I could be wrong about that.
in the video, he usually doesn't even show himself in the video. Okay? That's something you'll notice quite a bit. Because
yeah, maybe men get shamed for it more, but that doesn't mean it. That doesn't make it a different thing. That just means that society is kind of fucked up and treats people differently, and that's wrong.
a male neat, an actual neat, typically does not want to put his face out there. So when he's talking about it, it'll be like a voice recording, maybe with some gameplay footage or maybe just a static image. But all the videos of female neats, they're front and center in the video. Because the whole reason they're calling themselves neat is because they're appropriating this label, appropriating this aesthetic, because they think it will get them attention.
But neat isn't an aesthetic, it's a description.
They're picturing like a cool
Found you again, welcome back.
anime fan guy, a cool guy that likes anime. And they want a guy like that to fuck them.
Dude, why is this all you think about? Maybe you're into cool anime guys. Maybe that's what you
To
like.
pay for their lifestyle. Because they are neat for fashion, okay?
It's not a fashion statement. Neat is not an aesthetic. There's no such thing as looking like a neat. That's not what that means.
A fashion neat, okay? F neat.
You can have any fashion sense. You could be goth, you could be basic, you can look like whatever the fuck and be a neat.
Male neat.
It's not a look.
Fashion neat. Fneat. Fneat. Okay?
That's not what that means.
You're a fneat. And your time of appropriating the neat label is fneat. Because you're just a fneat. F neat. You're not a real
That's not a thing.
neat. You're an F neat. Okay?
Yeah, that would be a type of neat.
So stop appropriating this label. And I mean, women can technically be not in employment, education, or training. So I guess you can technically be neat. So congratulations on...
Goth isn't a fashion style, by the way. It is, but it's derived from a different subculture. It's derived from a subculture. So it's both a culture and an aesthetic. It's not one or the other.
technically being neat. 99% of women that have ever lived, ever in the world, yeah, the label isn't for you. It was created to describe men that are not
No, it describes some men and some women. Like, what is your issue?
in the workforce or employment or training. The label was created to describe people that have dropped out of society. If you're a female neat, you're not dropping out of society. You're just living how women always have lived.
Wait. If it's the case that a woman lives with their parents and is in their 30s, doesn't have a job, has no future, why is that different from a man? Like, you're just saying it's different because it's different. That doesn't make any sense.
Forever. That's not dropping out of society. The label was never meant to include women. It's a classification for certain men. It's not a classification for women. Okay? You see this becoming a thing. Like, it's like there are certain women, it's certainly not all of them. There are certain women that they just, anytime they see any kind of new group come about, they're like, neat? What is this? Neat? That's a thing? What is neat? Oh, and then they look it up and they're like, oh, there's not a lot of women in this yet.
No, that's not what that means. They would be like, they'd look it up and they'd be like, oh, that describes me. Right? If it describes them, they'd be like, well, that's me, so guess I'm a neat.
There's not a lot of women in this yet. I can get in. Oh, I can sneak.
Who the fuck is this clown and what is bro yapping about? He's trying to do mental gymnastics to explain how only men can be not employed in education or in training.
In early. I'll be an early adopter of this aesthetic. I'll be one of the only women in there.
Being a neat is not an aesthetic, you fucking
I'll be
moron.
surrounded by men. I'll be one of the only. So women are adopting the neat label for
Right, because they really want to be around neat men. Right, that's what women are really attracted to is 30-year-old men that live with their parents. You know, if you ever ask a woman, you know, what type of man do you want? You know, they'll always say, I want the guy that's, you know, 35, you know, bald and lives with his parents, you know. I want them to be like loser maxing. Like, what are we talking about?
social reasons. They're doing it to get attention from men because they feel like it'll be an easy method for them to do some attention farming.
I don't think anyone wants attention from you.
So that's why they do it. That's why they appropriate these labels like this. But when you think about it for even like 2 seconds, a woman being neat, like it's just a meaningless.
Here's a hot take, and this might piss off some people in my audience. A cultural appropriation is not a real issue. I'm sorry. It's just not. There are better things to worry about that actually fucking matter. I know, I said it. Like, I don't know, dude. If you take an aesthetic from another culture, let's say, like, why is that inherently bad? It doesn't make any sense.
Distinction. It's meaningless because that's how women have always lived their lives. Women have always been provided for, so it doesn't even make any sense. Now,
Okay.
I know some
Yeah, you're being provided for too. What's the difference?
people will probably argue in the modern day, in our modern Western society, pretty much to support a family, for the most part, you do need 2 incomes because everything
Okay, so you acknowledge this. What's your argument for why it still
is
doesn't
very
matter?
expensive these days, and women
Yes, cultural appropriation is only a problem if you're disrespecting the culture. I agree. Right? Like if it's the case that you're like, I don't know, deliberately, you know, going out of your way to, you know, make the culture look bad or stupid or whatever, then like, yeah, obviously that would be an example of cultural appropriation being bad. Right? But in most cases where it's like, oh, you can't wear that because like, you know, that's like similar to what Native Americans wore. It's like, shut up, who cares, dude? Who gives a fuck? People should be able to wear whatever they want.
are pretty much expected to be part of the labor
Yeah, like blackface would be an example of like, okay, you're just like targeting a group, you're making fun of them, right? That's different.
force these days.
Like you're obviously making a statement if you wear blackface, right? But if you're just like wearing some shit, like if you just like I don't know, like for instance, if a white person wears dreads, okay, we shouldn't call them racist. We should make fun of them because it looks ugly on white people, right? We should make fun of them for being ugly. Like I feel like that goes without saying. Right? I don't have like a moral issue with like a white person wearing dreads other than like, you know, because white people hair gets greasy way faster, it probably doesn't smell very good. Right? And it's just like your hair is just not made for that. You know what I mean? Dreads were made by white people though, Vikings. Were they? I don't know. I guess they did have them. It could be the case that multiple cultures created the same thing. Either way, I think you get the point.
economically speaking, but you know, really,
I don't know. Like when I think of it, I think of fucking Tom McDonald whenever I think of white person with dreads, and his shit looks so greasy, and you know, maybe there's like a way to take care of it that he doesn't do, but. To be fair, for the Native American people, it's a reward / symbolism of your rank, so it's disrespectful to wear it without earning it. I think it depends on what you're wearing, because like at the end of the day, if you just like wear something because you think it looks cool and you don't put thought into it, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like if people get mad at that and think it's disrespectful, I feel like that's kind of on them. Like I know when I wear something, it's generally going to be because like, oh, well, I think it looks cool, right? Or I like the way it looks.
it's still not the same because there's still not that societal expectation for women to participate in the labor force. And when women don't participate
Off topic, but you have a very nice and comforting voice. Thank you.
in the labor force, it's usually not because they've dropped out or they've given up due to frequent social humiliation and rejection by everyone they come across.
It's kind of like racist language. In and of itself, it doesn't directly negatively affect the whole world, but it also betrays information about a person's worldview that can reveal racist beliefs. Possibly. I don't know. It's just like I don't put much thought into it. Like I remember I saw a video about like there's this like I don't know if he's a predator. He's like an alleged predator, named Social Repose. And it's like, I watched this video about how, like, he was, like, friends with all these pedophiles, and it's, like, you know, shit that actually matters. And then, like, in the middle of the video, they start talking about how, like, the headdress he wears is cultural appropriation. And it's like, I'm sorry, I don't care about this. This is fucking nothing. Who gives a shit? This doesn't matter. It's like, oh no, his fucking headdress is offensive. I don't care. I don't care if his fucking headdress is offensive. I care if he raped the child, okay? I need to know, okay? Was he the child rapist, okay? That's what that's what I'm there to watch the video for. I don't care about his fucking headdress. It's like putting that in the same video. I feel like that comes across as like, now you can make fun of it for being like, you know, kind of goofy looking, and that's fair. Just be like, yeah, like his headdress is kind of ugly. It's like I think that's fine, you know, but it's like, hold on, you have a very vertically long face already, and you're gonna make it even longer by putting on a fucking headdress. You're gonna make yourself your head even taller. Like, are we fucking for real? Right? Anyways.
Which is what the case is for most male NEETs. But for women that don't participate in the labor force, that's not giving up. That's just them being a trad wife. That's just a woman adopting
Why can't a guy be a trad wife? Like, what's stopping
a
them?
traditional lifestyle, which, by the way, men love
Yeah, they're still a NEET.
that. And so many people love that.
Yeah, maybe like weird gooner men fetishize that, but like in reality, it's just not practical.
It's not the same at all.
Yeah, the social repos dude was friends with Onision. He was also friends with Davi Vanity. So yeah, he's like statistically, considering the fact that he was friends with a bunch of pedophiles, and there were some allegations against him, like, yeah, it's probably true.
Being a male NEET is something that most of society finds disgusting and detestable and contemptible. But if
Yeah, well, society might be wrong there and have an inconsistent standard, but that doesn't mean that female NEETs don't exist, even if it's less
you're
stigmatized.
a woman that's a NEET, that's so cute. She's so cute. She's my little waifu. She's adorable.
Nobody says that like, this isn't happening.
Oh. Do you see the difference? A man that is NEET has no better option. He lives that lifestyle because otherwise he's going to be even more miserable. So he chooses the path of slightly less misery.
Wait, you don't think I'm doing this? Like, I live in society as a woman.
NEET, all she has to do is turn her camera on, point it toward.
Like, if I wanted a rich boyfriend that I'm not attracted to, I could probably find some rich chaser that I'm not attracted to. Like, I could easily do that. But I don't want that. It wouldn't be fulfilling. I wouldn't get anything out of that other than money. But I'd just be using somebody at the end of the day. Like, that's not appealing to me.
Her, of course. Talking to the camera a little bit, boom. She's got 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. Just snap, just like that. Just like that. It's easy. It's easy.
But there are plenty of women that have way less than 10,000 subscribers.
Okay. For a guy like me to do the same thing and have that much success, it's like a constant grind. A constant grind of pushing out video after video, like every other day.
Wait, you don't think I put effort into my content? You don't think I do anything?
Or almost every single day to even get...
I have to live stream every day to not get fucked by the algorithm.
like an ounce or a small...
Right? Because I live stream to YouTube Shorts. That's like... And even that, it's like, even if I do it every day, it's like not guaranteed that the algorithm will promote me.
Like 1%, to even get like 1% of the attention that the average so-called female NEET would get.
Doesn't look like much effort. Bye. Okay, so... yes and no. Like, at any given moment in a live stream, I'm not going to be, like, exerting a shit ton of effort, but I'm doing this shit for hours. Right? When you do some shit for hours, like, yeah, it's going to be a lot more effort. Right? Because I ideally, I'll be streaming 8 hours a day. I don't do this, by the way, but I need to get back to that sort of grind set if I can, and stream for 8 hours if I can, because, you know, that's like a full day of work. But, you know, don't tweak about the idiots in the comments. Yeah, I don't fall for rage bait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I fell for the rage bait. Fact of the matter is, yeah, streaming is easier than a regular job, but like, you know, only kind
Just
of.
Post, and she can be ugly as shit too. Okay,
That's hard. 8 hours. Wow. Yeah, I've been streaming for 3 hours.
seen some of y'all's
I'm
videos.
probably not going to do an 8-hour stream today.
I'm 28 years old and I still live with my parents. I'm a NEET.
Yeah, that is what that
Some
is.
of y'all aren't very good looking. Okay, and I understand that's why you're appropriating the NEET aesthetic.
It's not appropriation. That's just what they are.
Because you feel like
They could be a 10 out of 10, you know, fucking, you know, potential model. They could be model material and still be a NEET.
oh, that's a way to get attention from men. But it's really pathetic.
It's not to get attention from men. Like, why do you presuppose that everything is to get attention from men? Why, like, what? Just because you crave attention from women doesn't mean that women crave attention from men. Right? You're just projecting.
Honestly, it's pathetic. It's stolen valor. You are just
No, it's not stolen valor.
appropriating a label that was never meant to describe people like you. It was never meant for you. Okay? Neat is a label for men. It's a way.
I've heard that most streamers post stream clips on YouTube Shorts and stream on YouTube and Twitch. Yeah. I probably should do that, but I'm lazy.
To categorize lifestyle that men
Because he's sexist. Yeah, astute observation.
are forced into. Okay? It's not meant to describe the lifestyle of the average woman throughout all of history.
Why not? Why can't it describe
Because,
that?
duh, you would not need, there's no reason to have a classification for that. It's not for
This
you.
guy sucks at GTA. Yeah.
There's no meaning behind being a female neat.
Anyways, I'm EP, so good night, friends. Good night, chaotic idiot.
It doesn't mean anything. That just means you're normal. That means you're a regular woman. Congratulations on
Yeah, normal according to what standards? Societies? Do you think that society is right about everything? Also, not anymore. Not anymore. If you don't have a job, regardless of gender, it's like, yeah, you get kind of fucked over for it. Like, you do get treated like shit.
being perfectly average. Congrats. You are the median woman. Great. You don't need a label for that. Just
Look, as much as I want to be a trad wife, I don't think that it's realistic.
say you're a person. You're not neat. And when you call yourself
Like, I'd love to be a lesbian trad wife.
neat, it's not hard to see why.
Do you think he says the N-word in private? I don't really care if he does.
We know why you're doing it.
It's like, if someone says the N-word on Discord, and this is going to be a little bit of a hot take, but I really don't care. I don't give a shit. There are more important things to worry about. Like, okay, somebody said slurs on Discord. Whatever. I don't give a shit. As long as they're not, like, calling black people the N-word, or, like, anything like that, then I don't really care. It's like, whatever. Yeah, like, you're trying too hard to be edgy. Been there, done that. Best thing to do is just, like, not care, and then they'll get bored of it.
Because you see that there's a lot of men that appropriate that
Doing streams is not easy. It's work, period. I'd say it's easier and more fun than most jobs, though.
label. And you know that there's a lot of men that if you appropriate that
Yeah, I think it depends on, like, are they calling people a racial slurs? And I have no reason to believe that this guy does that. I don't think this guy is, like, particularly racist. I think he's mainly just sexist.
label, they're going to think you're so cute and quirky. She's my cute little quirky neat shouty. That's my cute little quirky neat.
I mean, if she's, like, physically attractive, yeah, if she's, like, significantly above average in looks, then, like, yeah, sure. They're gonna look past the fact that she doesn't have a job. But, like, I feel like that goes without saying.
Waifu right there.
But that doesn't mean that she's gonna be into him. Like, she might just not be attracted to the guy.
Pathetic. And it's stolen valor.
It's not stolen valor.
Okay? You don't deserve to call yourself a neat. Because
Why?
you're not. You're just
But, like, objectively, they
appropriating a
are.
label.
Like, facts don't care about your feelings.
You're appropriating that aesthetic. You
It's not
aren't
appropriation.
really that.
Neat isn't an aesthetic, you fucking moron.
That acronym was not made for you. That is to describe loser men. A
Why not loser women? Loser
female
women
neat is
exist
not a
too.
loser. A male neat
Yeah, yes, they are. Objectively.
is a loser. By every definition of the term, a man that lives the neat lifestyle is an
Yeah, only men can be losers,
absolutely
I guess.
contemptible, despicable loser.
It's almost like he's envious of women. Like, if it's so much better to be a woman, why don't you just fucking transition? Like, just tune out and see what it's like. Now, me personally, I transitioned because of dysphoria, but, you know, if being a woman is so much better than being a man, then transition. Now, I'm of the belief that being a man and being a woman, these are things that suck for, you know, different reasons. The reasons are different. And so the T-girl pipeline is real. We need to make it more real, honestly. We need to make more incels transition, because then they'll realize, oh, you know, if I'm like a mid-bitch, or like a below-average looking woman, like, yeah, maybe this isn't as good as I thought it would be, right? And then they learn, and then it's like, yeah.
Loser. And everybody hates him.
Are you happier now that you've changed? Yeah, I bet.
And he has to live like that because
I mean, I'm not constantly suicidal 24/7, so I've got that going for me. I'm like quite a bit less suicidal than I was before I transitioned, you know.
the other options are even worse. A woman that lives the neat lifestyle is cute and quirky and oh, isn't that adorable? She's so cute, she's so quirky. And it does not hurt her romantic prospects whatsoever.
Maybe this could be you if you just transition.
Very few people will look down on her.
You're pretty, thank you.
Whatsoever, because she's just living a normal life. The difference in a regular woman that has no label to describe her versus a woman that considers herself to be neat. Do you want to know what the actual difference is? The real tangible difference is that
the regular woman has a job.
Woman that calls herself neat is a woman that likes anime. And she's seen this term neat, and she thought, hey, that's me. Wouldn't that be so cute and quirky if I called myself neat?
It's not to be cute and quirky.
And wouldn't there be a lot of guys that might think that's cute? That's what
no, that's not the goal.
They're thinking. That's why they're doing it. That's why they make these YouTube videos like, I'm a 26-year-old woman and I'm in failure and I'm neat. Yeah, you think that's real neat, don't you? You think that's real cute. That's stolen valor.
Dude. I don't think I have to respond.
Even in their own heads, they don't realize they're doing this. They don't realize they're just appropriating an aesthetic.
This is cultural appropriation.
They think they really are it. They think they're really living that life.
But because we are.
But I'm here to tell you, all you female neats out there, you think you're really living that life. You think you're really
yes, we
in
are.
the trenches. You don't understand the half of it.
Wait, the trenches of living with your parents? Living in the trenches of getting everything paid for by your parents. Yeah, dude. I'm living in the trenches. What are we talking about? I think if you have hostility towards women, you've not had that much success with them, and it makes them angry and hateful. Yeah.
You really don't, okay?
I do feel bad for lonely men that are, sort of rejected by society. I don't completely lack empathy, but sometimes it's just like they come to wrong conclusions, and I have to make fun of them for it. People don't think I'm weird and gross because I'm weird and gross. It's because I'm not a woman. Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
Because all you got to do is download an app and make a profile.
Really living that neat life. Lamal, why does he talk about unemployment like growing up on O-Block? Wait, you're so right. You're so right. He talks about being a neat and being unemployed and living with his parents as if he's from fucking O-Block. You're so right. Like, hey, you ain't about that life. You ain't about that gang shit. You ain't about that neat shit. You ain't about that neat shit. You not from the hood. You not from the parents' basement. You a fake. You a fake ass neat. Right? It's like you a rapper, not a gangsta. But instead of that, it's like you a woman, not a neat. Because those are mutually exclusive, of course. You're not a neat, you just a woman. You just a femoid. Like, okay, dude. He's calling it stolen valor, like having a job is as hard as going to war. No, he's saying it like not having a job is as hard as going to war. I'd understand if it was like, okay, yeah, like having a job is miserable. Like, I understand that, but...
And you will get all the attention and validation you could ever, hey, just point your camera at your face.
Stop saying slurs, I did.
A bunch of useless crap. Don't even bother having a good title or interesting thumbnail. You don't need any of that. Put it on YouTube. 10,000 subscribers overnight. Viral videos.
Right. Yeah, I got 10,000 subscribers overnight. I got 50K overnight, actually. Right. No, I blew up in the shorts algorithm, you fucking moron. My shit's dead.
Overnight. Just because you said, I'm a girl and I'm neat. I'm a girl and I live the neat lifestyle.
You know what? I'm a girl and I live the neat lifestyle, okay? Showering me with money and attention, okay, guys? I'm a neat, okay? I need your money and attention, guys.
Because that's an easy way to get attention. Duh, anyone can see that. And so...
Guys, should I make a video called I'm 21, but maybe I could say I'm a 32-year-old woman and I'm a neat or some shit. Should I do some shit like that? See how many views I get?
You're not neat. Because a man can't do that same thing. Okay? We can't do that. Real neats are seen as pathetic.
Maybe I should make a video called I'm a neat and have no future. Maybe it'll get some views. Instead of making a thumbnail, it'll just be like a still image of my face from the video. So make it more authentic. Maybe I could do some shit like that.
And disgusting, and society hates them. Female.
I'd also like fuck up the lighting too. It'd have to be like a dark video. I'd deliberately like upload it in like 720p.
Neats are cool. It's a cool aesthetic. And society does not hate them at all. Society doesn't care. No man cares. at all.
Yeah, maybe
about
I should make a second channel. Don't say that I'm trans and just like try this out. See what happens.
your career or your ambition. But for
Yeah, guys, stop saying the J slur in chat. Yeah, I'm a real neat. I'm an RN. Real neat. I'm about that life. I'm an RN. I'm not one of these fake ass neats. I'm not one of these fake ass neat guys. Dude. Yo, thank you, Purr Strats, for the 2 saying, here's your money for being a woman. Yeah. you not a... These are some fake ass neat guys. Like, dude, fucking come on. It's so goofy. Young neat on the beat. Hey, it's me. It's me, Lil Neat.
men,
Dude.
those things are actually
Yeah, YN, young neat.
important, especially
People be fake neats.
for men that aren't in the top 10% of good looks.
And then you have the Indian version, which is Jeet. What up, my Jeet guz? Why do you sound like a Sith Lord when you try to talk in Ebonics? oh, this shit's too good.
Because there is a certain level where,
Oh, my nose is so itchy because it's so dry and cold. Oh, I hate it.
a man is just so good looking that he could technically live the neat lifestyle and still find massive social success. But the reason that's so rare is because
It's because men are uglier on average.
for most men, if you are so attractive that you just get automatic social success and validation everywhere you go without even trying, and you're that good looking, then most men would not choose to live the neat lifestyle in that case, because
Yo, truth nuke. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back. Sorry, I need to pee. I really need to pee. I'm gonna be right back, guys. Okay, I'll put you down. Sorry, where were we? Once more, the Neats will rule the galaxy. Once more, the Neats will rule the galaxy. Then we shall have peace. Femsol finally gets some puss. Aw, yeah, dude. Am I a femsol? I don't think so. I'm not a true femsol.
Why would you?
I want to tell you all that you are valid and worthy and that you are all strong, independent neats.
Men that live the neat lifestyle only do so out of necessity because it's the best option they have.
Yeah, but women never do it because it's the best option they have. They do it because it's the worst option they have.
So that's why it's very rare for there to be a good-looking man that's a neat. Now, for
Right.
women that appropriate the neat aesthetic and categorize themselves as neat, 100% of them can get the same attention and validation as a good-looking man because that's just the gender dynamics of society. That's how it is.
Right, for the women that are good-looking men, of course.
But there's still a fairly large number of women that choose to appropriate the neat label because
It's not appropriation.
I guess that's just part of the human nature of a woman. It's just something that
The
women
human nature of women
do.
is when cultural appropriation.
appropriate different labels, different aesthetics. They try to infiltrate different niches to attract
It's not infiltration.
different groups of men.
It's not to attract men. There are lesbians that call themselves neats, so it's not to attract men. It's not for male attention.
Because attention and validation is like the driving force for women. It's what women desire more than anything else. Validation for a woman is similar to what sex is for a man. Women want validation like men want physical intimacy. So a woman may adopt the neat aesthetic and label herself as a neat, even though that's a meaningless distinction for women because all women are neats essentially, or the vast majority of them throughout all of history. But women will adopt
Yeah, they were forced to
that
be.
label just because that's a way for them to get a lot of validation from a relatively untapped market of men. So they're specifically
What, neat men? Because neat women are looking for neat men. Right. That doesn't make sense.
seeking out a certain niche market of men to get attention and validation from. That's why they do this. That's why they adopt these niche labels like this. So when you see like female neats,
I feel like the only women that would be interested in neat men would be like probably dominant women that want like a submissive boy wife, but you know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, dude. Couldn't tell you.
femcells or whatever,
What if they're trying to attract butches? No, that's true.
that's why these things exist. That's why women try to break into these niche communities. It's an untapped market. They're going for the untapped market. They're trying to be, it's the whole, I'm not like
No, because I remember that there was this one lesbian who was like hardcore flirting with me. I think she was like 27. She was on Discord and she was like hardcore flirting with me and she was straight up like, yeah, I'm a neat. I was like, oh well, that's okay. Because I still like getting attention from you, but it didn't really matter because she was kind of teasing me a lot and I obviously I really liked that, but like a relationship probably never would have worked, especially because I'm polyamorous. She is monogamous, so that and she lives in another country. But I do be loving the attention. But I think the issue was like she's mono and yeah, it just wasn't gonna work. So I kind of just you know, stopped going out of my way to talk to her because I don't want people to get attached. You know, I don't need people to get too attached to me because I know that I wouldn't want to get too attached to somebody that it's also, I guess that's also for my sake, because if I get attached, then like, you know, I think I'm projecting because I might have attachment issues. It's like weird. I have like an avoidant attachment style, and I also have just attachment issues in general.
The other girls kind of thing. It's just, it's the worst of the worst
Sort of figured you were poly.
of women in this world. It's not just enough for them to
Does men seek validation from other men more than their partner, though?
live in this world as an average woman, getting 100 times
Cheese monogamous.
more
Okay.
attention than any man gets, getting 100 times more validation and attention than any man gets. That's not enough for some women. Some women have to seek, you know, means of infiltrating these niche communities to get into some kind of untapped market. They're looking for
That's not how that
attention
works.
from men on the very fringes because they want to soak up all the attention and validation they can get. So any woman out there, you call yourself a neat. If you're on YouTube, I've probably seen your videos, and I am talking directly about you, by the way.
Dude, maybe I should call myself a neat so that this guy can watch my videos. You know, this is my target demographic, is people like loser max.
So listen, you're a fake, you're a phony, that's
oh,
stolen
man.
valor. You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed
It's
of yourself.
pathetic.
It's stolen valor. It's a cultural appropriation.
Just drop this label, all right? Drop this aesthetic. It's not for you.
I'm a cis man. I definitely crave validation for sex.
This is like a
Yeah.
never-ending treadmill that'll just keep on turning, where
Now this guy's seen me.
pathetic, attention-seking women will, and I'm not calling all women pathetic and attention-seeking because I don't
Actually, I
think
know
that, but
he's seen at least some of my content because I put his @ in the description when I responded to one of his awful videos where he's just making bad arguments. And I asked him if he was ever going to respond to it. He said, "No, I don't think anything is worth responding to." I'm like, okay, dude, sure. Even though I, you know, was just factually correct about everything I said.
I think there is a certain women out there that are pathetic and attention-seeking, and they will continually adopt and appropriate any label, any niche
It's not appropriation if it's just an accurate description.
categorization that men have for themselves, or that is thrust upon men, as is the case with the neat label. You know, it was originally thrust upon men, and then some, you know, call themselves that accurately.
This guy's a prick, though. You gotta express your views without being a complete asshat. Well, no, his views are just wrong. That's the issue. It's not the way he's expressing them. It's just that his views are wrong.
But it's never going to stop, you know?
It doesn't
Women
matter how nicely you express misogyny. Like, it's still misogyny.
are starting to call themselves neat in droves. Massive amounts of women are getting into this, trying to get some attention and validation out of this relatively untapped market.
Or maybe it's the case that some women are just neats because they're not in employment, education, or training. Because that's what that means.
And pretty soon, a lot of these actual neats, male neats, are going to start using a different label. Or they're going to find some kind of different way of really classifying themselves because, you know, the whole neat thing has kind of gone to the wayside because it's just a bunch of fakes and phonies.
It's not fakes. If you're not in education, employment, or training, that's like pretty objective. That's not a social club. It's not like some aesthetic or like social category of people. It's just like an objective statement about whether or not you're in any of those things.
A bunch of F-neats. And then whatever new label comes
Yeah, they're neats that are women. What about it?
women will see that. These same pathetic attention-seeking women, which is not all women, by the way, but certain ones,
Oh, right.
will see that new thing, and they'll be like, ooh, that's where the untapped market is now. And it'll be a
It's not an untapped market. It's not about whether or not it's an untapped market. It's just they are that thing, so they describe themselves as that. I don't see why that's such a difficult concept to
gold
understand.
rush of attention-seeking floozies.
You can discuss differences between men and women without being sexist. Yeah, but like his views are just like wrong. It's like nobody is saying that men and women are exactly the same. Right? But that's not the argument that I'm having here.
Appropriating that label. And they do it just for validation. They're not
No,
seeking
they're not doing it for validation. They're labeling themselves that because it's true.
these men out in these niche communities to actually provide any benefit for these men. They don't
Oh, right. Yeah, it's all about the men, of course. Right? It's always about the men. Yeah. Think of how it will affect the men. Like, shut the fuck up, dude.
actually care
You're not the main character.
about the men. They just want the validation and the attention.
Bro, why? Yeah, why would I care about you?
They just want to know that these men will simp for them.
It's not about getting simps. It's just, yeah, I'm a neat. Not in employment, education, or training.
Congrats. Congratulations. You didn't need to break into some kind of weird niche community
Probably gonna get back into education soon, but I'm taking a break right now.
to make simps out of men. You don't need to call yourself a neat. You're just living a regular woman lifestyle that women have always been living throughout all the history of humanity.
Right, yeah. Yeah, woman lifestyle is when no job.
It's not neat.
True.
That's normal.
Yeah, yes, it is, because objectively, they are not in employment, education, or training. That's what that means.
Okay? So if you want validation,
You literally admitted that most women in all of human history were technically neats, which is true. So I would say that, yeah, most women in human history were forced to be neats. That's not a controversial statement.
and attention, just go outside. Or
Not for attention.
just download Hinge or Bumble or whatever. You will get that attention and validation that you seek.
Well, it's almost like they're not doing it for attention, because you're right. If they were, attractive, then yeah, they could just download Hinge or Bumble or Tinder or whatever the fuck. But, if you're chopped, then, like, good luck finding someone you're attracted to that's attracted to you. Right? Unless you're lucky like me, right? And you end up with someone someone you're attracted to that's attracted to you, despite being kind of chopped, like, you're kind of fucked.
Easily. Or just turn the camera on, make a video called, I'm 25 years old and I'm a neat. Teehee. 10,000 subscribers overnight, every time, guaranteed.
It's not what, no.
It's
You're
easy.
wrong.
And you can be
Well, I have to try it at some
ugly
point.
as shit and it'll still work. Because I've seen some of these ladies out here.
He's most likely closeted? No, because he sexualizes women in a weird way. Was like, yoga pants should be illegal. Cause I can't control my sexual urges, because I'm retarded.
Here on YouTube, and it still works. Even if you're
So he's like a different kind of sexual degenerate.
ugly as a freaking dog. And I'm not saying that about any particular person.
Right.
It's pathetic.
It's just like a hypothetical
valor.
person, of course.
Please stop it. Just stop.
Like, you don't think that being ugly might contribute to someone being a neat?
I hope maybe there have been some sneaks that have seen this, and maybe you internalize some of this truth that I'm speaking right now.
But nothing you've said is true.
And maybe you start
for the
to
most part. Most things you've said in this video are
realize,
false.
I'm just being a pathetic, attention-seeking floozy. And maybe I should stop.
Yeah, same with anti-porn freaks. Yeah, true. It's like all these people are sex pests.
Maybe I should just freaking stop it and go be a regular normie, because I am a normie that's just
Okay, why don't you go do that?
trying to
then?
adopt a niche label because I want to feel like
Wait,
I'm
why would you think that they're a normie, though?
special. I want to feel like I'm
Normie is a mindset, not a gender.
special, and I want to get a special sort of niche man to shower me with attention and validation.
Right, yeah, they really want 30-year-old men that live with their parents to give them attention. That's what they're doing it for, of course.
Absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. How? You should be ashamed. You should absolutely be ashamed.
Like, even if they were grifting, that wouldn't make sense, because then that audience wouldn't be giving them any money, because they live with their parents. They're broke.
Yourself. I don't know how you could live like this. Neat is a label used to describe downtrodden men that have
No, it's not. That's not what that means. This explains why the average man struggles in dating. All right, let's find out.
Just be yourself. Just be confident. Just focus
Yeah, obviously that's cope. Oh, is it gonna play?
on your mission and have an abundance mindset. Make sure you hold frame. And if all else fails, try joining a club and going to some meetups. These are some of the most common pieces of dating advice that lonely men hear all the time. And
Yeah,
you know what?
true.
Most of that's actually pretty good advice. Unless, of course, you're ugly, in which case, none of those things will help you at all whatsoever. Every
Okay.
piece of advice you hear about how to attract women, all the classic
But like, doesn't this apply to ugly women
blue
as
pill
well?
advice, and the red pill advice, and all the advice from the pickup artist community, well, not all of it, but
Hello, Lumity.
a lot of that advice, it is actually true. Like, just be yourself. That's actually not bad advice, but it only applies if you are not ugly. There's this concept.
Yeah, okay. He's not gonna make this a gendered thing, is
It's
he?
called the minimum looks threshold, which is basically just the idea that
He's expressing his views like a content creator. Extremely polarized views gain more attention and engagement. I think a lot of people, especially in this space, actually have more central views. Some of them. I think that, like, childlet maxing is like a sort of in the incel black pill sphere. And he does a good job at, like, actually making logical arguments for his positions and not being, a complete retard. The childlet maxing is the only person in these spaces that I actually like. I think he's kind of based. Even if I disagree with some of the stuff he says, it's like it makes sense as to why he came to certain conclusions.
Unless you meet or exceed a woman's minimum looks threshold, nothing else matters. No amount of game or special circumstances or anything else is going to move you out of the invisible zone into the that's a guy I would date zone.
You don't think this applies to women?
It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, but this like also applies to women. There are going to be women that are invisible because they don't look particularly attractive. Everyone knows. Everyone knows
minimum
this.
looks threshold is low. And stick around because I actually created a simple visual guide to help you understand the minimum looks threshold concept. So we'll look at that in just a minute. But one thing you got to understand, I'm sure there might be some slight differences in visual preferences from woman to woman, but for the most part,
no, there's going to be extreme ones. Like, there are women that are extremely attracted to me somehow. I don't fucking know. I don't get it. You know, so in terms of what women are into, it varies. Some women are just like into other women. Some women are into men, some women are into masculine men, some are into feminine men, some are into masculine women, some are into feminine women, some are into fucking everybody. You know, it's just like, really depends. Really depends on the person. What can I say?
If you are below one woman's minimum looks threshold, then you're probably below 90% of women's minimum looks thresholds. Because looks are a lot more objective than most people would have you believe.
I'd say they're intersubjective to an extent. I'd say certain aspects of looks are intersubjective, right? So like the most highly intersubjective traits are going to be things like, you know, balding, being ugly. That's preventable. Just take dutasteride. If you're already bald, tough, I guess. Get a hair transplant if you can. Get a hair system, whatever you need. What else? I forgot. Yeah, I think you get the point. I think you get the point. But there's gonna be like some things that are more subjective, like sexually dimorphic traits. Some people are gonna be attracted to masculinity. Some people are gonna be attracted to femininity. Some people are gonna be attracted to androgyny, right? That's gonna be like a far more highly subjective trait, in terms of what people are attracted to. Right. Also, looking healthy is going to be very highly intersubjectively attractive. Same thing with looking young and healthy, like looking young, healthy, not being bald, right? Obviously, get rid of DHT. It's a shit hormone. You don't need it. Dutasteride, really good thing to take if you're a man. Oh, I accidentally pressed a button that, oops. Where were we?
Which is basically just the idea that unless you meet or exceed a woman's minimum looks threshold, nothing else matters. No amount of game or special circumstances or anything else is going to move you out of the invisible zone into the that's a guy I would date zone.
That's not entirely true.
It's just not going to happen. The minimum looks threshold is law. And
No, I'm pretty sure that my dad was invisible to my mom for a while. But he was like persistent, and then they got together. So, yeah, it's not always true.
Around because I actually created a simple,
and that's based on what my mom told me.
Visual guide to help you understand the minimum looks threshold concept.
Okay,
so
show it. Stop fucking.
We'll look at that in just a minute. But one thing you got to understand, I'm sure there might be some slight differences in visual preferences from
we already saw
woman to woman, but for the most part, if you are below one woman's minimum looks threshold, then you're probably below 90% of women's minimum looks threshold.
This is where we left off.
Because looks are a lot more objective than most people would have you believe. Okay, so here's how the minimum looks threshold works.
Okay.
Let's just assume the average woman's minimum looks threshold is somewhere around a 6.5 out of 10.
Bro, that's absurd. If average is 5, then no, it's not. Because I've seen ugly men that are clearly with women, so you're just wrong about that.
I know some of you are going to say that's way too.
Now, on average, people are going to be, you know, somewhat looks matched, but not always. I've seen like really ugly men with hot women, so it's like, you know, it's not always true. It's like that the man will be revolting, and it's like, you know, his girlfriend will be hot as fuck.
Low. It's really more like an 8 out of 10. I know about.
I'm not saying that that's likely or like a reasonable expectation, but it happens.
Sub 8 theory. But really, the problem with defining the exact number is just the fact that there's a lot of disagreement over what a 7 out of 10 actually is, or a 6 out
7 out of 10 is Chad
of
light.
10, or whatever other
6 out of 10 is high tier normie.
rating. Some people use 7 out of 10 to mean a guy that's more attractive than 70% of the male population, while a lot of normies, so to speak, regular people
70% of the population? No, it'd be more closer to 90%. It's gonna be logarithmic.
that aren't terminally online, they actually use 7 out of 10 to refer to a guy of average looks,
No, that's retarded.
which is ridiculous, but
Yeah, I agree with them.
yeah,
there.
that's how they use it.
5 is average.
Then there's the interpretation popular in the looks-maxing community that assumes a normal distribution. So in that system, a 7 out of 10 would be more attractive than 97.5% of men.
Okay, so I got the percentage wrong.
I have other videos where I give my thoughts on the different looks scale paradigms.
I agree with the looks maxing interpretation of it.
So let's not get all caught up in the weeds here. Okay, for the sake of this video, I'm assuming a 6 out of 10 is a guy that's more attractive than 60% of men. A 7 out of 10 is more attractive than 70%. 8 out of 10 is more attractive than 80%, etc. I think that's probably the most popular interpretation of the 1 to 10 scale.
I think that's fair.
That's fine if you use a different system. The general concept is the same. So if you use a different system, my visual guide and everything I'm saying in this video about the minimum looks threshold is still true, okay? So don't worry about that, but just wanted to clarify that, okay? So yeah, with that out of the way.
So what you're saying is a woman would only be willing to date the 4th most attractive man within a room of 10 men or higher. That's what you're saying.
Let's assume the average woman's minimum looks threshold begins
How is 6 out of 10 high? If it's a normal distribution, it is. It's above average.
at a 6.5 out of 10. So to even have a chance at getting with a woman, you have to be more attractive than 65% of men in her dating pool.
Yeah, that's just not how dating works.
And by that, I mean, I'm not counting elderly men.
You'd have to have significantly more than 50% of the population be men if that's the case.
In this. Okay, when I talk about in her
Yeah, 4 out of 10 men get dated all the time. Like, I've seen so many ugly men with hot bitches.
dating pool, a 6.5 out of 10 means you are more attractive than 65% of men that are in the age
Now, this is a Giga Stacy on screen right now.
bracket that an average
Man, I wish I looked like
woman
that.
of a given age would consider dating. Because if you include the elderly, there's so many freaking elderly men alive today, it just throws everything off. Even I would probably be more attractive than 65% of men if you include nursing home residents in the calculation.
Yeah, we're obviously talking about people that aren't old and disgusting.
But let's say a woman's minimum looks threshold starts at 6.5. So if you're anything below a 6.5, you're just shit out of luck. There is literally nothing you can do. It's over. You have no chance. You are almost definitely never getting any.
Okay, then explain all the ugly men that have girlfriends.
Maybe you could beta bucks for a 39-year-old single mother. Psych, you can't even do that. This is the it's over zone.
Bro, what are we yapping about?
You might be able to looks max your way up to that minimum looks threshold if you're kind of on the borderline.
I think that, like, a more accurate distribution would be, like, you know, if you're, like... Okay, first of all, change this whole chart to... Or change the rating system to be based on looks maxing. Where, like, 7 is Chad Light, 6 is high tier normie, 5 is, like, dead center average, 4 is ordinarily ugly, 3 is extraordinarily ugly, 2 is deformed, 1 is deformed plus obese, 0 is rotting carcass. Yeah, 0 is you look like a rotting carcass, okay? And then it's probably going to be anyone that's like sub 4. Anyone that's sub 4. I know people don't usually use the term sub 4. They'll usually say sub 5 or sub 3. But I think that sub 4 is going to be, like, really important. Because once you get into, you know, noticeably ugly territory, which is, like, around here, then, yeah, you're gonna, yeah. Because most people are going to be, like, around 5 out of 10. Some are going to be 6. Some are going to be 4. Still going to be ordinary. Anything that's, like, outside of that, you're going to have, like, major improvements or major losses in your life.
way up to that minimum looks threshold. If you're kind of on the borderline, that might be possible. But this is called the minimum looks threshold for a reason. It's called that because it is quite literally the minimum threshold of looks that you must meet or exceed as a man in order for a woman to find you attractive. Okay? Simple enough. I'm sure you all
I'd say like the minimum looks threshold is probably like a 4 to a 4.5.
understand what I'm saying. I probably over-explained the concept a bit, but there's actually a little bit more to it. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understands the basic concept before we move on. Okay, so
I mean, maybe
you
if
must-
it's in the in the case of it being like for a man, because men are uglier on average, maybe closer to like a 5 or like a 5.5. That's just because men are ugly on average, and there's so many men that put zero effort into their appearances, as well as obese men dragging the average down.
meet or exceed this minimum threshold, but the threshold
This is all subjective. No, it's intersubjective. For instance, obesity and baldness are ugly. Like, I'm sorry, it's just like a fact.
isn't really just a line. It's not a discrete point. It's actually an interval. And this is important, so pay attention, okay? Because within this interval, this is the game zone. All that red pill advice, pickup artist advice, like negging, holding frame, talking in a deep voice or whatever, all that advice, it only applies if your looks rating falls within this interval. If you are below this interval, then it's over. None of that advice matters because you're just not good looking enough. You do not meet the minimum requirement, okay? But within this interval, it's still very unlikely for you to have any success. You
If you're a 6.5 to 7 out of 10, you're not going to get success. What are we talking
have to actually
about?
have good game, or maybe
Well, I guess he's saying you're top 30%, but even then, even with like using his like weird system instead of using a normal distribution, which seems a lot more logical.
you could get lucky, but generally, you're going to have game if you want to get a girlfriend or get some action or whatever, if your looks are within this interval. Now, on my guide, I have the interval from 6.5 to 7. I don't want to focus too much on the exact numbers here. I know it is a rather small interval, so I'm pretty sure I got that part right. Or maybe you disagree and you think that the game zone is really big, like from a 6.5 all the way up to, I don't know, like 8.5.
No, or maybe it's more like, from like a 4.5 to like, a 7.5. Yeah, maybe something like that.
I'm not worried about getting it exactly right for this video. I'm just trying to illustrate the concept for now, but feel free to argue.
It's also going to be, you're going to need more game the lower you go, and then eventually it's going to be like, it's over. But like, that's if you're, anywhere from like, it's gonna start like being impossible if you're like either ordinarily ugly or extraordinarily ugly, I think.
You about it in the comments. Okay, so moving on. Beyond the game zone, you get into basically Chad territory, where if you're this good looking, it's kind of like the it's over zone in that none of the classic advice applies to you.
Hold on, that's just like not true, because you're not even using like a normal distribution. You're saying that like these like equate to percentages. So you're saying top third, like a top 25% man, like a 20%, like an 8 out of 10, like. So let's say that we've got 11 people. Okay, so one of them is going to be at 10. Okay, they're going to be the most attractive person in the room. Okay? Then you've got the second most attractive person. Then you got the third most attractive out of 11 people. Okay? So you're saying that the third most attractive person in a room out of 11 people. So so if you have 110 people, the 30th most attractive man isn't going to have to put in any effort. What are we talking about? Is anything above 8 even real? Yes. Oh, and in this guy's system, a 10 would be real. That would just be like the most attractive out of 10 people. Because his system is just like a ranking system out of 10 people type of thing. Like, it's just like, oh, okay, like if you're a 6.5, you're more attractive than 65% of men. That's his system. I wouldn't use this system. I would use a more normal distribution where like a bell curve where like most people are 5. Then you got like a decent number of people that are 6s and 4s, then less people that are 3s and 7s, etc. Right?
But the reason that advice doesn't apply to you is because if you're in this zone, you don't need advice. Women just throw themselves at you.
But this is just like goofy. This is just like not true. Like if you're the 30th most attractive person out of 100 people, like you're not, like that's not special.
It's easy. No effort required. So I call this the no effort required zone. Again.
And like at that point, you're going to be like high mid-tier normie, right? You're going to be a high mid-tier normie if you're like 30 out of 100, right? Maybe a low high tier normie. I'm not sure. You'd either be high mid tier normie or low high tier normie. You'd probably be high mid tier normie. Yeah, you'd definitely be high mid tier normie.
Some of you are going to argue that this zone doesn't start till 8 or 9 out of 10, and that might be true. I'm just illustrating the overall framework here because this is a legitimate model of how most women view men and how they consider their dating prospects. So you could shift these zones around or maybe stretch the game zone interval or even shrink it or whatever to make this more closely reflect reality if you disagree with these numbers. But the concept is the same. The concept holds true no matter what.
Is cuteness and attractiveness correlative? Yeah, they're the same fucking thing.
Women do have a minimum.
Cuteness is a form of attractiveness.
Looks threshold that you must either meet or exceed if you want to have any chance of not being celibate involuntarily. And there is some interval, the game zone, where if you are in that zone, then you can attract women, but it won't necessarily be easy. There's going to be some convincing required, some sort of negotiations, essentially. Or in other words, you're going to have game. Then beyond that interval, you're golden. Okay, you don't even have to try if you're in the no effort required zone.
Yeah, but I'd say the average person, like average people are going to be like kind of on the same level as each other. Like on his scale, because it's just like, oh, well, if there's 10 people in a room, they'd be like, 1 through 10 on the rating scale. Like he's just like doing it like it's like a distribution of like percentages where like the rating itself is the percentage, right? And I don't agree with that because in this system, like a 5 and a 7 are going to be kind of similar. They're going to be kind of similar looking. There's just going to be like a mid-tier normie and then a high mid-tier normie, like a mid-tier normie versus a high mid-tier normie, right? It doesn't really make any sense. And then like a 3 would be like a low mid-tier normie, right? Like under this guy's system, but that doesn't work because like the majority of people are going to be like mid-tier normies.
Right, so that's the basic framework of how this whole minimum looks threshold thing works. All right, so a couple things to note. Obviously, not every woman on the planet is exactly the same. Okay, this might be controversial to some of you, but women are people. They are human beings. They have some differences between them in terms of preferences. So not literally every woman has the same exact minimum looks threshold.
Thank you for clearing that up.
However, with that said, I think for the vast majority of women, it is going to be pretty similar. So I think
there's going to be some characteristics that are similar across all people, yeah.
I think as a mental
not just women, but like also men. There are going to be some characteristics that women have that men don't find attractive at all, right?
Model, it makes enough sense to just assume that the minimum looks threshold is the same for all of them because your chances of finding a woman with a minimum looks threshold all the way down around like 3 or 4, I think that's just so astronomically rare. It's not even really worth considering. Now, on the flip side, you might think it would be the case that all the highly attractive women of the world, the Stacys, so to speak, would have a much higher minimum looks threshold than less attractive women. But even that, I don't think is true. I think even very unattractive...
That's just not true. People are more likely to be looks matched than
women
not.
Have...
It's not always the case. I've seen Stacys with like low tier normies. It's just like, it's rare, but it happens, right?
Super inflated standards these days, largely due to social media. So I really think the most accurate model here is just to consider it like virtually every woman has the same exact minimum looks threshold.
But that's just like retarded. That doesn't make any sense. The different women are going to be looking for different things. Hell, if there's like a demisexual woman, she's not even going to care about looks.
And like I said, you might disagree.
Just be your friend for long enough and then she might, develop an attraction to you. Because at that point, it's not even on the basis of looks.
With the exact placement of each of the elements on this model where I put them, but I do strongly believe that an accurate placement of the minimum looks threshold it's got to be at least above a 6 out of 10. It's definitely
Why? Where are you getting this from?
above average because you can just look around you.
It's obviously not the same for all women. I've seen some attractive women date these hideous ogres. So clearly it's not the same for everyone.
pretty clear that
It's like, I know I wouldn't date these hideous ogres, but some other women do. Right? And it really depends on who the person is.
average looking guys are not getting any action these days. It's just not happening. So the minimum looks threshold is something.
They do, but they usually need some other characteristic to make up for it, right? Something to make them stand out. Otherwise, you're just some NPC that doesn't stand out. You have no, redeeming characteristics. You're just some dude, right? You need to stand out to like what you need to do is you need to niche max.
Somewhere
Okay?
above 5 for sure. I think it's probably around 6.5, but it could be higher. I don't
Now, if you're like completely ugly and like completely fucked, then like maybe you're completely fucked. But it's like, it really depends. Like, if you're ordinarily ugly, you might be able to get away with niche maxing. I can do that.
really know, but it's definitely above 5. Absolutely.
I kind of did niche max my way into relationships, I think at least. I think that's what I did.
So let's think about that for a second. Assuming this model is true to life, which it is.
It's not.
Okay, so assuming this model
It's literally not. Under your model where it's like, oh, you're in the top either 20 or 30% of men, there's not going to be much of a difference between the top 20% of men and the top 30% of men. Or the top 40% of men. Right? The top 20 and top 40% of men are going to be kind of similar. Right? That's why we use a bell curve. Because otherwise this doesn't mean anything. Right? Because then at that point, like a fucking high mid-tier normie is going to be like an 8. That doesn't make any sense. Or sorry, a high-tier normie. Sorry, a high-tier normie. Like a low high-tier normie would be an 8 in this system. That's what I meant to say. Right? A high mid-tier normie would be like a 7. This doesn't make any sense.
is true to life, and women, or most women will say, do have a minimum looks threshold when evaluating men. The fact that this threshold is at a point above the average male's looks rating, that means that it's a majority of men that essentially have no chance at all of ever finding a partner. More than half of all men are doomed to be celibate for perpetuity. Now, just think about
It's just like not true.
that for a second. It might not sound right. I mean, it just seems like that would be unsustainable on a societal level, but
Yeah.
I do think it's true. I think it just sounds exaggerated because
Let's see. What percentage of adult men are virgins? Oh, interesting. In male virginity, roughly 1 in 10 young men being virgins, up from 4%. Okay, so it has gone up. 48% of Gen Z adults overall. What? Report never having sex? With similar rates for men and women in that cohort? Less common for men past their mid-20s. More young adults are voluntarily remaining single or delaying sexual activity. Okay. And economic factors. Very few men remain virgins past age 25. Studies suggest rates drop significantly, with less than 2% for men aged 25 to 30. Okay, I mean, this is fucking AI slop, so it could be wrong, but like, this is saying near 30% for men in the 18 to 30 range. Is that true? That's not the majority still. So it's still wrong to say the majority. Sexlessness have increased to 24% compared to 9%. Where are these percentages coming from? Is there like I'm looking, okay, wait. Virgins at age 26, who are they? Okay, this is saying among young adults, 1 in 20 is a virgin. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Data were drawn from the 2017 Swiss study on sexual health and behavior among young adults. A total of 5,100 participants, mean age 26 years, were divided into virgins and non-virgins. Virgins were defined as never having a sexual partner, defined as a person with whom the participant has had sexual contact with or without penetration. Okay. Results. A total of 275 males were virgins. Okay. Virgins had higher odds of being male, reported poorer health. They had lower odds of living on their own, being satisfied with their social life, having experimented with substances. Interesting. And having used online dating or pornography. The main reason for remaining a virgin was, I have not found the right person for females, and I have not had the occasion for males. Among young adults, 1 in 20 is a virgin. Okay. Virgins do not seem to have gone through the usual experimentations of adolescence, are less socially driven, and reported more health challenges. The main reason for remaining a virgin reveals gender stereotyped responses. Sexual inactivity among young adults should be considered by health professionals to ensure the absence of distress and open discussions for potential questions. So it's not the majority of men that are virgins. Okay. It's not to discount the male loneliness epidemic, but it's not exclusively a male loneliness epidemic. It's just a loneliness epidemic.
I think the minimum looks threshold has probably
A small sample size? I'm sorry, is 5,100 people a small sample size? Are we fucking for real, dude? 5,100. 5,000 people. Over 5,000 people. That's a small sample size to you. Are we fucking for real? First of all, it's not about the sample size. It's about the p-value. Okay? It's about the p-value. Okay? But even if it was just the sample size that mattered, 5,000 people. Are we seriously fucking saying that that's too small of an end value? Are we for real?
seen rapid inflation over the past 15 years or so, ever since the invention and the mass adoption
Out of 8 billion? Yeah, okay, dude. I'm just getting
of
trolled.
smartphones. So 15 to 20 years ago, I would be willing to bet that the minimum looks threshold at that time was actually in a sustainable place. Probably starting around a 4 out of 10 if I had to
Dude, what are we talking about? This would imply that most people don't reproduce.
guess. And I'd also venture to guess the game
If most people didn't reproduce, then why is an overpopulation crisis on the horizon?
zone was a whole lot larger. The upper end of the game zone was probably the same as it is now, but it just started at a much lower rating. So that's why all this seemingly useless dating advice is so common.
Like, again, if this was if this was like a different, if you were saying that the scale is like a bell curve, then I would agree with this. If this was a bell curve of attractiveness, I would agree. But this is not a bell curve. This is just like percentages, is what you said. So based on your own model, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Right? It would be that, like, it would be most people. Most people would be able to do it. The majority. The vast majority. Not just the majority, but the vast majority. Right? You'd have to be in like the bottom 5% of men to like not have any chance. Like maybe the bottom 10 or 15. I don't know. But you'd be like down here at like a 2. Right? And this is why I would use a bell curve model.
Because it actually did used to be applicable to a large portion of the male population.
Like, this just like throws me off because like at first I'm like, oh, this seems correct. And then I'm like, oh wait, no, this is not the bell curve model. He's just saying like, oh, only 60, up to 60% of men were able to, date people. Well, no, it was more than that.
But now it's only applicable to a very small number of men.
It's just like not true.
And I think this makes a lot of sense. It explains how boomers like my dad were able to reproduce, and it explains how society hasn't completely collapsed already. Although, obviously, we are headed in that direction, in the direction of total societal collapse, because
Total societal collapse? I don't know. society getting worse? Absolutely.
The minimum looks threshold
But not because of
as
this.
it stands today is way too high. It's really not sustainable. And in order to be sustainable, it needs to start somewhere lower than a 5. Or maybe it would work out if the proportions of male to women was less even. So if there was a shortage of men, essentially, then maybe in that case, the minimum looks threshold just wouldn't really matter at that point. And I think that probably was the case for a large part of human history.
It's not there was a shortage of men. This doesn't make sense.
Due to wars and everything.
Okay, maybe.
Men went to war and died while women
Yeah, that's all men did.
stayed relatively
What about when there was no war?
safe at home. But the current situation just it
What's your solution? Have men go die in war? Yeah, I'm sure they'd love that. I'm sure that's what all the men want.
can't be sustainable because
You know, have fun selling that idea.
if this is true and the average woman does have a minimum looks threshold as high as a 6.5
They don't.
or even a 7 or an 8,
Not on any scale. Not on any scale do they have a minimum looks threshold of 6.5. Okay, not on your scale, and especially not on the looks maxing scale.
out of 10, then that means very few men are going to be able to reproduce from this point forward. And if men cannot reproduce, modern video games and adult entertainment and all that can help satiate a man's desires, or, it kind of neuters us really, but that's not going to work in the long run. A man that cannot reproduce, generally speaking, is a man with nothing to live for. And it's a dangerous situation when the majority of men in a society are all unable to reproduce. That's what do they call it? It's a powder keg. That is a highly volatile state of affairs. But I don't have any solutions. I'm not smart enough for that. Or, I have some ideas, but they won't let me speak my mind on this platform. So whatever, I guess I'll
Bro, who is they? The
just
Jews?
keep it to myself. I know the whole minimum looks threshold thing isn't really new to most of you. It's not exactly groundbreaking, but I do
Yeah, but you're just wrong about this. Yeah, there's gonna be a minimum looks threshold, and it's gonna vary from person to person.
think that the visualization here can help make it clear just how dire the situation is. And, I think it's fun putting my autist powers to use like this. So, I don't know. Let me know what y'all think. My theory videos like this never...
This is what you're putting your autist powers to, dude. Seen some nasty looking women with husbands too. Yeah, it's in both directions. I've seen some beautiful women with some nasty ogres and vice versa. So, yeah. It's really... it's not super common, right? Generally, on average, people are going to be looks matched, but not entirely. I feel like that goes without saying.
perform very well. So I hope y'all know I do this for the love of the game. Okay, it's probably not the best use of my time, although, no kind of video I've ever made has been the best use of my time. So whatever, I might as well do this. But let me know if you like these more analytical videos, or if you think I should stick to ranting or whatever other kind of videos I make. But yeah, that's the minimum looks threshold. It's not very fair. And another thing I wanted to mention, actually, I do want to say, I think that most men also kind of have a minimum looks threshold.
Yeah, no shit.
But, well, maybe that's a topic for another video, because it definitely, you wouldn't even really call it a minimum looks threshold, because it works.
Bluetooth headphones with a file nail in the coffin. Society is ... I don't fucking know, dude. How attractive you are you? Science-based method. Let's watch this.
Okay, so I wanted to make this video because I see all these looks maxing grifters on YouTube selling.
Ooh, calling out Face IQ. I kind of liked Face IQ's content for a bit, and then I found out he was promoting some retarded carnivore diet that isn't backed by science, and I'm like, okay, this guy's kind of retarded. This guy's a little bit of an idiot. Maybe he's good at looks maxing, but not so much at health maxing.
Face ratings for $10 a pop, or even more in some cases, and let me tell you, they are ripping you off. You do not need to pay some random man from YouTube to tell you how attractive you are. And by the way, these are the same guys that promote mewing, thumb pulling, Botox, and all sorts of other useless and or dangerous
Botox is not useless or dangerous.
garbage. But it's really
mewing is just the positioning of your mouth, so it is good.
not that difficult to figure out where you fall on the 1 to 10 look scale. And in the later half of this video, I will be outlining a simple method that you can perform that will tell you exactly where you rank on the look scale.
Okay.
But first, let's talk about how the look scale works.
Okay.
Looks maxers like to say that the scale should follow a normal distribution, as in
I agree. I absolutely agree. Yeah, this is the way that it should be. Yeah, most people are gonna look around around average, maybe a bit above, maybe a bit below, right?
it should work like a bell curve. So in that scale, a 6 would be in the top 15% of the
Yes, this makes sense. Yep.
population, a 7 in the top 2.5%, an 8 would be in the top 0.134%, and a 9 is in the top 0.005%.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't even know if that math adds up. I'm just taking those numbers from something I found online, but it
Yeah, that sounds about
is
right.
something like that. But just like with most things looks maxers say, the idea of a normally distributed look scale is just nonsensical.
How is that nonsensical?
There is no reason whatsoever to believe that human attractiveness would be normally distributed.
But it is. It quite literally is.
I don't know where the idea comes from, but for some reason, a lot of pseudo-intellectuals seem to think that literally everything in the world follows a normal distribution.
Like, if we're talking about attractiveness, yeah, it's probably going to be a lot closer than that, than like an even distribution. It's not going to be an equal distribution.
But that's not true at all. This never has been true, and no scientist ever said that that's the case. So I don't even know
Yeah, but like the majority of people are going to be pretty average looking. I feel like that's obvious. Like, you can just intuit that to be the case. Right?
where that comes from. And the thing is,
Like, the problem with your scale is that, like, most of the scale is going to consist of, like, average looking people.
looks maxers, these guys want you to think that they're being logical and scientific, but they're actually just too stupid and autistic to understand how regular humans view each other. When people rate someone on the 1 to 10 scale, the vast majority of people are not thinking in terms of any kind of percentages or distributions. And they also aren't considering minute differences in how attractive different people are. So basically what I'm saying is this. Forget about the 1 to 10.
Wait, but the minute differences would create a minute difference in the rating. That's the whole point.
10 scale. Or you can use it, but just keep in mind that there is no difference between an 8 and a 10, or between a 5 and a 6.
Yes, there fucking is. What are we talking about? There's a huge difference between a 5 and a 6 and an 8 and a 10. What are we talking about?
So what I'm going to do now is I will explain
Wait, do you seriously believe that there's no noticeable difference between a 5 and a 6? Are we fucking for real?
how women actually view men. Then we can convert that to numbers on the 1 to 10 scale. See, in reality, women mentally place men into 4 categories, which are, starting from the bottom, so ugly it's offensive. And men in this category have no chance at all of finding love. On the 1 to 10 scale, this encompasses all men.
This would be like a 3 out of 10 or below. This would be like sub 3.
Below a 5 out of 10. So you could also call this level sub 5.
No, it'd be sub 3. It'd be sub 3.
Invisible. Men in this category are not viewed as attractive, but
Nope, that'd be sub 5. No, that'd be like 4 to 6. That'd be 4 to 6. No, 4 to 5.5. 4 to 5.5 is invisible. Or is it 4.5 to 5.5? 4.5 to 5.5.
not necessarily unattractive either. They might be able to have some dating success, but it will require a lot of luck and effort. On the 1 to 10 scale, this is your 5s and 6s out of 10. Men at this level could also be referred to as normies. Attractive. Men in this category are seen as attractive to most.
No, okay, that would be like that'd be like 5.75 to and up, or if there's like a better category to like 6.75, 5.75 to 6.75 roughly.
They will have success in dating as long as they put in effort, but they will have to have good game if they want to attract women that are their looks match. But they can readily get with women below their looks match, in person that is, because on dating apps these men are still invisible, but in person things are a little bit different. So yeah, these are the 7 out of 10s, or the Chad lights. Hot.
Mm-hmm.
Men in this category are seen as hot.
I'd say that's like 7 and above. I'd say 7 and above is hot. Like 7 is Chad light. That's pretty fucking hot, right? Like Chad light is very, very above average. I think you're underestimating.
Highly attractive by virtually.
Like you're underestimating what a 7 is in the looks maxing community, right? For reference, clavicular would be like a 6.75. That's what a lot of looks maxers will rate him. And like he's like a fairly good looking dude. Now his personality is shit, but like looks wise, he's not bad looking, right? I'd be lying if I said he was.
All women. Women will upend their entire lives for a chance with one of these men. Men at this level don't even have to try. Women will approach them and make their intentions clear. These are the 8, 9, and 10 out of 10s, also known as
10 out of 10s don't exist.
chads. Okay, so there's an actual look scale that you can use that actually maps onto reality. As in, this scale actually represents how women view men in the real world. Under the hood, so to speak, this is the scale that women are operating with, whether they're conscious of it or not. Now, I did tell you how you can convert each level of this scale to ratings on the 1 to 10 scale, but it actually makes more sense to use a different numerical scale with this system,
God.
and that is the -1 to +2 scale.
This is retarded. This is fucking... Okay, we'll hear him out. We'll hear him
There are
out.
4 levels on
I understand why he's doing
this scale,
this.
so we could just use 1 to 4, but -1 to +2 is better, in my opinion, because the numbers themselves actually make sense with their respective level. So
It's just like a different scale.
-1 refers to the so ugly it's offensive category, or the sub 5 category, whatever you want to call it. But since men at this level are seen as less than human, it only makes sense that the representative numerical rating should be negative. Then moving up, the invisible category, of course, this should be represented numerically
as being neutral.
by 0,
Okay.
because what number better
So yeah, then their looks wouldn't hurt them.
represents
Right?
invisibility
That'd be like most people.
than 0?
That's like the majority of people, I think.
Then moving up from there, the 2 higher levels of the scale, which describe men that women actually find attractive, well, since these are the only positive categories on the scale, they're the only categories represented by positive numbers. Okay, so that is the actual look scale that women actually use when they evaluate a man's appearance. So now let's go over how you can determine for yourself where you rank on that scale. So first of all, if you're waiting for me to explain how you can evaluate your looks by looking in the mirror or measuring different parts of your face and calculating ratios or anything like that, then
Yeah, that's what I'm here
forget about
for.
pretty
Fuck.
much everything you've ever read from looks maxing communities about how to evaluate male attractiveness, it is all bullshit. The one and only
No, it's not.
way to accurately determine how attractive you are is through observation, specifically
great.
observing how people react to you. And mostly
Well, people that like are attracted to women generally react positively to me, but that's just because like I have a good personality.
it's through observing how women react to you. Because men will also
Gay women react well to me. Yeah.
treat you differently based on how attractive you are, but the treatment you get from women will be more telling. See, the thing with men is that men will show you more respect if you're good looking, but they'll also show you more respect if you have hyper masculine features or if you're just really large and intimidating.
You want to know what's funny is straight women, there have been some straight women that are more homophobic than they are transphobic. Like they'll assume that I'm attracted to men and they'll like be super nice to me and they'll be like girls, you know what I mean? And then I say, "Oh yeah, I'm like into women." Like they'll assume that like that means I'm into them, which I'm not. It's like, and then they like treat me different. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I've had that happen before with like straight women, but like with gay women, it's never an issue. Like, I don't know. And lesbian women are usually the most accepting of trans people out of any non-trans demographic, which I guess makes sense. Are you sure it's not because you're pretty? It's not. Like, okay, here's the thing is gay women just like submissive, like dominant gay women like submissive energy, and I provide that, so, you know. You're like, you don't like me, right? Well, no, they're not like that. That's not what they say. They can tell that I like them because I get really nervous and awe. What do you mean awe? But I get like nervous and then I start blushing and I start stuttering and then they like it. You blush? Well, yeah. Yeah, of course I do. And then that feeds into it more. Flustered? Shut up. Okay, look. What happens when I flirt with a gay woman that I like is I'll do it, but I'll do it really awkwardly, and then I stammer a bunch, and then I get teased for it, and then I get all flustered, and then she teases me for that, and then it creates this like feedback loop. She can't even think about girls without melting. Okay, but look, aw times 100. No, okay. Give him the old tee-hee too. Okay, that's not even what I do. Blush, shut up. Okay. Stunlocked. Shut up. Lesbianism is so cute, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah. Yeah, fair. Lesbians are based. Good girl. Okay, but yeah. No, useless lesbian A. Yeah, pretty much. She gonna hide her face in her hands? No, no, I'm not. Anyways, that's how women interact with me so long as they're, you know, gay. Gay women are always nicer to me than straight women. Has anyone ever noticed that? Like, gay women are just so much nicer than straight women? Honestly, though, it kind of used to be like... It kind of used to be the other way around, though. Like, I remember when I was, like, presenting as a guy, like... I don't know. I think because everyone assumed I was gay, that women were nicer to me because of it. I think. I mean, women have always been nicer than men to me. Are we excluding gay turfs? Well, I mean, that's like very few. Gay people in general are usually nicer. Gay women are way kinder. Thank you. I've noticed that. A study showed that cis lesbians viewed trans people the most highly, even more than trans people. Wait, for real? Yo, W. I'm so glad. Ah, that makes me so happy. I'm so glad. They view us even better than other trans people. Yo. Yo, let's go. Anyways, it's always like straight people that are like the worst to me. Gay women are always the nicest to me, I swear. Trans people came second in trans acceptance to cis lesbians? No way. That's so cool though, because like, I love cis F chasers. Okay, dude, cis female chasers, get on my DMs. If there's any cis F chasers watching, my DMs are open. Okay, we love ethical chasers on the Femyoz YouTube channel. Well, I mean that's the thing you can do. Any man that has sex with you is gay, and I don't want to be gay. I like the touch of a woman and not the touch of a man. Well, you're probably not getting the touch of anyone, so I don't know why you're talking.
Dating. And on
It's like you act as if I would be interested in you if you so gave me the chance. Like, no, nobody wants you. You're like a weird incel freak.
the flip side,
Anyways.
men will typically show you less respect if you have more feminine
They split into categories: cis-het men, cis-gay men, cis-het women, cis-lesbians, cis-bisexuals, and trans people. Interesting. Yeah, it's always like bisexual and especially lesbian women that are the nicest to me. That's what I've noticed. I watched a girl beat the hell out of Jeffree Star with his purse. That was a fun night. Yo, that's so fucking based. Fuck Jeffree Star. Jeffree Star is ugly. He looks like General Grievous.
features, although a man with more feminine features could be highly attractive in some cases. So you can't really go off of your observations of how men react to you. But generally speaking, the way that women treat you is usually indicative of how attracted they are to you. So
Is that why gay women are nicer to me than straight women? I really hope that's the reason. I hope that's the reason. Yo, low-key straight women were like never mean to me growing up. Like they were always like because like guys would be like super fucking mean to me, right? But like straight women would like, they'd laugh at all my stupid jokes. They'd like, you know, but like I couldn't tell if they were like laughing with me or at me. Like sometimes I got like kind of nervous, like if like they were like looking at each other and then at me and like giggling, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why are they laughing at me? Did I do something stupid? Like what? Yeah, I don't know. So that was a little, so maybe I wasn't like, so maybe like, but like they never talked shit to me. They probably only talked shit about me. I bet. But I don't know. But I also had like people, like I had girls that would like that would like me from afar. Weirdly enough, like they never talked to me, but they liked me, and like I didn't understand that. Like I remember there was like a few times where like one of their friends would be like, "Oh yeah, this girl likes you," and I'm like, are they fucking with me? Are they just trying to get me to say yes so that like can be like, haha, it was a prank? Um, I I don't know. You know, it was strange. I don't know. So maybe I was a Chad and I didn't realize it. But yeah, I don't know. I just sort of uh, I don't know what caused it. There was a couple girls that liked me when I was male presenting, but it was only the crazy stalkers. Yeah, I got the crazy stalker type too. I remember like I mean I kind of liked the attention weirdly enough, but it was like also like kind of like it was like scary and off-putting, but like I also was like, oh my god, that means that I'm desirable. But I never went out with that person or anything because they weren't like, I wasn't attracted to them, but I did like the attention. I remember I was like in 8th grade and I was in math class and this girl that was like on the other side of the room. So we have like like desks. So it'd be like you know how in like some classes there'd be like desks where it'd be like 6 desks sort of together and it'd be like 3 facing the other 3. So they were like that. It was like that. And so like I was on one side of the room where I was like, facing like I was in, 3 of the desks that were, facing this direction, and then she was on the other side of the room on one of those 3 desks that was facing the opposite direction. Um and I remember like it was like very clear that she liked me, and I would just like and I was kind of awkward, but like she found that cute for some reason, and she'd be like, "Oh my god, wait, why is he so adorable?" And I'm like, "What? No, no, I'm not." And um yeah, I don't know. Awkward is adorable. Yeah, I don't know. I was just like kind of I don't know. It was I love awkward girls. Yeah, well, but I was like presenting as a guy though. So I don't know, like she was probably like I don't know. She was probably like kind of she might have been dominant though. I don't know. If she was like more physically attractive to me, I probably would have ended up dating her. I love when people get awkward and flustered around me. I love teasing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Um anyways, that was a fun little anecdote. Um there was I remember there was one other time. I think it was also I don't know what it was in 8th grade. I was like weirdly popular in 8th grade, which was weird because I was like extremely unpopular in the first half of 7th and also in 6th. I think it was just cuz like my acne had cleared up for a bit. Um because I started treating it in the middle of 7th grade. It's cute watching you stammer and get flustered, lol. No, okay, well, I, but okay, look. Um, anyways, okay, you can't just, oh, okay, all right, look, fact of the matter is, I've always reacted this way to like, oh, actually, I remember when I was in 6th grade, there was like a couple of 8th grade girls um that liked me. I remember I would walk down the hallway and then like I remember I think it started with like them stopping me and being like, "Wait, why are you so cute? Why are you actually so adorable?" And I was like, um no, I'm not. And then like, they I think they might have teased me a little bit for it, and um I remember good girl. I okay, I Aw, can I give you a recommendation? Sure. You are adorable. No, I'm not. Okay. All right. Um, oh man, that's why I was kind of guarded in middle and high school. You are though? No, I'm not. Okay. Femi likes getting teased. Okay, yeah, so what? So does everyone, okay? Shut up. Shut up. Yes, you are. Okay, well, either way, I'm unlucky because I was homeschooled. I had a major injury and stuff, so it's still insane to me that I got 3 girls interested in a weird kid. Yeah, no, it was so there was those 2 in 6th grade. Then um there was the one person in 8th grade. Um I think there was or no, there was 2 people in 8th grade, or was one of them in 7th grade? I don't remember. One of them might have been the second half of 7th grade. It's kind of all a blur. I think it was the second half of 7th grade. I don't remember. I don't remember. Um, and then I remember in high school, um, there was one girl who asked me out by like airdropping it out to my phone. It ended up being the case that like we were not going to be compatible just because she was asexual at the time. I was super horny, so I was like, that's just not going to work. That's just not going to be healthy. Um, Again, it was strange because it was somebody that I had never talked to. It was like always somebody that I had never talked to. That was the weird thing. Like these were people that I like never even noticed existed because they kind of hid themselves in plain sight. Which is very strange. Or maybe they watched my YouTube. Because I was like open about the fact that like I had like a YouTube channel. And they would watch my content, I guess, and think that and maybe because I was funny they liked me. I don't know. But yeah, so I rejected her just because she was ace. It wasn't gonna work. There was one girl that asked me out when I was like 15 or 16. It I think like a little bit before COVID. Or was it around COVID time? I don't remember. She thought that I was cute. Um and I thought she was like fairly attractive. She's like taller than me. I think. But it didn't work. She was like very, very needy, very clingy. She was definitely not dominant at all. So I don't even know why she was attracted to me. And I was kind of a prick at the time. I was kind of an asshole, and I was an asshole about it. But like, I don't think that we were like intelligence matched, if that makes sense. In the nicest way possible, she was kind of dumb and like didn't really care about like anything intellectual. I was an asshole about it. And so like it just like never went anywhere. Love clingy girls, parentheses self-love. Yeah, it just like it was like concern it was like something that I didn't like at the time, especially because I have a very avoidant attachment style, and I wasn't aware of that fact at the time. And she wasn't clingy in the way of like, giving like showering me in attention. When people shower me in attention and they're clingy in that way, I guess like that's like I'm fine with that. but like expecting me to give attention, like I don't know how to do that. I just sort of freeze up, and yeah, so that didn't work. Then my first ex-girlfriend had a crush on me and told me it was because I gave off quote unquote bottom energy. And she basically got to a point where she literally told me to ask her out. And I was like, okay, hypothetically, if I asked you out, would you say yes? And she was like, oh, fucking come on. This is not super obvious. I've been dropping hints like fucking crazy. You're the most clueless person I have ever met. And I'm like, okay. How do I do this? Do you want to be my girlfriend? And then she says yes. And then she turned out to be an abuser, but that's a whole different story. Yeah. That was my first ex. So yeah, and then obviously, before dating the next person, I graduated high school. I was an adult. I had a few hookups just because I was just like, testing the waters a little bit. Maybe hooking up would fulfill my needs without, any need for commitment. It didn't. It was fun, but it didn't, fulfill my needs in the best way possible. I was about to say cute, but then you would drop the abuse bombshell. Yeah, she turned out to be an emotional abuser. But, the energy she gave off at first was really good. Bottom energy, lol, that looks simultaneously offensive but cute. Yeah, I got kind of flustered and embarrassed over her saying that. I can't lie. You do kind of give off bottom energy though. No, I don't. Okay. So those are like I guess those are like my stories about like, dating when I was like a boy motor. So I don't know, and it's like weird because I was gonna experience twink death, but I decided to go on HRT instead. Because I think hot take, but I know abuse is hella but abuse is hella cringe. Kinda has no place in that sentence. Yeah. Kinda when she's literally bottom incarnate. No, nuh-uh. No, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. But mind you, like her saying that she liked me because I gave off bottom energy, low-key went even harder because like I was boy moding at the time, so I didn't think that anyone was gonna like be into me giving off quote unquote bottom energy. Like, I don't know. Bottom energy meaning someone who appears to be the recipient, quote unquote, in a sexual relationship. Yeah. And she was like telling me that she wanted to like peg me and stuff. And like, I mean, I was obviously into that because like, why wouldn't I be? Like, you know. Anyways. Hair looks extra fluffy today, by the way. Thank you. There's a man who on live who eats hot sauce and looks like you pre-transition. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Very petable. Yeah, I was gonna say the hair looks cute. You guys are so sweet. But yeah, I sort of just, I don't know. Anyways, those are some anecdotes. And it wasn't like I wasn't like conventionally attractive. Like, I was on the same level as a guy, if not lower. as a than like compared to what I am as like a woman. Actually, no, I was uglier for a guy than I am for, well, no, it depends on the era. Sometimes same level, but guys are uglier on average, so that's besides the point. Another god-hating queer channel. Well, I just don't think that God is real. I don't hate him, I just don't think he exists. Right? It's like just because there's like that'd be like if I went to a YouTuber and I'm like, oh, another Bigfoot hating YouTuber because they don't believe in Bigfoot. It's like, well, no, I don't hate Bigfoot. I just don't think he's real. You know? I feel like that goes without saying. Femi, I saw you on Jerkmate Ranked yesterday. We should have a rematch. Anyways. Let's continue. Yeah, male beauty standards are lower than female beauty standards. Yeah.
Best way to figure out where you rank on the look scale would be by approaching 10 women and trying to hit on them and then evaluating how they react to you.
Man, that sounds fucking terrifying. And also, they'd all be straight, so... Or, like, one of them would be gay. So, you know... Maybe one of them would be gay, but...
But I wouldn't expect anyone to actually go through all that just to find out how attractive they are, because, I mean, I know why you clicked on this video. You want an easy method you can use right now to accurately determine your looks rank without having to subject yourself to any potentially damaging social situations. So I do have a method you can use that fits that criteria. It will require you to go out and interact with women in a way, but it's a lot more reasonable than actually approaching women. Okay? So you don't actually have to approach women for this to work. And I think this method strikes the perfect balance between being relatively low effort while also still providing you with accurate results. But it's still not going to be easy for you if you have high inhibition or social anxiety, whatever you want to call it, but there's no getting around it. You do have to observe how women react to you in the real world if you want to know how attractive you are. That is the only way. So this method I'm about to tell you about, this is probably the easiest, lowest effort, lowest impact thing you can do that will still give you an accurate assessment of your looks. Okay? So here it is. I'm calling this the smile test, and here's how it works. Go to a public place where there's a lot of women, so that could be like a mall or a festival or a college campus, or even just a park or like TJ Maxx or whatever. And it doesn't have to be a super busy location, but you need to be able to find at least 10 women for this to work. The more women you can test with, the better, but 10 is the bare minimum if you want accurate results. So the smile test is pretty simple. As you are walking around this public location, whenever you walk past a woman who is walking in your direction, you need to smile and stare at her. And you do need to hold the smile and stare for the entire time as you walk past her.
What? No. 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 Don't do this. Don't, please do not do this. Like, could you imagine? Could you imagine? There's like a guy, like, even if he's good looking, let alone like the average loser max reviewer. And, you know, he's just like, you know, he's walking past you and he's like, holy shit, that would be terrifying. Bro. Oh, that sounds fucking horrifying. I'd be terrified. It doesn't matter what they look like. Bro, this is why this guy doesn't get pitches. He's doing the smile test method. Bro, dude, I can just imagine loser maxing. You know, I'm just like walking down the mall, minding my own business. He's just like... Oh my god.
And each time you do this, you take note of how the woman reacts, and you categorize each reaction into one.
Yeah, next up is the dark alley hoodie method. And then lastly, we gotta do the late night sidewalk test. Oh man. Oh, it's so good.
Of 3 categories, which are: category number 1, she gives you an unambiguously positive reaction, meaning unmistakably, she smiles back and holds eye contact with you. Maybe she blushes. Maybe she even tries to stop and talk to you. But the important
Bro, this doesn't happen. Even if you're a Chad, if you're like looking at her in like a weird way, she's gonna be like, that guy looks like a psychopath. Nah, fam. Stare and smile at them while you're walking into the bathroom. Category 4, she runs away.
thing here is that her reaction is unmistakably positive. If you find yourself thinking anything like, well, I think she was smiling, but then stop right there. If there's any doubt at all that a reaction was positive, then it doesn't count. And it probably should be labeled under the second category, which is category number 2. The reaction was neither positive or negative, or you just couldn't tell either way. You know, maybe she just ignored you, or maybe she did make some kind of face, but you just couldn't really read it. And even if you think she just literally didn't even see you, then you label that reaction in this category. Because if you and a woman are walking past each other and you're staring at her, she will almost definitely notice. And even if she truly didn't notice, well, if she found you attractive, then she probably would have noticed. So the observation still works. So that's the second category. The reaction is neither positive or negative, or you just don't know. So we'll call that a neutral reaction. Category number 3. This is when she gives you an unambiguously negative reaction. So that means maybe she gives you a disgusted look, or she calls you a creep, or maybe she literally turns and runs away in the other direction. Any reaction that is unmistakably negative falls into this category. So after you've performed the test at least 10 times, what you do is you assign a score to each observation based on its category. So observations in the unambiguously positive category are worth 4 points. Observations in the neutral category are worth 1 point. And observations in the unambiguously negative category are worth 0 points. So then you sum up all the points from each observation, and you divide that sum by the total number of observations.
Okay, let's say. Okay, so let's say I get 40. Okay, let's say I get 40. Okay, the most positive reactions
And the result you get from this calculation can be mapped to your looks rating using this chart. So let's
or it would be 40 divided by 10, so 4. Right?
say you performed the test on 10 women and you got 2 positive reactions, 2 negative reactions, and 6 neutral reactions. So in that case, your score would be 4 plus 4 plus 0 plus 0 plus 6, which equals 14. So then you divide 14 by 10, which is the total number of observations, and you end up with 1.4. So now we go to the chart and we can see that 1.4 maps to a 0 on the -1 to 2 scale, or a 5 to 6 on the classic 1 to 10 scale. And that makes sense, right? Because you did get 2 positive reactions, but that's offset a bit by the 2 negative reactions you received. If instead you had received 2 positive reactions and no negative reactions, then your sum score would be 4 plus 4 plus 8, which equals 16, divided by 10, and the result is 1.6. So
dude, I just can't imagine this. I just can't imagine doing this shit.
In that case, your rating on the real look scale would be a 1, which maps to a 7 on the 1 to 10 look.
Dude, it's just like the trans girl, the local trans girl is standing in the urinal next to you. And this is where you test it. You test it on the local trans girl in the urinal next to you. You go like... Dude. Is it really that bad to walk by a woman with eye contact and smile? No, but that's not what he's describing. He's saying... he's saying smile and stare at a woman as you walk past each other. Smile and stare. That's fucking horrifying.
Scale. Now let's say you got 5 positive reactions and 5 negative reactions. And I'll skip all the boring math, but in that case, your sum score would be 20, and you would be in the hot category. So that's a 2 on the -1 to 2 scale, or an 8 plus on the 1 to 10 scale. And that might seem wrong at first, because if you got an equal number of unambiguously negative reactions and unambiguously positive reactions, you might think that that should put you right in the middle of the look scale. But no, that's wrong. There's a reason why an unambiguously positive reaction is worth 4 points, while an unambiguously negative reaction neither adds or subtracts from your score. And that is because positive reactions are much, much harder to come by. So if half of the women you smiled and stared at gave you an unmistakably positive response, then even if the other half of women gave you a negative reaction, it's still safe to say that you are a highly attractive man. And it may be just that your appearance is polarizing in some way, but you're still obviously very attractive if you had 5 out of 10 women give you a unambiguously positive reaction. Now, with that said,
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it is pretty unlikely that you'd get results like that where exactly half of all women react positively and half react negatively. But I did want to make sure that situations like that are accounted for in the methodology. And I know this whole thing probably sounds impossible. You know, smiling and staring at women in public might sound impossible if you are super high inhibition like I am. So one thing you can do to make this a bit easier is you can focus on staring at something that's right behind her, or focus on staring at the top of her head instead of her eyes. And I know that's still not going to be possible for a lot of guys, but unfortunately, like I said, if you want to actually
Yeah, bro, I'm gonna stare at the top of her head.
evaluate your level of attractiveness, and you want to do that accurately,
Hard, serious-faced, intense eye contact. Dude. Yeah, that's the real way of doing it. You gotta be walking past her, and maybe you only smile for a second. Maybe that's the issue that I'm having. Is it's like maybe it's something like that.
there's no getting around
Why my son love watching your videos? Because my videos are fucking bangers. They're great.
the fact that you are going to have to get some real life observations to make that evaluation. You just have to. With that said, the vast majority of us sub fives already know without a shadow of a doubt that we are sub five. Like, we've just had enough life experience to tell us that, so there's not really any good reason to go through.
I'll never have any idea how attractive I am then, because at the end of the day, I've never asked people out. It's always been people asking me out, but like very, very occasionally. It's like people that will rarely ask me out. Well, that's what it was when I was like a boy motor. Now it's like a bit more common that people want me sexually now that I'm a woman. But what can I say? What can I say? That's because women are hypergamous and men are desperate. Or maybe I'm just more attractive now. You know, there's also that. You know, I'm like less ugly than I used to be. Which doesn't mean I'm above average. It just means I'm like, you know,
with an experiment like this,
I'm like okay looking, I guess.
for most of us. And the same goes for highly attractive or hot men. Like, if you're an 8+ out of 10,
You trans? Yep.
then I'm sure you already know that. So the smile test will give you an accurate assessment of where you
There's people saying smash and then leaving count. Yeah,
fall on the look scale, but it's really not necessary if you're on the far end of either side of the spectrum. But for those of you that you're on the border somewhere, or you're somewhere in the middle as far as your looks go, then the smile test can be
solid 7. Maybe if 7 is average.
a very
Because I know some people have that as like their average on their scale. But I would say I'm like a 5. I'm like, if at most, like my highest to be 5, like average. But I'd rate myself like a 4, 4.5 maybe. Yeah, I think a 4 is fair. I wouldn't rate myself below a 4.
accurate method, and also probably the easiest method you can do in order to get actually accurate results. And again, the classic 1 to 10 scale, it just doesn't map with the reality of how women actually view men. So this scale that I'm presenting here, this is how women actually view you, okay? And that's what you actually care about when you're talking about how attractive you are. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Ex-Mormon reacts to TLC's most unbelievable show. My husband's not gay. Wait, that looks like a banger, dude. I'm gonna add that to my watch later. I don't think I'm gonna watch that right now. Hardest drugs to fake being sober on tier list. Dude, dude, content fed. Oh wow, another bootleg content cop. Woo, so original. Yeah, here's like Face IQ being a raw meat shill. This is someone that was like trying to argue why Andor is bad. Oh, here's me. President Sunday. I was watching this before I started stream. You sang fine, not letting disturbing. What in the fuck? These influencers, quote unquote, got exposed. Fake natties. Force Awakens 10 years later. Oh, that goes in my watch later. Not watching that on live. Women live in an alternate reality. Oh, this ought to be good.
Women are living in
Oh, hold on. There we go.
an alternate reality. You know, there's a lot of pain in this world. There's a lot of struggle. There's a lot of suffering. There's all of this going on in the world. And I'm not saying women don't experience any negative aspect of life at all, but
I would certainly hope you wouldn't say that. Hot take, but The Last Jedi is my favorite movie from the sequel trilogy. Honestly, at this point, same. Like, at least it tried to do something different. I'd say my least favorite is The Force Awakens, actually. Which is also going to be a hot take. Which is, like, so unoriginal. It's like, yeah, The Last Jedi is shit, and so is Rise of Skywalker. But, like, at least stuff happened in The Rise of Skywalker. I guess the Rise of Skywalker was the least boringest one in theaters. The Last Jedi is, like, I guess the most memorable. What the fuck was The Force Awakens? Oh, it's like a worse version of New Hope. It's just like a rehashed New Hope. It literally did nothing.
women are living in an alternate reality. You know, 90% of the pain and suffering in this world is experienced by men. Compared to men, women have everything in life easier. Women just get treated with kid gloves everywhere they go. She goes to a job
I don't think that's
interview,
true.
she gets the job. And even if she doesn't get the job, you know, the job
Well, I don't think that's true. And even if women are being treated with kid gloves, isn't that a little bit infantilizing?
probably will have gone to another woman. Unless the only time a man gets hired, especially with any white collar jobs, even jobs that were historically male dominant, like most fields of engineering, computer science, it's over for men these days. In any kind of STEM field, STEM white collar job, women are the white collar workforce. And that's pretty much how it's going to be going forward, as far as I can tell. Because when women go into a job interview, if it's a woman interviewing them, then they have that woman camaraderie. And the other thing is, all these human
Hell yeah, we love a girl's
resources
girl.
and hiring manager women, they're all still 50 years behind in the whole feminism discourse. In the way they conceptualize gender relations it's all 50 years behind. So they still think
It's 50 years behind.
that women need affirmative action, so they give it to them. You know, a woman
Right.
interviewing for a job for a position where 75% of the employees at that job currently are already women, the woman will
I don't think that that's true, though.
interview people for that job
I don't think it's 75%
the whole
women.
time thinking, I've got
If it's 75% women, then maybe more women are applying for the job.
to find a woman to fill this position because it's a male-dominated field. This is a male-dominated field. So we have to get our numbers of women up. You know, that's just how they see things. And that's how
Well, yeah, if there's like a woman that's just qualified for the job, and it's primarily men that are getting hired, then like, yeah, I mean, they're going to probably want to hire the woman if they're cognizant of that.
most of society sees things. And of course, if a woman goes to a job interview, but it's a man doing the interview, then she also gets preferential treatment from the male interviewer because he probably wants to fuck her.
That's just like not true. What if the interviewer just thinks like, oh, she's incompetent, you know, she's not going to be able to get the job done like a man. Like, you don't think that there's anyone that thinks like that?
And that's just how it is. And even if
Like, there are going to be people that think that women are less competent, and that's going to affect whether or not they get hired, even if it's purely subconscious.
the interviewer isn't actually trying to, because I know not every man that interviews women for jobs is trying to sleep with them, but at the very least, if it's an average to attractive woman, he's at least going to give her special treatment and just, you know, because men have this thing where it's like, we just naturally, I think it's instinct, you know, it's something deeply primal within our souls where we just think like, you put a woman around us, especially if she's attractive, and we're just like, I gotta protect her. I gotta protect her. She's so sweet and helpless and innocent. I gotta protect her.
I don't think that that's what determines whether or not people get hired.
And that's just an instinctual feeling that pretty much all men have toward women. And the truth of the matter is that women aren't helpless. They don't need our protection. Not really, not in everyday, day-to-day life in this modern society. Women are, if anything, have more power. The average
Attractiveness is subjective. It's intersubjective.
woman has more power than the average man. You know, physical
She smiles at him with love-making eyes. Yeah, instantly hired.
strength aside, women have more social power, and eventually we'll be able to say that women have more monetary power, that have more wealth than men, because I think that it probably
But they don't. So therefore they are less privileged in society because wealth is the only measure that actually matters. In fact,
already is the case, but
it's not already the case. Why are most billionaires men? Because men hold more power. That's just like a fact. And it's not on the basis of being men. There's no intrinsic property of being a man or of maleness that makes you more wealthy, right? But yeah, ultimately it is going to be wealth that is the deciding factor as to how much power in society you truly have, right?
Nobody's doing that analysis. So women get preferential treatment in job interviews. The job seeking process for a woman versus how it is for a man, it's just night and day. Because for one thing, pretty much every job, you have to apply online these days. So when you apply for a job, you already know the very first thing the people at that company do when they evaluate applicants is they're going to Google your name and try to find your Instagram, Facebook, whatever social media you use. They're going to find you on social media or find whatever they can find about you on the internet.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Players would not be able to find me or my social media because I would not be putting Femyoz on a job application. Thank you very much. And any intelligent person is also not going to do that.
And if you're a normal person, most people, when somebody Googles your name, they'll probably find at least one picture of you, possibly on
Nope. Zero.
on LinkedIn, especially if you've been applying for jobs. They might find a picture of you from Facebook or even some local newspaper article or something
I refused to make a LinkedIn, by the way.
about your butterfly collection.
Just because I'm paranoid, even though you were supposed to make one. I literally faked one. I may or may not have created a fake for an assignment and then removed it. Yeah. That's the thing I've
Whatever,
done.
I don't know. Most people have a picture on the internet that can be found by the people that are evaluating you for any job you've applied for. So how do you think that works out when I
still have my LinkedIn. I briefly had one, but it was kind of a fake. It was literally just for college. And yeah, it was never actually set to public. And I removed it right away after I finished the assignment. Because you just had to send a screenshot or whatever. And yeah, so I don't have a LinkedIn. And yeah.
apply to a job, and then let's say the average job, let's say it gets
And it didn't use any image of me that had been shared on the internet ever before, so it wouldn't be something that would be able to be found through a reverse image search either. So yeah, no, I'm a paranoid schizo. So even for the brief time that it was an account that existed as a private account, I think I set it to private if that was an option. I'm pretty sure I did because I remember going through that to make sure it wasn't gonna show up, if you search anything. So yeah. No, I quite literally made it impossible to find.
1,000 applicants. Let's just say it gets 100 applicants. Probably way more than that
And then I deleted it.
on average, but we'll just say 100. Okay, so I'm one of the people that applied for that job, right? I'm 1 out of 100. And let's just say there were 20 women that applied, okay? Now, most jobs I apply to probably would have more than 20% of the applicants being women, but we'll just say, lowball it, 20 out of 100 of the applicants for this job were women, okay? Now, what do you think happens when they start Googling the names of the applicants? I mean, first of all, they probably just start with the women before they look anybody else up.
What are you basing this off of? Why would they care if it's a woman or not?
Because you can usually tell by a person's name on their resume if it's a man or a woman. But either way, let's say they just Googled everybody that applied, all 100, right? So they're going to see me, just assuming they find an old picture of me on LinkedIn or whatever.
Right, because they're higher, because you're working for a modeling agency, right? Where they're going to try to see what you look like, of course.
They're going to see my picture, and they're going to see the pictures of 20 different women. And we'll just assume out of any group of 20 women applying to a job, probably at least a few of them were attractive, or at least kind of attractive, at least average looking. And it's just on so many levels, they Google the applicants. When they Google me, they're not going to find hardly anything. They might find an old LinkedIn page that's not even up to date and a picture of me looking like me, and they're going to see that and just...
They wouldn't even find that for me.
Ugh.
It's literally impossible.
Ugh.
And I make sure of it because I'm not a moron.
I don't want this guy in the cubicle next to me. And then they Google pictures of Stacy.
I don't think that's what they're basing it off of, though.
Who also applied for the job.
And there are plenty of ugly people that work.
They find her on LinkedIn. She's got a professional photograph taken, probably because some photographer man that wanted to fuck her took photos for her for free for her LinkedIn. So she's got professional headshots. She's got a smile on her face because
never did that.
Why wouldn't she be?
Yeah.
smiling. Women live in an alternate reality
You're gorgeous, by the way. Well, thank you. I disagree.
where it literally is all sunshine and rainbows for them.
I
So
don't see it. I don't get it. Believe it or not, I am a fake bed. That's crazy.
of course she's going to be smiling in any photo that's ever taken. And then she'll have like
Why would you smile in a photo? What a dumb idea.
multiple
It's like, if you're not happy, then don't smile. I can't. This is why, like, most people, when they smile in photos, they look weird and uncanny. It's like strange looking because they're faking their expression. It's like super obvious. Now you can just like tell based on the kind of energy the photo has that they're like visibly uncomfortable. Like if you go through like a yearbook, like you're gonna see like a lot of people look really awkward and uncomfortable, right? And that's because people suck at faking smiles. They just look awkward, but they're told that they're supposed to smile. Hell, I'm guilty of this. Did you ever see the horror movie Smile?
testimonials from former supervisors all over her LinkedIn page. Like, Stacy was just a joy to have around the office. She was so great at her job, which is probably a lie. You know, and that's the other thing about women.
Well, I don't think they would lie about that. Like, if she was like an annoying bitch, they'd probably say
live
it.
in an alternate reality. All women live with the halo effect. You know, we often think of the halo effect as being a thing that is like attractive people experience that.
Yes, ugly women exist. Okay, if she's like a wrinkly 60-year-old ogre, she's not gonna have the halo effect. It's just like so fucking obvious.
Halo effect, while ugly people don't get the halo effect.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
The truth is, that's only how it is for men. You know,
No, that applies to women. Okay, a fat 60-year-old wrinkle monster that's a woman is not gonna, fare any better than 60-year-old male equivalent.
Attractive men live life with the halo effect, while average and unattractive men don't get the halo effect. But for women, all women live with the halo effect.
Just transition at that point if you think it's that much better.
All women get the halo effect. They're all getting that halo effect treatment. So
what is a halo effect? It's basically the fact of people being treated better on the basis of how they look, better or worse on the basis of how they look. So if you have the halo effect, that means that you're attractive. You get treated better. People perceive you as better. I'm sick of these videos. Sorry for my angry comments. I really want to say that improve your beauty like women do and work as a model. Don't beat up your local femboy, you incel. Yeah, just become a femboy. This guy can't. He's like bald. And like, he is actually kind of ugly, but like, yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure at one point he was less ugly, like based on his face structure. Like, he could have been like a femboy back in the day. Who knows? And he could have taken finasteride and,
when women work a job, all of her coworkers are sitting there thinking like, oh, she does such a great job. She's such a joy to be around. Meanwhile, the reality of the situation, even if she's not really doing shit, not really doing anything productive, but just
well, yeah, then they'd probably get
being
annoyed
around with her beautiful self and that halo effect just emanating off of her countenance. Everyone around is just like, she's so great. She's coming up for a promotion. I think she's going to get that big promotion because she's so.
Yeah, but it's going to have to be on the basis of something you do.
By the way, I would love to fuck her, but she's.
Do real people believe this? Unfortunately, yes.
She's such a joy to be around. She's a go-getter. She does a great job. She's really great at her job. But secretly,
like I will say there are occasional instances in the workplace where like, yeah, someone will fuck their boss for a promotion. Yes, this does happen, but like you're overstating it. Right?
I really want to fuck her. But she's so great at her job. She's coming up for a promotion. The big promotion's coming up. I think Stacy's going to get that promotion.
Has this guy ever actually had a job ever? Somehow.
Women live in an alternate reality. For me, if I'm more.
I wonder how many times this guy has been rejected by a woman. I think it's actually probably not that many. It's probably just a few, and then he gave up because he has high inhibition, which he admits to.
Working a job. For me.
Like, he'd probably bring up he's probably, like, posted a video about every single time he's been rejected by a woman. It's probably just, like, a few times, and then he gives up. Because, like, I remember I watched one video about how he, like, wrote a love letter for this one woman, and then she's, like, weirded out by it. And then, did he ask anybody else out? Like, I know he asked out the Indian chick, and she said yes.
Need to have that experience where everybody thinks, I'm a shoo-in for the promotion, or I do a great job. He's a real team player. He gets work done. For people to have those positive thoughts about me, an unattractive man, I would actually have to be working my ass off. I would have to be,
or maybe like doing something.
Contributing 2 times the amount of effort that everyone else is putting in.
I don't think so.
I would have to be just undoubtedly the best.
Someone said yes, yeah, which just like completely debunks this whole guy's worldview. It's like, yeah, there's going to be somebody out there.
Best employee they've ever seen. It would have to be to that level for me to actually get that recognition. But women don't have to achieve to that same level to get
It's just like not true.
a high level of recognition, because that's the halo effect that women experience. And you all
Being a woman doesn't give you the halo effect. Being attractive
always
does.
hear cases where a woman can basically assault a man. There was one case I remember hearing, and this was years ago.
No, you actually can't do that as a woman. I do think that oftentimes male victims stay quiet because they feel a greater sense of shame, because we live in a patriarchal society that tells men that they need to be strong and tough and emotionless, while women are delicate and fragile and need to be protected and are infantilized.
I'm sure if I looked for it, I probably wouldn't even be able to find it. This was a long time ago, but there was a case where this girl, she was in her early 20s, I think. She broke a bottle on a guy's head. And if I recall correctly, it was, he did not lay a hand on her at all. I think it was just a guy that was hitting on her at a bar, but I don't remember all the details. All I know is in a public location, they were at a bar. This girl busted a beer bottle over a guy's head, and he was injured. He got all cut up from the glass. And this woman, they did the right thing in actually arresting her and bringing her to trial. And if I
okay, there you go. So, like, doesn't that debunk your worldview?
recall correctly, she also had a prior conviction for assault. And I don't know the details on that, but
Wow, she got convicted. Wow, it's almost like being a woman doesn't magically negate societal consequences. That women also face consequences in society, like everybody else, if you're not a billionaire.
she had some kind of prior conviction also for assault. And then she broke a beer bottle across a guy's head, right? So just think, if a man did that, if you or I did that with a prior assault conviction, obviously you're doing some amount of jail time. Because I think you would call that assault with a deadly weapon, right? You'd have to call that assault with a deadly weapon. I know it's, a beer bottle. It's not like
I'm not sure.
a katana, but that's considered a deadly weapon, I would think. I would hope so. The law should see it that way. But I don't know if that's what she got tried with. Either way,
I'd put it in the same tier as like, probably somewhere below a baseball bat. Like I don't know. Like I'd put that in the same tier as like, well, no, I feel like a rock would be deadlier because you could like hit somebody repeatedly. I'd put it like a tier above throwing a rock at somebody's head, or like. I'd put it in the same tier as hitting somebody with a baseball bat once. No, I'd put it a tier above that, but like a baseball bat itself, I feel like you could assault somebody with that, and like if you hit them multiple times, then like I feel like that's a bit different.
if I recall correctly, she did get convicted, but she did not receive any jail time whatsoever. She wasn't even on house arrest. She just got like a few months probation.
Yeah, that happens to men too.
And this was, she's a repeat offender for assault.
Yeah, sometimes this happens to men. Men also get away with this shit sometimes.
Physical assault. And she just gets
So she literally got convicted.
basically nothing. Basically nothing. 0 jail time.
Yeah, this happens to men as like there are some men that like kind of get away with shit too.
Now, of course, if a woman does have to go to prison, it's like, female prison, probably not that bad.
What do you mean probably not that bad? Even if that's the case, that's the way it should be. Like, you shouldn't go to prison and have to, like, fear that you're gonna get fucking raped. Right? That's, like, absurd. Like, our prison system is fucked.
Probably don't even fight in there. But, hey, I don't know.
Yeah.
To any women in prison or that have been in prison, sorry.
Yeah, in case you're watching Loser Max.
I'm sure women's prison is very difficult. But yeah, women can assault people and pretty much just not even get in trouble. And if, we all know about this, even aside from the law, without even bringing the law into it, we all know, and we've all seen this before, where a woman just completely assaults a man, just slapping, punching, kicking him and whatever. And then the man is just like, it's like, what can you do? If
what is Loser Maxing the name of this YouTuber?
he fights back, then he's going to get jumped by a bunch of white knights. And everybody's going to be like, how could you hit a girl? You never lay hands on a woman. Even if she was just brutally assaulting him.
I don't think that's true though. Maybe if they didn't see the full context, but like, I don't see where this is happening.
So what's a man to do in that situation? You know, you can't fight back, but you have to defend yourself in some way. I mean, all you can do is run away. All you can do is run away. If a woman assaults you, you have to run. Even if, you know, you could easily defend yourself using force, you can't do that because
Well, yeah, you can.
you'll be the one that gets in trouble. If the law doesn't
That's not
get
true.
involved, you will be the one going to jail, not her.
That's not necessarily true though.
Okay? Because
Like in a court of law, it's going to be more objective. Like it might be societally perceived differently, but like the law is not going to be. I mean, sometimes, and that's not to say that like, you know, the judicial system is completely unbiased, but it's going to be a lot more unbiased in the judicial system than in society for something like that.
women live in an alternate reality where they experience true ultimate personal freedom. Women
Hello, Vale Nair. Hope you're doing well.
can get any job they want. They can get with any man they want, generally, and they have tens of thousands of options.
The concept that women's prisons are nicer is literally just proof that women are less aggressive. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think that anybody's disputing the fact that women are less aggressive
On the dating
average.
apps. And,
I don't think that even this guy would agree with that.
you know, everybody's always friendly to women. Everybody's always smiling at any pretty lady you see. You know, it just makes you smile. You gotta smile.
No. No, for me, I just go on with my day.
I mean, not me, because, you know, God forbid you just smile and say hello to an attractive woman you see outside.
It depends on how you do it.
Everybody else is doing it, but if you look like me and you do it, you know, it doesn't go so well. Women are living in an alternate reality. You know, just sometimes when I'm out in a public place,
I think you're living in an alternate reality, not women.
just, if there's attractive women around, I try to just not make eye contact with them. And
But yeah, and I used to do the same thing when I was a guy. And I do feel like there is like a weird societal pressure to like, you know, avoid doing anything that might come across as like flirtatious or into them. You know, I do, there is like a real thing there that he's describing, but I think it's more complex than just like, you know, women are living in a different world, right? Like, I mean, I was the same way. Like, before I transitioned, I was like always like self-conscious about that because I didn't want to come across as like weird or creepy because I know how a lot of men are perceived. Now, weirdly, there were women that were into me because they like saw me as like awkward and cute, which was interesting. I don't know why they thought that. Hello, contact vamps. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. It is technically morning. If a judge is a good judge, can they let guilty criminals go free without justice? Yes, if the legal argument for them going free is sufficient, then yeah, they can't be biased. Like, sometimes there's just, like, not enough evidence to convict a guilty criminal. Like, sometimes a criminal, like, just, like, doesn't produce enough evidence of the crime. God is good, can he let guilty sinners go free without justice? Wait, yes. Actually, yes, he can. If he's all-powerful and all good, then yeah, he could just... Like, why make souls suffer infinitely when he could just, like, make them disappear? Why make people suffer for their finite actions? That doesn't make any logical sense.
they're obviously not trying to make eye contact with me either because they don't
We broke God's laws, but Jesus paid our fine. Well, I hate to break it to you, but God isn't real.
even notice that I'm there because I'm invisible to women. But I have to kind of go out of my way to avoid making eye contact with
Mourning for me on Turf Island. My condolences. Just preparing for another day in the trenches. Damn, that sucks. Well, hopefully my content can make you feel a little bit better.
attractive women because it's like anytime it happens on accident, you know, I'm just looking across a crowd and some woman just looks in my direction, not looking at me. She's looking at something behind me or whatever. And we accidentally make eye contact. It's always a look of like, just, they'll always just get this look on their face. Like, why is he looking at me? Like, they look at me in a way as like, just to say, you know, shut that shit down. Shut that shit down. Stop looking at me. You are not allowed to look at me. You are not on my level. And that's really what it is, you know, they're giving you the look.
See, I've never noticed this. Though to be fair, I was like hyper vigilant at like not accidentally you know, like staring at people to the point where I would avoid eye contact because I'm severely autistic. And, you know, if I were to do that, I would like, I don't know. And like, I knew that like, technically you were supposed to make eye contact with people, but I was like, no, because I don't want to come across, because I was like, I'd rather be like kind of awkward and not able to make eye contact than like making too much eye contact. I never wanted to be the one kid that like, you know, fucking stared into your soul. I never wanted to be that. I didn't want to be perceived that way. So I just kind of avoided all eye contact. And yeah, that's kind of what I did for most of my life, is avoid all eye contact. Anyways.
Look like you are not on my level. And that's an experience I've had, you know, all the time throughout my life. So yeah, when I'm out in a public place, especially if there's a lot of attractive women around, I look down, you know, I look at my feet. I watch where I'm stepping when I'm walking. I'm not looking around in the peripherals. I'm not trying to. Now, I'll check a woman out from behind, but I'm not looking a woman in the eye, because women are living in an alternate reality, you know? They feel like it's okay.
I feel like most people aren't even gonna notice if you look at them, though. Like, that's the reality, right? A lot of the reason as to why you're gonna be invisible isn't because you're mid, okay? The reason behind it is because most people are focused on themselves. They're not even gonna notice that you're making eye contact with them. They're gonna be too preoccupied on thinking about how others perceive them. They're gonna be too preoccupied being like you know, thinking about the way that they are presenting themselves. If they're neurotypical, they're thinking about themselves.
For them to give me dirty looks like that. And it is okay for them to do that. They do that and there is zero repercussion, you know? Now imagine if the roles were reversed. If a woman looked at me and I give her a dirty look just for looking at me, even, you know, just for accidentally making eye contact with me, I give her a dirty look. Well, you know, you do that enough times, eventually a woman is probably going to smack the shit out of you. Or
I highly doubt it. I don't think someone's gonna smack you for giving you a dirty look. Unless you're like, I don't know. Maybe if you're like maybe if you're like an O block or something, then yeah, sure. But I feel like that's like regardless of gender.
more realistically, she's going to tell a guy that she's with, like, hey, that guy gave me a dirty look for no reason. And then now you've got that problem to deal with. But women just go around all willy-nilly, casting dirty looks, casting aspersions upon any man that they feel is beneath them, which is...
Yeah, but they're a lot more likely to get creeped on by men than men are by women. So like, it is like a defense mechanism if they do that.
most men, which is me. And it sucks.
I think a lot of women just don't want to be sexualized 24/7, and they need a break from it.
But that's how it is, you know.
But it's not like they're doing it out of malice. They're not trying to like hurt your feelings or make you feel bad. They just want to be left alone in many cases, or like they'll already have a boyfriend.
No, that's the reality that women are living in. It's not like the reality that you and I live in if you're a man in a similar position.
My advice to anybody is just like ignore the person that's looking at you if you don't like
to me,
them.
which I assume you are if you're watching my videos. The way women live their life, it's nothing. A woman's experience living her life, going through this world, you know, for me, living my life in this fucked up, corrupt society, you know,
I agree that society is corrupt, but not for the same reasons as you.
that's my experience. That's how I view society, that it's this fucked up, sick society.
Yeah, but that's anecdotal.
And all my experiences throughout my whole life, continuing to this day, all my experiences, all my observations about the world around me, it leads me to the same conclusions. This is a sick,
Yeah, but you can't use an anecdote because that has too many confounding variables.
fucked up society, and it's corrupt, and it's unfair, brutally unfair. But that's not how any woman views society, because they're living in an alternate reality. It really is all sunshine and rainbows for them. You know, a woman she walks out her front door in the morning, a fucking bluebird lands.
Yes, the way some of them dress, it's for attention. Yes, but it's for attention from other women. That's what you fail to understand. It's not for men. Like when women wear like an extravagant outfit, they're doing it for other women most of the time, right? If they're hanging out with like their girlfriends, like yeah, like obviously that's who they're going to be trying to, you know, impress. It's like, yeah, I want to like, I want my friends to, think that I look cool, and I don't know. And it's not the same if you're a guy. Like I understand, like when you're a guy, you're not usually trying to impress other guys, unless you're a gym bro, in which case you are. Then it's like about impressing other gym bros, but that's also its own thing.
On her shoulder, just, good day, beautiful lady. Oh, what a happy day to see you again, pretty lady. Off to work? And she's just like, yes, sir, Mr. Bluebird, I'm off to work. You know, she gets in her 2023 Hyundai Elantra, whatever.
I don't think that's for all girls, though. Well, yeah, I don't think anything applies to everybody in any category of people. I think there's always going to be exceptions. But I think what I'm saying holds true, right? I think what I'm saying holds true. But we both females with Femyoz. Yo, let's go. Thank you, McDingle24.
Stupid car bitches drive. Goes into work, you know. Nobody even road rages at her. People are moving out of the way for her to pass. And she drives to work, gets to the office. She goes in and everyone's just like, Stacy, hey, good to see you, girl. And just, you know, her boss is just some 45-year-old man. Dude, he's fucking the finger gun in the snap. Just, Stacy, what's up, girl? And just, she's just like, oh, hi, hi. Meanwhile, she's thinking like, oh, I'll probably suck his dick later. And whatever. It just, butterflies, there's butterflies everywhere. It's rainbows, sunshine. Just, obviously, what I just said is like a caricature of, that's a cartoon of a woman's experience. But
yeah, your whole worldview is a cartoon.
Truly, women are living in an alternate reality where they can say whatever they want.
Just say whatever they want. Nobody's stopping you. The First Amendment protects that. Well, you know, the current administration wants to change that, of course, but...
Think about this in terms of being in the workplace. You know, women can get away.
With my life experience, I can read a person almost instantly. You don't think that that might be informed by confirmation bias? Or maybe you're good at reading people, but I highly doubt it.
With saying whatever they want. I worked with a... and some of y'all are going to call bullshit on this, I already know. But this is 100...
I wouldn't chance it with a man. I'm not going to come off that exchange. I'm not going to come off that exchange the better. I'm not strong. The only time I would smack a man is to escape a dire situation. Yeah, I agree with what Contact Vamps is saying.
100% true. At the previous office job I worked at a long time ago, I've talked about it a lot on this channel, there was a woman that worked there. She was like the head of the human resources department. It was a small company, so she was it wasn't even a department. She was just like the human resources person. I remember she was talking about Donald Trump, and this was while he was president, actually maybe like right after he got elected the first time. And she was just loudly saying in the office, and this is the human resources lady, right? She's just loudly exclaiming in the office like, I hope somebody the president. I hope the president is like,
yeah, me too.
She was just saying all that.
Based. Somebody give her a pay raise.
Just out in the big open cubicle farm, just shouting it all.
Yeah, most people probably agree with her there then.
All out, and it's like,
who cares? I mean, she's spitting facts.
And this was an old
dude. She's so fucking based.
Hag too. This was not an attractive younger woman. This was like an older woman.
Yeah, she's being based. I support her.
She just no repercussion.
Dude, based hagmaxer.
A couple people kind of shook their heads or whatever, but nobody.
Yeah, I don't think a guy should get repercussions either. I think if a guy did that, it'd be just as based.
She just said all that, and you got to assume if any man did that, just like went out into the open floor of the office and just started shouting about how I wish somebody would the president, like you.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel like people wouldn't care because like they probably agree with him.
Would obviously get, at the very least, you would get reprimanded for saying something.
Well, that would be wrong to get reprimanded for because, like, they're giving a good take.
Like that, right? And that's not even, like...
You should only get reprimanded if you give a bad
the most
take.
egregious example.
Like, if you, like, were, like, supporting the president.
I'm sure all of you have seen cases where it's like...
Yeah, if any man did that, he'd be pretty cool in my books, you know?
A woman just said...
You know, radically anti-Trump, that's pretty based.
Things that no man could get away with because they can do that. And, you know, here's another double standard. The way that some older women talk about, you know, these teenage male heartthrobs, or even like when they're...
If you're cringe, you get written up, yeah.
Way too young. You know, I remember seeing a video of women...
Wait, what?
Like when they're, you know, these teenage male heartthrobs...
Hold on.
Talk about, you know, these teenage male... Some older women talk about, you know, these teenage male heartthrobs, or even like when they're way too young. You know, I remember seeing a video of women were just saying things about... I can't remember the actor's name, but he's like the main kid on Stranger Things. After the first season of that show, I don't know how old this actor was, but he was definitely not very old. He was like 14 or 15, I think. And there was some kind of event where they brought him on stage and all these women were just like, oh my God, it's him. Oh my God. And they're just, gooning out over this kid. And
I mean, if they're actually gooning, then yeah, that's wrong. But like, I don't know. I doubt it.
these are grown women that probably have daughters this kid's age. And I remember in the clip,
I don't believe
he said
that.
something like, don't talk about me like that. That's disgusting or whatever, which, yeah, he was a kid. He probably felt that way. And it's like, none of those.
See, he was stronger than I was at that age. Holy fuck. If I was getting attention like that from, women in their 30s, I would have folded like a house of cards.
If the roles were reversed.
Hell, I mean, same thing today. I would still end up like that.
And they had brought the actress that plays 11 out on stage and had a bunch of 40-something-year-old men just being like, oh my God, God damn, shawty fine. Oh my God, I want to fuck 11. Oh my.
Well, I don't think anyone was saying that about the male actor. I think they might have been a little bit more discreet about it. But yes, I do think that like when it comes to pedophilia, there is like a double standard. But it's like oftentimes men that perpetuate this, not necessarily women. It's like men that allow this to happen. Like for instance, whenever like some 14-year-old guy gets fucking raped by their, 28-year-old teacher, you get a bunch of creepy fucking boomer men that are like, where was she when I was 14? Why couldn't I have been raped? Like, okay, dude. Okay, Gramps, get off the fucking phone. Get off Facebook. Fucking go outside, dude. Jesus Christ.
God, she's beautiful. She's so hot. What do you think would happen? Like, there would.
Have you heard about Australia killing free speech laws? I've not. That sucks.
Obviously.
And right-wingers be doing that.
Repercussion. There would be real life consequences.
Yeah, it is a boomer mentality. It's a right-wing boomer mentality that endorses pedophilia. It's actually auto-pedophilia is what it is. I would view that as like a form of auto-pedophilia. Which, I mean, I guess if you're internalizing it, whatever, but like don't then use that to justify actual pedophilia. You are pretty cute, not gonna lie. Thank you.
In those men's lives, people would find out where they work and get them fired.
Literally happened to me. All I heard was nice. Dude, that's fucked up.
From their job, people would be like using facial recognition technology to find these men and get them fired.
Hey, I'd have loved it at 14. It would have been terrible, but I'd been down. Yeah, me too. Me too, honestly. Like, if she was, like, dominant and, like, talked to me in a certain way and, like, kind of babied me, I would have been, like, totally into that. I mean, if there's, like, a 30-something woman that wants to do that to me today, I mean, my DMs are open, but, I'm just saying. But yeah.
And maybe bring charges to them for sexual harassment or something. But we see this happen time and time again. I remember when High School Musical was a big thing. Zac Efron, he was...
Yeah, it's always dumb when people are like, yeah, the kid had a great time. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe in the moment, but they're going to regret it later down the line. It's like, oh, your first sexual experience is with a pedophile. Don't you think that might be damaging? Yeah, like, you don't think that might cause psychological damage in the future? Like, even if they enjoyed it in the moment and weren't thinking about it, right? That doesn't mean that it's not going to fucking have negative ramifications on them and how they view sex.
A minor. I don't know how old he was, 15, 16 years old. And he just had grown women thirsting over...
You have a lookalike? Oh god, what horrendous comparison am I going to get now?
Over him so hard, publicly, doing it publicly. And married women, grown women, married women, publicly thirsting over Zac Efron or Justin Bieber or Taylor Lautner. He was in Twilight.
Were they adults when they were doing that? Because if they were adults, I don't care.
Always happens. Some new teenage heartthrob comes up, and all these grown women just publicly thirst over him. And you see some comments online like, oh my god.
Really, any statement made about someone else's experience in that field other than support and condolence is kind of fucked? Yeah. Justin had it bad when he was like 12. Yeah, I remember there was like a bunch of like people that were like thirsting over him. But like, I'm pretty sure they were like people his age or younger. But that would have been when he was older than 12. But I don't know about when he was 12. But I remember when he was like... Because how old is Justin Bieber? Dude, I remember I used to call him Justin Bieber. Hold on. Justin Bieber. Oh, hold on. Justin Bieber. Oh, 31. 31. Okay, so he's a... Huh, he's a decade older than me. Interesting. I didn't know that. That seems... I thought he was like half a decade older than me. What the fuck? I guess his like music from when he was 12 like was like still popular when... Oh wait, no, wait. So he's a decade older than me. So, right, because he was born in 1994. Wait, okay, so he was... Wait, what? Wait, Baby was released in 2010. Okay, that sounds correct, but like I thought he was 12 in that. I thought he was 12 in that. Dude, he was like prepubescent. I will say he's like a fairly attractive guy now. Oh, well, minus the mustache. Mustache, ooh. Sorry. Could have filmed it earlier in his life? No, I doubt it. I think I just like misremembered. I thought he was like 12 in that. But yeah, I don't know. But I remember, I mean, he would have been like, I guess he would have been an adult when it was like teenage girls were like into him a lot. So I like saw some shit on the internet about that. But I don't know, maybe I'm retarded. What do I know?
God, if the roles were reversed, but it's like, well,
look up Nate meets Finster. Oh, okay, I know who that is. I've gotten that comparison before. I don't think it's entirely accurate, just because like the face structure is different. Like just because he wears a fucking blonde wig and I have blonde hair doesn't mean we're
the roles aren't reversed. And what we see time and time again is that the women that act like that.
I've also been compared to Finster, which doesn't make sense. Maybe personality-wise, nah, not even anymore. Like with the content I was doing, it sort of made sense, but
There's no repercussion. And if a man acted that way towards,
but I feel like I've gotten like edgier with my content. I've become like less of a normie.
A young girl, we all know.
I already saw Nate meets Finster. I already saw that. I know who that is.
There would be severe repercussions. And I'm not saying that a man in that case should not receive repercussions. I'm saying that's what it should be.
Isn't Nate the one that does like the girl voice pretty well? Yeah, that I've been compared to that.
But the women doing the same thing
I forgot the name of their channel though.
Receive any kind of consequences. And that's because they live in an
Finster's going for FFs in about a week.
alternate reality.
Oh, she's ahead of me. I fucking hate this.
Women live in an alternate
Makes me so
reality.
mad.
Life is not the same for us as it is
True, women are all just
them.
delusional.
Okay, it's not. It's not even close. Women
Right.
truly now, women are living life
I think you look like Finster, but different personality. I don't see it.
on easy mode.
You're so much cuter than me than I was at 21.
And
Well, how old are you now?
yes,
What gender are you?
there are certain struggles and things that women have in their lives that a man can
She's having it done in Spain.
never understand.
Noted.
You know, there's hardship. A woman can have hardship. A woman can be depressed. I'm not saying that's not possible, but
I wish women were real. True.
just the way that women
You
get
look
treated
similar to Nate. Yes, I've heard that.
every step of the way by everybody they encounter in society.
Femyoz, look up Justin Bieber gets blocked by P. Diddy. No, thank you.
It's an alternate reality. And so women grow up, they become adults.
Yeah, dude is actually fully convinced that all women are held on the highest pedestal. Life is on easy mode. It's not the horrors that women face. You know, just being in a building with your average man alone.
And they never really developed past
Do you like big booty Latinas? I think everyone
the
does.
age of childhood mentally, because it's like they didn't have to, because they can just continue just living
Yeah,
life
Women have life on easy
by their
mode,
every women
which is like not true.
desire, doing whatever
Like I've literally lived life as both, and it's just like not factually correct.
they want, saying
Oh, but Femyoz, you're trans, so like that means you're more oppressed. And it's like, yes, but when people perceive me as a woman, like there are benefits and there are drawbacks. right? Now, for me, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, but for another person, it might be the other way around, right? It really depends on the person.
Whatever they want, experiencing no real consequences no matter what they do, and people still want them in their lives. People still treat them like they are beautiful angels. People still treat them with kid gloves. You know, here's a thing I think most of us have probably experienced at some point in our life where two men are having some kind of debate. You know, it's getting heated. Maybe it's like some kind of political discussion or whatever it is. And then a woman joins in and says something completely wrong and retarded. And then maybe one of
Of course she does, because she's a woman.
the guys who she was
24 trans femme, but recently out. Good
arguing
shit.
against makes some valid points against whatever retarded slop she just spat out as soon as it came to the top of her head.
Right, yeah, because women just be saying retarded
And then
slop.
everyone acts like, hey, cool it, you know, toward the guy that's correcting her is just, hey, cool it. There's
I've never seen this happen.
no need for that kind of attitude. You know, when the woman inserted herself into a heated debate, people want to act like the guy that brings.
But this, I mean, maybe I've seen it happen a few times, but like it's not gender specific. Like I've had that happen where like a guy inserts himself and says some retarded wrong shit, and people get mad at me for correcting him. Because like I'll do it, but like the issue isn't that I'm correcting him. It's probably like the tone that I have, because I generally have like a very monotone voice in real life. I mean, I have a monotone voice right now. This is kind of how I talk in real life. Very monotone, you know, not super expressive because I'm autistic. And to be honest, like, yeah, people think that this comes across as rude sometimes. And I mean, that's just kind of par for the course. Like I've learned to accept that some people get offended over the shit that I say. It's not as bad as it used to be, because I've gotten better at, you know, coming across as like kind of normal, but like when I need to, that is. Like if I'm trying to convince somebody of something, then I need to come across as normal, because, you know, but like most of the time I don't bother masking anymore, which is like a huge energy saver, so that when I do need to mask, even if I'm a bit out of practice, it's honestly kind of easier. That's what I've noticed, just because I'm not constantly doing it, right? It's like, I don't think I'm meant to mask 24/7. I think I can just do it in some key moments where those key moments sort of determine my level of likability, and I can just be quiet for the rest of the time.
Brings that same energy toward her is the bad guy. And that's the type of
Yeah, to inserted herself into a conversation like, yeah, that's how you talk at work. You walk up to people and join in. Well, if it's yeah, kind of. I've been on both ends of this, where it's like someone will say some retarded shit, or like they'll like try to like pile on, like agree with like the other person. I'm just like, you have no idea what you're talking about. But sometimes I'll insert myself, but like I'll have something of value to say, and that's sort of the difference.
experience that women have over and over again constantly throughout their whole lives. So they never have to mentally develop past a certain age. And another consequence of this, it leads to women not really truly understanding the concept of loyalty, because
Right, women are just evil, cheating
women
whores.
don't receive any benefit from being loyal, because
What are we talking about? Like women that like aren't loyal are like, you know, considered like, you know, retarded whores. Like, what are we talking about? Women get shamed all the time. In fact, women get shamed, at least in a sexual sense, women get shamed way the fuck more if they're not loyal than a man. Like, if it's a man and he's like promiscuous and, you know, he's not loyal to any woman, you know, he just fucks, you know, he fucks around, he fucks all the women. You know, he's like considered a fucking Chad. Okay, everyone's like, oh my god, he's a Chad. But when a woman does the same thing, oh, she's a whore. She's a whore. Right? And that's kind of how it is.
if one person does turn against them, there's everybody else in the world that will take their side, jumping at the
I don't think that's true, though.
chance to take their side. So what that leads to, you know, women just can't conceptualize loyalty. They don't understand why you should be loyal in any facet of life, because it just doesn't benefit them to. So women become like, it becomes this situation where women will change their mind to just agree with whatever is the mainstream opinion, just
Men do this too.
like at the drop of a hat. Women will change
Yeah, most men do this as well. Like, what are we talking about? That's just like being a normie.
their mind to match the mainstream opinion of the day, because that's just that
Well, there's multiple mainstream opinions that contradict each other. So it depends on what flavor of mainstream you go for.
is to them,
Sure.
that's loyalty. They're loyal to this nebulous, overarching mainstream group. That's where women have their loyalty. So
Well, they might be loyal to like some political group, yeah.
Basically, it's a situation where
But I don't think that
It's
that's the majority of cases. I think the majority of people don't care about
literal
politics.
alien invaders
Like most people don't think about it.
came to Earth and just killed all the men and just brutally torturing every man, you know? So a woman sees all the men in her life, her father, grandfather, her
Yeah, she'd probably be pretty upset about
brothers,
it.
cousins, her own sons, just all get just skinned alive by these aliens. Well, when it's all said and done, once it reaches the point where there's a larger number of the alien invaders than there are of the human men, all of the human women are all just going to be like, you know, actually, this is a good thing.
No, they're not. Like, where are you getting this from? Yeah, actually, I think this alien invasion is based. I think it's awesome that they're skinning people alive for no reason. That's like really epic and cool. What the fuck delusional shit is he on?
Because the alien invaders will be telling them, like, you know,
It's not AI. I wish it was AI.
you're ours now. You live to serve us. And the women will just be like, yeah, that's good. That's good. You know, I didn't like my dad anyways. That's good that you skinned him alive and pulled all his teeth out. That's a good thing.
Yeah, okay, dude.
Because it's just,
Right.
that's how it is.
It's just like, this is so delusional.
Women
This may as well be AI.
live in an alternate reality where it's like, loyalty means nothing.
What do you literally don't give a shit about women right now? How can you make an argument with a hypothetical alien genocide of all? What the fuck? Yeah. It's like, so if there was a hypothetical alien genocide against women, like, you think that women wouldn't care that, or like a hypothetical alien genocide against men. Sorry, did I say women? Against men. You don't think that women would care at all? Like, that's gonna be their husband, their boyfriend, their son, their father, their grandfather, whoever it may be. Right? Their brother. Like, all of those people. You don't think that would matter at all? If you can't tell that's AI, I figured out the problem. It's not AI. I'm telling you, it's not AI. This guy has done a face reveal. Same voice, same inflection, same sentence structure. This is not the sentence structure of an AI. Trust me, when I AI doesn't repeat itself as much. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't word things or say things the way an AI does. Like when an AI talks, like when there's like an AI video, it has like a specific way of communicating information. I don't know how to explain it. It's like an intuition I have. You'll notice this with like a lot of video essays, is they're clearly produced by AI. And they'll get specific kinds of details wrong. But I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, AIs do not say floozy.
But in some kind of fucked up backwards logic, they actually are loyal, but their loyalty doesn't lie with any particular person. Their loyalty is with the whims of society.
That's just not true.
Ob-
Like, what are we talking about?
Obviously, I'm being a bit hyperbolic with the whole alien invaders example, but really look at what we see women saying and believing and agreeing with.
Like, if you think that women are all just like in agreement with society 24/7 and they're just like these NPCs, then what do you think the fucking what do you think the women's rights movement of the 1900s was? Like, what do you think the feminists were doing? Do you think they were agreeing with society? Yeah, I think it's awesome and based actually that, you know, women should stay in the kitchen. No, it was women that were fighting for women's rights. It wasn't men. There were like some good men that were doing that, but it was mostly women. And they were on their own, aside from the fact that they had each other. Right?
In the current day, you know, there will be a grown man, 50 years old, just wearing a blue wig around everywhere, just insisting everybody call him Catherine. I'm Catherine now. My name is Catherine. And
what? Hold on. Let's go back.
Just wearing a blue, you know, there will be a grown man in the current day. Women saying and believing and agreeing with in the current day. You know, there will be a grown man, 50 years old, just wearing a blue wig around everywhere, just insisting everybody call him Catherine. I'm Catherine.
Well, it's probably a trans woman that like was in denial for most of her life. It's like, yeah, she probably has a harder life than you.
Now, my name is Catherine. And the majority of women will see that and they'll just be like, yeah, that's totally normal. That's totally normal for a man, a 50-year-old, fat, grown, bald man, to just wear around a shitty blue Halloween wig and just insist there.
I mean, yeah, she'd probably be in her baby trans phase, and yeah, it'd be cringe. But like, her goal is probably going to be to get to somewhere like more similar to like an older version of me, right?
everyone
Yeah,
calls
random transphobic tirade.
Catherine. That's
Just like for no fucking reason.
normal. That's Catherine. That's not a man. That's a woman. That's Catherine.
Yeah, it's a trans woman. Nobody is saying it's the average woman. Nobody has claimed this.
She's not mentally ill. This is her living her true life.
Well, I mean, she probably, there is a good chance she's mentally ill. Like, she's been repressing that shit for most of her life. She probably has pretty severe dysphoria. So yeah, she probably is mentally ill, but it's not on the basis of her identity. It's on the basis of the fact that she coped through repression for most of her life.
And it's like, if Anderson Cooper got on live TV on CNN and he was like, oh, actually, what we've been saying is red. Actually, that's blue. And the sky, that's red. The ocean, that's red. Okay, stop signs, those.
Well, this is just like a linguistic claim, right? Like, yeah, if we used the word red to describe things that are blue and vice versa, like that wouldn't be an incorrect view. We'd just be using words differently. Like, I don't see what the issue with that would be, other than it doesn't seem like there's utility in, you know, changing, like the way that we use the words red and blue. It doesn't seem like there'd be any societal gain, right? Maybe you make the argument, oh, well, there's no societal gain from changing our language when it relates to gender, but I fundamentally disagree, because all you boil gender down to is, well, sex essentialism, right? You boil gender down to these very essentialist categories, and that's part of the issue. That's what, you know, a lot of trans activists aim to tackle, is this weird biological essentialism, right? That causes a lot of people a lot of harm, to the benefit of nobody, really.
Those are blue. You know, the vast majority of women would start to believe it. They would be like, oh, we've been calling that red. Well, that's blue. I guess stop signs are blue.
Well, yeah, wait, hold on. If it's the case that everyone started referring to red as blue and blue as red, then the range of color that we currently describe as red would be described as blue. It's just like, it would just be different syllables meaning the same thing. Like, it's like, okay, that doesn't change it. Like, you just mean, you know, this range in the visible light spectrum is what blue is now, right? If that's how the meaning of words changed over time, if it changed like that, I don't know why that specifically would change. It doesn't seem to be the case that the meaning of words to describe colors has really changed all that much. But yeah, if that was the case, if suddenly everybody tomorrow started saying that the sky is red, then the word red would just mean a different thing. That would just describe a different part of the light spectrum, right? And same thing with blue. So that wouldn't be a false belief. That'd just be using language differently. So I don't think this guy understands how language works. But keep in mind, language is descriptive, not prescriptive. So
They live in an alternate reality to the point that they have no concept of truth.
yes, if everyone decides the name of something, that's the name of it. Exactly.
They don't even understand truth and what is real, because to them,
And if people change their mind and society changes it, then that's different.
it's like they just agree with whatever the mainstream is, because that's where their power lies.
Wait, hold on. If we're talking about a linguistic claim, then yeah, everyone does that. That's how language is used. Again, language describes things. It doesn't determine things.
Their power is with
It may in part determine how we view certain things, but that's about it.
the mainstream, because the mainstream is society, and society benefits women, to just treats them like angels everywhere they go.
Well, that's just like not true. Oh, you slept with too many men? You're a disgusting whore and a bitch and a slag. Right? Like what? Like, are we going to pretend like that's not the case?
So the newscaster gets on CNN and is just like, actually, up is down. Actually, up is down now. Could you believe it?
Yeah, I mean, if it's the case that like the words were switched, but like the word up really just means like towards the center of gravity, right? And then up means away from the center of gravity. Or sorry, if up means towards the center of gravity and down means away from the center of gravity, right? You're just using different words to describe the same concepts. The concepts themselves don't change, just the verbiage, right? So that there wouldn't really be a problem with that. The only issue would be it just like wouldn't make sense in the context of, artificially one day, deciding this word is actually going to mean the opposite thing. Right? That doesn't make sense. Like, if it doesn't serve any utility, then what's the point? Right? But if language slowly changes over time, or it changes in a way that is just generally more useful or more beneficial and harms nobody, then I don't really see what the issue is.
Up is down. And actually, up has always been down. Up has always been down. We've always used the word up to describe the floor.
Well, no, then that would be wrong, right? Because obviously you would have to acknowledge that the meaning of words changes over time, right? But nobody is saying that the meaning of words has always been the way that it is currently. No one's saying that.
We've always used the word down to describe the ceiling. This is how it's always been. And women will watch that and just be like, yeah, that's right. That is how up is down. That is how it's always been.
It's just like not true.
They live in an alternate reality. They are living in an alternate reality. It's just, it is what it is. It sucks if you're a man trying to live in this society, but if you're a woman, it's all sunshine and rainbows.
Right.
And
it's all sunshine and rainbows if you're a woman. You'll never face any adversity.
Everywhere you go, people treat you with kid gloves, and you get preferential treatment. And when everybody in society treats
black used to mean something which is painted black, but now
you like you're a
yeah, true. But according to this guy, words can't change meaning, I guess. They're all prescriptive. They must only mean one thing.
Then obviously you might just mentally remain a child. And that's what we see.
Right. As opposed to you, who's very, very developed
with
mentally.
A lot of women in society. Not all of them, but a lot. And it sucks. But that's the society we live in.
Yeah, we live in a society. Great. Wonderful stuff. The Clone Wars does not hold up part 1. Bullshit. The Clone Wars does hold up. Fuck you, Sheev Talks. I actually like Sheev Talks. I'm probably going to watch that at some point. I'm probably going to disagree with him on that, but maybe not. Maybe he has some good points. Yeah, he generally does make good arguments, but I don't know if I agree with the notion that Clone Wars doesn't hold up. It's pretty iconic. It's pretty good. Everyone seems to like it. Oh, Femyoz, that's an ad populum fallacy. Yeah, I guess so. I guess you're right about that. Yeah, society mentioned. We live in a bro-ciety. Yo, truth nuke. What is this? Posting a weird video every day until I become famous? Oh, Lord. Benign, harmful conceptions about incels. Incels hate women. I think a lot of them do. That loser maxing does. Babbling loner is wrong about society. Society peaked in the 2000s. Is working worth it for Gen Z? No. My experience in the prison planet? Okay, I'm probably going to watch that later. Looks interesting enough. I'm 36 years old and I've never had a girlfriend. This must have been before his face reveal. We were raised by women that hate men. Maybe you were. Attraction isn't a choice, it's biology. Let's see if you can be logically consistent in this. She slept in my bed. How did I fumble this hard? And we'll watch that next, I guess.
Attraction is not a choice. It's just biology. You can't convince a woman to be attracted to you if she's not attracted to you.
Okay.
You've probably heard it said before, but a woman knows within 5 seconds of seeing you, she already knows whether or not she'd go with you. She already knows. As soon as
no, maybe that's just me, but like sometimes there's going to be a little bit of gray area. Like where it's like, maybe. So there's going to be like different levels of it where it's like, definitely not, probably not, maybe slash maybe not, maybe slash probably, almost certainly if we have, and then there's like almost certainly, and then there's absolutely 100% without a doubt, right? That's the sort of categorization system in my head.
She sees you because it's just hardwired into the human biology. It's just like hardwired into their brain what guys they are attracted to. And it's based on things like,
I don't know, I'm attracted to women.
A man's frame, his facial features, And perhaps certain things that aren't exactly
Yeah, dude, I'm attracted to is bigonial width, obviously. That's what I really care about, is this bigonial width, and whether or not he has a long ramus. And also his whatchamacallit, his chin to philtrum ratio is going to be very important. You know, oh, I love a man with a good chin to philtrum ratio. Oh, dude, my pussy gets instantly wet as soon as I see he has an ideal chin to philtrum ratio and a great bigonial width, and
about
equal facial
your
thirds.
physical appearance,
I'm sorry, I'm just being an autist.
like having a deeper voice. That's something that can make a woman more attracted to you. But,
What about superior canthal tilt and bigonial angle?
ultimately, it is really just all about looks.
Or sorry, no, gonial angle and bigonial width. That's what I meant to say.
Because if you're sub 5, but you have a deep voice, that's not really going to be doing much for you. Maybe if you manage to find a woman that's blind, then having a good voice might be enough. But other than that, for a
All right, loser maxing, you know what to
normal
do.
woman that can see, she can use her eyes to see what you look like.
You're an autist, you create aught.
Your voice
True.
doesn't matter. Your voice just doesn't matter. And nothing you can
Femyoz like boys with a butt chin. I'm not into men.
do with your voice
I was being facetious, but I'm not into men.
matters. Once you start
I'm not into most men. There's a few exceptions.
thinking about things like, well, I know she doesn't like me now, but if I just
I'm hardwired to be attracted to damn near anything and disgusted by hairy things and a real bad pH balance. And honestly, I can deal with hair if it won't get into my damn mouth.
if I just do this, then she'll see my worth. If I just get to that 300-pound bench press, if I could just bench press 300 pounds, then she'll be attracted to me.
Yeah, obviously that's cool.
If I could just make $80,000 a year, if I could just get that promotion and start making $80,000 a year, then she'll be attracted to me. Then she'll see my value. Then she'll see my worth. Once you start
Yeah, obviously all of that's going to be cope.
negotiating like that, or you start thinking about ways you can
Yeah, it's like delusional. You have to be likable and you have to be somewhat
convince
attractive.
women to be attracted to
You have to like not be hideously
you.
ugly. You can't be like ugly. You have to at least be neutral looking.
You already know it's over. It's already over before you even get to that point.
It's not over as long as you're neutral looking or better.
Because attraction
But yeah, if you're like a hideous monster, then yeah, they're probably never going to be attracted
is
to
not
you.
a choice. It's not something that you can change a woman's mind about. It's weird
That's
because,
true.
we all know this
Well, you can if you look smacks.
about ourselves. Everybody knows this about yourself. If you see a disgustingly ugly woman, you can't just trick
Yeah.
yourself into finding that ugly woman attractive.
Yeah, and I say this to incels all the time. Like, yeah, like, okay, would you date Gorlak the Destroyer? No? Okay, why do you expect any attractive woman to date you? It's like you're on the same level as Gorlak.
If you see her and your first impression is, wow, she's ugly, then you're not attracted to her. And it's
Yeah.
the same for women.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, it just so happens that for most women, the difference between an attractive man
I feel like men are more visual than women, though. Wouldn't looks matter more for women? Like, it's always like men that are talking about looks and how much they care about looks. Whereas like a woman, it's like maybe they care about height a lot because like they want to feel like, they want to be little spoon really badly and they want like the guy to be stronger than them. But like, I don't know, man. I'm starting to get a little
man-
bit blue pilled. I don't know. I'm definitely a
For
fake
women,
self.
that's very unbalanced to the point where they only really find the top 10% of men to be attractive, and the rest of men are either ugly or invisible, which there's not even really any purpose in differentiating between being
Well, if you're invisible, you can make yourself stand
ugly
out.
and just being average looking as a man,
But that's just like not true.
because it's the same difference
There's like a huge difference.
either way.
No, if you're like average looking, if you look okay, if you're like a blank slate, then you can create like a positive association with you. Right? Because if you're a blank slate but everything else is positive, then they will be probably attracted to you. If you're ugly, then like yeah, you can't really you might be able to compensate for it, but that's gonna be a lot more difficult.
You're not getting nothing. Either way, you ain't getting nothing. No woman finds you attractive if you're average looking or if you're ugly. There's really no difference.
I think it's hard to balance who cares about looks more on gender. It's a shallow thing. It's just a shallow thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think that men generally care about looks a bit more just because they're more visual. And I think that has to do with testosterone. Right? I know that like for me, when it came to the types of porn that I consumed, before I transitioned, when I had testosterone in my system, it was always visual porn for me. It was always something visual. For me now, it's like I like to read smut. So I'm actually a lot less visual than I used to be. In terms of my attraction. Like I still do get, you know, some amount of physical attraction, but it's not the same. It's more like, I don't know. I like smut a lot more than regular porn.
Now, for men, it just so happens that typically men have a much broader range of which women they find attractive. So obviously, beautiful women are attractive to men, but most men also find average-looking women to be attractive, and most men also find below average women to be attractive. It's only like the ugliest, deformed, you know, the lowest of the low for women that men actually don't find attractive.
So like me.
So biologically speaking, women
I wouldn't say I'm like the worst of the worst. I'm like
have it pretty good
average. I'm ordinarily
compared to
ugly.
men in terms of finding a mate. But for us guys, there's nothing you
Sorry for saying sod. Wait, why would you apologize
can
for
do.
that?
The only
I'm fine with it. Did one of my mods complain or something?
types of self-improvement that could even possibly help you in attracting a woman, basically changing the shape of your face, you know, basically plastic surgery or something. And even then, it would have to be a very successful plastic surgery. And in most cases, if you're facially not good looking, there's really nothing you can do.
Yeah, there is. It's called surgery maxing.
Even
Just save up if you
if
can.
you think you might be a good candidate for some good plastic surgery, you know, you think you're a good candidate for hard maxing and getting some kind of
Yeah.
jaw surgery
You know, something that actually works and is proven.
or whatever, I really, really do not recommend that.
Why? You know, to just like lay down and rot and stay ugly like this guy.
I know a lot of these looks maxing morons like you or whatever his name is.
What a fucking pussy. Won't even say the names.
These guys are morons, okay? If they
Oh, they're morons. But listen to Loser Maxing, who's going to give you no advice on how to get bitches. And is going to tell you, yeah, don't do anything about your looks. Just like let yourself bald and become disgusting looking and lay down and rot and do nothing about it. That surely that'll get you women. You know, surely you're going to get hella pussy if you do that. What a fucking moron. Like, no, the surgery maxing works, right? I honestly believe that if Loser Maxing, you know, and stop fucking bitching and whining about women on the internet and spiking his cortisol levels, increasing his aging even further, if he instead, you know, spent that time, you know, bone smashing and, you know, saving up for a hair system and, you know, shaving that disgusting beard of his, you know, he could already like increase by like a point and a half. And additionally, you know, maybe even more than that, you know, because a lot of that shit's going to be holding him back. And then, you know, if he invests in plastic surgery, then, you know, he could ascend like another point. So, you know, he could go from like a 4 out of 10 to like a, you know, like a 6.5 out of 10, right? Like a 6.5 out of 10 max potential. I mean, that's like going to be like a pretty, that's pretty good. 6.5. I mean, and you only have so much time. This guy's in his 30s, so he has a very small window of time through which he could become attractive. But, yeah, I mean, I don't see why he doesn't do that. You know, because then he could get like a life partner. If he really thinks it's his looks that are holding him back, he should fucking looks max. I don't see what the issue would be. I mean, I've seen what he looks like. I think it's more than just his looks. I mean, he is pretty ugly, but like, you know, he's not like extraordinarily ugly. He's ordinarily ugly.
Unless I'm mistaken, and I just named somebody that does not recommend plastic surgery, but I think most of these
Very right-wing trans girl. Oh, right-wing trans girls are so much better than lefty ones. Everyone I've known has had a great sense of humor. Do I not have a great sense of humor? I gotta disagree with you on that. I think I'm funnier than most right-wing trans. The issue with right-wing trans girls is they're all like annoying and stuck up, and they all talk in the fag scent, and that makes them less funny.
guys do recommend you to get plastic surgery, and they're morons for that. You should not do that. You absolutely should not do that, because
They all sound like Valley girls. It's the most annoying, insufferable shit ever. Like, just talk normal. Yeah, like Blair White. Blair White's a great example of, you know, someone that's extremely unfunny. You know, she's retarded. She looks like transgender Michael Jackson. She's like a retarded bimbo. Extremely low IQ. And she's a grifter. You know, there's like no redeeming qualities there. And she's not particularly attractive either.
it might
You know, horrendous facial proportions.
work out for you, but it's probably not going to. It probably won't make enough of a difference in most cases.
That's just like not true. Looks maxing does work. You just like look at the before and afters.
And it's going to be very expensive, not to mention the physical toll
Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth the price.
it's going to take on you.
Oh no, you're gonna have to recover for a few weeks. Fucking boohoo. It's worth it. I'm gonna get plastic surgery and it's gonna be totally fucking worth it. Okay? I'm gonna ascend. I'm gonna become Stacy Light. Okay, maybe not Stacy Light. Maybe like high tier Becky. I'm gonna be like a mid high tier Becky, I think. And mid high tier Becky is pretty good. That's pretty good. And that's what I'm gonna be. So, yeah. Just saying, just putting it out there. Yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
You know, if you're lucky enough to be employed, you're going to have to probably take some time off work to get the surgery. In a lot of cases, you're going to have to travel
Yeah, and I intend on doing that.
a large distance, possibly even
You better believe I'm gonna do
travel halfway across the world to another.
that. I might do that. It's actually one of the things I'm considering. Is getting it in another country. I know that there's like a good surgeon in France that I might go to. That somebody suggested. Well, we'll see. It depends on how much my insurance is willing to cover. Either way, you know, the most I'll be paying is like 20K. That's the most I'm willing to pay. But that's money I don't have right now. So we'll see. I might go into debt for it, to be honest. I don't care.
Country in order to get the surgery.
I have too much dysphoria. I need facial feminization surgery ASAP.
It's
Physically difficult to not say Guru shit the longer I've been here.
really just not worth it. It's not worth it to go to
It is worth it. You're just like raw.
those drastic measures to
Why? If they work, they work. Why not do it? Why fucking give up and do nothing?
get some kind of surgery done just for the small sliver of a chance that it might help.
No, it does help, objectively. Being attractive helps. Getting plastic surgery to fix your flaws does make you more attractive. That's like what it does. As long as you get good surgery, that is.
And the other thing about this, when I say that attraction is
Be careful when choosing a FFS surgeon. Yeah, obviously. Finn is using facial team, FYI. Alright, I'll see how his results, or how her... What pronouns does Finster go by again? Isn't it any at all? I don't know if she's like a trans girl. I always think of her as like the femboy YouTuber, because that's what she was when I watched her. But I mean, if she's getting facial feminization surgery, I mean, that's basically a woman.
not a choice.
How often do you shave? Like every other day, every 3 days maybe?
It's just biology.
Really depends. You don't need it, I think. You're very pretty, and I'm straight. Thank you, Crinkle Diaper. Great name. Of course somebody would be named that in my chat. That makes sense. You know, that sounds about right.
That's not just talking about the physical biology.
Dude, what is my fucking chat? Go to Mexico. They got this great guy named El Polo. $20 in 5 minutes in the back room, and he'll have you looking great.
Okay? I'm not just talking
Beard. Well, I don't have a beard. I can grow like a little bit of a girl stash.
about your facial structure, your frame, your height, whether or not you're bald. Those things are very important, and your looks is the
And you can change those. Like you can get a hair system. You can get height lengthening, leg lengthening surgery. The heights, you know, that's like more subjective. That's like more subjectively attractive. You know, it's going to be like a more highly subjective trait, right?
primary determining factor in how attractive you are, but there are other things there. There's your natural social abilities, you know, your
That's not your looks. And your natural social abilities can improve if you talk to people.
people use this phrase communication
Like your social abilities is going to be in part your own doing. Like you just trial and error. If you're autistic, that's what I get.
skills, you know, your communication skills
Height lengthening surgery is dangerous. Not anymore. It's not dangerous like it used to be.
can help you attract
It actually has gotten quite a bit better. But yes, I thought that at first when I heard Looks Maxers talking about it, and then I looked into it, and it's like actually gotten a lot better within the last 10 years.
a woman. But the thing is,
How did you get your hair? By growing it out.
it's not really accurate to call it skills. You know, it's not communication skills. It's just your
yes, it is.
natural communication ability, because
No, it's just like not true. I'm significantly better than I used to be.
sure, you might be able to improve upon your communication skills.
Yes, the same way that you can improve upon your looks. It's actually easier to improve upon your communication skills than your
A
looks.
little bit,
Unless you're clavicular, of course.
but for the most part, it's just you either got it or you don't. Really, I feel like your communication skills, how well you are able to talk to
I feel like being like in incel forms definitely doesn't help. Again, clavicular, great example of this. Great looking guy, you know, very above average. 6.75 out of 10. Maybe even 7 out of 10. I'd say 6.75 to 7. Right? I'd say he's somewhere from high tier normie to Chad Light. You know what? Honestly, I'd say 7 out of 10. I'd give him Chad Light. Honestly. When his skin is clear. When he has acne, he's like closer to like a 5.756. When his skin is good, when he doesn't have fucked up skin, he's like a 7. And I'd say on average, he's probably like a 6.75. It really just like depends on how he looks that week and how much meth he's done. You know?
people, your charisma, your charisma stat. It's just a function of how autistic you are and how
Well, like, I'm severely autistic and I don't have this issue.
intelligent you are, and
I didn't even have this issue as a guy. I had women asking me out because I was so awkward and and mind you, I'm 5'6", and I had a few women ask me out. Growing up, girls would ask me out, and most of the time I turned them down because I wasn't interested. But and it wasn't like it was a frequent thing. It'd be like a less than once a year occurrence, but it happened. It wasn't like it never happened. Or girls would either ask me out or show so much interest to the point where it was obvious, and then I asked her out and she said yes, type of deal. But I don't know, it really depends on your type of appeal. For me, I was this 5'6" nerdy twink, and there were some girls that were into that. I was super awkward, but they found that weirdly attractive and endearing. I don't know why. And I'm severely autistic. I've always been autistic. Even when I was masking, I don't think I did the best job at hiding it. It just made me weirdly likable instead of conventionally likable. The same way that they found me weirdly attractive rather than conventionally attractive. Hype mogs me. Real. 5'6" twink is something me and my girlfriend have both been into for a very long time. Also, both also very solidly autistically in wildly different ways. Yeah, exactly. So you get it. But that's the thing, is I've always been autistic, but I've been able to. What I learned with masking is you don't need to mask. You don't need to fake your personality. What you need to do is you need to be able to present your way. Sorry, you need to find a way to present your autism in a way that's weirdly likable. There's something unconventionally likable about it. There's something weird that I like. And once you learn that, you're gonna be a lot more successful. I think you're conventionally attractive. Well, thank you, Crinkle Diaper. The name sort of I don't know if the name detracts from the compliment. I feel like the name might detract from the compliment a little bit. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking Crinkle Diaper. Great name. Yeah, my black bolt trans hearts me the way I am. Yeah, let's go. Got arisen with the tism? Unironically, yeah. Again, I remember in 6th grade, there were a couple 8th grade girls. I would walk past them every day. In the hallway, before one of my classes. And they would just stop me and tell me how cute and adorable I was. And then I would get really, really flustered. And then they liked me even more for some reason. Again, right? A lot of the, a lot of the girls that liked me were also autistic. And they just had a different type of autism, I think. pedo mommies. But well, I don't know if I'd call them that. I don't know if I'd call them that, but you know, maybe. Maybe. I was in the example of when I was in 6th grade, I was prepubescent. But like, I mean, they would have been 2 years older than me, so like, who fucking cares? I don't think that was an issue. My caged cock twitched is crazy. But yeah, like that was, you know, that was the thing that I experienced. You know, it's like, but I was super awkward. Same thing with the second girl that liked me when I was in 8th grade. You know, she just like would constantly like say how cute I am, and I would get really like flustered and kind of embarrassed, and I was really awkward. I didn't even like her back, but I would get flustered because I didn't know how to deal with that kind of attention, and it just like created a feedback loop. Right? That's how I learned. That's how I learned. I learned from those experiences how to create a feedback loop. Right? Same thing with my first ex-girlfriend, right? When I was like 17, you know, she was into me because I had quote unquote bottom energy. You know, and I was like super awkward. I didn't know how to talk. I didn't know how to talk to her. But yeah. I think you get the point.
The other thing that it's a function of is where you lie on the low
One of that trans guy. This was before I came out as a trans person. So like, this was before I came out as a trans woman. I wasn't even wearing, you know, feminine clothing. I was like wearing like very casual male clothing, like very boring clothing. Like my clothing was boring. I looked boring. But for whatever reason, the type of energy that I gave off, some people liked. And, you know, if you know how to rhythm with the tism, you know, if you become so awkward to the point where it's endearing, then, you know, that's how you win. That's how you win. You just become so awkward to the point where it's like really endearing and people like it, you know? How would you change it down there? Through surgery, but I don't intend on doing that.
inhibition to high inhibition spectrum. So typically, a man that has good communication skills, a man that's very charismatic and is able to maybe through social means attract a woman that, and I really am talking about just like the rare one-off 1% of cases where it actually does happen that a man through his social skills is able to appear maybe a little bit slightly more attractive to women.
It would be way more
than he would otherwise, because in most cases, you know, your looks is pretty much the be-all end-all. But
that's just like not true. Like Clavicular is severely autistic, and that, you know, he'll interact in a way where it's just like really off-putting, and then women aren't into him.
In that
no, granted, I think he does it on purpose. I think he plays into it because it's funny and it's good content. I don't actually think he's that autistic because he's well-spoken when he wants to be. He chooses to be like that on purpose for his audience because it's funny to watch. But yeah, no, like I think that illustrates the point though. Like, yeah, you can be quite attractive, but if you're, you know, if you act like Clavicular, good luck getting women. Because yeah,
rare, super rare 1%, really like 0.001% of cases where your social skills even matter. You know, let's say you're really borderline in terms of looks, but you manage to have a lot of friends, have a big social circle.
Yeah, but that's like most people.
And that gives you the social proof. And to get...
You're crushing hard on Clav, Lamau, I'm not crushing on Clav. First of all, Clav would fucking hate me, okay? He would despise me. He would say that I'm a low tier Becky, okay? He would say that I'm like sub 3, potentially. And that I'm, you know... And I don't think he likes trans people. And also, yeah, I'm saying he's conventionally attractive. That doesn't mean that I'm attracted to him, okay? That's not what that means, okay? If I was physically attracted to him, you would know. You would know, okay? I'd make it obvious. You're 7 plus, not even glazing. Okay, no, I'm like a 4 out of 10. I y'all see if Clav saw that, he'd be like, oh, people like you are just like, boosting women's egos too much and turning them into narcissists. 3. I think 3 is a bit harsh. I don't think I'm a 3 out of 10. I think I'm a 4. You're not going to change my position on that. Shut up, Lamau. You're definitely not a 4. Okay, 4.5. 4.5. Almost average. I feel like I'm below average for a woman. I would say I'm like a probably a mid-low tier Becky. I think. I feel like because I know that I was on a looks maxing server. They did rate me, but more harsh than that. But like I don't believe that. I don't think I'm low tier Becky. I think I'm mid low tier Becky. To be honest. I think that would be a correct assessment. You're probably more like a 5.5. Okay, if 5 is average, I don't think so. If 7 is average, then maybe you're kind of close. I'd say 5.5 is low if 7 is average, but if 5 is average, 5.5 seems a bit high. You're way better than 4? Assuming 5 is average. I'm below average for a woman, I think, right? Too many masculine characteristics. You're a 10 out of 100? No, I wouldn't say that I'm a 1 out of 10. I think that's a bit harsh. I don't agree with that. I'm a 2 in the face and a 3 in the pants, but my girl is a 9 with double D's, so I'm happy enough. Real. Let's see. If 6 is average, then you're an 8. Well, if 5 is average, I'm a 4, though. I was kidding? Oh. Well, I don't know. Some people have that perception, maybe. But if I'm being totally objective just based on, facial features and whatnot, you are too hard on yourself. You're a 5 just because of your brains. And you are very intelligent. Go from there. Yeah, but you're inflating my looks by saying that my intelligence carries. So what that means is that, like, okay, yes, my intelligence does maybe make me a bit more attractive than the average person in that regard. But if I just had like a regular person's personality, let's say I'm just like a regular NPC, then I'd be below average. But yeah. That weirdo on streaming with the weird glasses and big mouth attacks you? Are you talking about Michael Nelson? I'll give you an 8 because I have the urge to beat it when you're on screen. It feels wrong to go lower than that. Can't say shit for intelligence, though. I've mostly seen you debate Neanderthals, so I don't have a lot to look at there. Yeah. 6 plus out of 10? See, I don't know. I think I'm... Because, like, if 5 is average, I feel like I'm a 4. If 6 is average, I'm a 5. 7 is average, I'm a 6. Right? But, I don't know. I'd be willing to concede and say, like, maybe 4.5. But 5.75? That's, like, high mid-tier Becky, right? Or, yeah, that's high mid-tier Becky. You're a 7? That's for a reason. You're insane. You're not below average. I don't know. I don't know what you guys are seeing. I'm dumb as fuck compared to you. You're def higher than a 5. That's not related to intelligence, though. Like, we're talking about physical attractiveness. If you want an accurate number for hotness, we need to see the dumpy. Face can only decide cuteness, and cuteness, you're an 8. Well, yeah. I mean, cuteness is what I strive for. I want to be cute. But yeah. I mean, my goal is to be as cute as possible. Just cute max to oblivion, but it's easier said than done. You're a 10, the hell with these opinions. No. I'm disagreeing with people's opinions because they're rating too high. You're mistaken. I'm saying that I'm lower than what they're saying. I'm saying that I'm a 4 out of 10. Slightly below average. Well, noticeably below average. 4.5 out of, like 4 to 4.5 I think is fair. You think too low of yourself? I feel like I'm fairly objective. I feel like I'm objective with my rating. Right? Sorry, you were right. You're a new man. Well, I never said that. Eyes and eyelashes, lips and nose, so adorable I need. You sure about the nose? I don't know about the nose. Lips are a bit thin. Eyes, fair enough. Don't let the internet define you, girl. I don't. I define it myself. Define myself. Actually, she is a 10 out of 10 person. We being realistic with the numbers, and 10 is practically a theoretical level of hotness, which I'm not close to that. Okay, be so fucking for real. Eyebrows, when scrunching them in doubt, equals +3 cuteness. Okay, that's not what that means. Okay, your attitude and personality may be a shitty 5, but looks, you're a 10. I am not. I am not. I am a 4. Also, I don't think that my personality is dog shit. I don't think that's an issue. Because like I'm weirdly charming when I need to be. With people that I find attractive. It's weird because I get awkward and I sort of tense up and I don't know what to say. But like then, you know, like if I like somebody, then I'll start trying to flirt with them but fail miserably, and then I'm like really awkward about it. And then she'll, you know, tease me for it. And then I get really all like flustered and I get all embarrassed. And she teases me for that, and then she likes me for some reason. Keep in mind you're attractive enough to get that weird gooner donating earlier. Yeah, but that's because I'm a woman, okay? It's because I'm a woman, and you know, if you're a woman, of course you're gonna get donations like that. You know. Some men will just goon to anything. Even me. I think that's called anxiety. Yo, no. I'm not saying all men, I'm just saying some men. Okay. But yeah. Anyways, we have more video to watch.
A big social circle that probably helps that you had good so-called communication skills. Well, it's really just a matter of the guys that have naturally good communication skills, they tend to be above average intelligence. They tend to be low inhibition, but not on the extreme ends of low inhibition, but lower inhibition, lower than average inhibition. So they're able to speak more freely. You know, they don't
I have slightly higher than average inhibition in the real world. Like
fear, they don't have constant anxiety about everything they say, like those of us with high inhibition. And it's also a matter of having
I'm lesbian and you're very beautiful. Even if I wasn't into women, you're very beautiful. You're just gassing me up. You're just saying that to be nice. No way you're actually attracted to me. Impossible. Impossible. I bet you mog me as well. Oh, fuck you. You mog me. You mog me to death. I don't want to hear it from you. You mog me. You're like way prettier than me. I will never look like you. Now that attitude, that's a two. Shut up, okay? You mog me so badly. Okay, so okay, can I just say, if that's you though, you're like insanely pretty. What the fuck? You're like I'm not gonna get jealous. You know, whenever I see like a you're beautiful and you know it. I don't. You are though. You are. If that's you, is that you? Or is that just like some like, you know, hot person you found that's like you know, I mean, if that's you, then, well, you know, uh, I have confidence. I'm Native American. That's you? Okay. Why oh boy, um, I drink lots of water. Okay, water does not, um, okay, look. Listen, okay? Flustered years. Shut up, okay? You're fucking ruining my chances here, okay? You're not helping. I'm not blushing. Shut up. Speaking of water, you know, it's very, very important to drink lots of it, okay? Cute girl, nuh-uh. Fuck, I didn't know you were Les. She's definitely shut up. No, I'm not. Shush. No. No, I'm not. I don't do that, okay? Water and fasting makes me pretty. Bro, you gotta teach me the ways. Teach me the ways. How much do I need to fast? How much water do I need to drink? What are the measurements? Femyoz is I'm not blushing. Shut up. Okay. Look, Yo's, you gotta lock it. Okay, listen. Okay, it's not that simple, okay? See, now you're even beautiful. Okay, well, look, you're winning, keep blushing. Well, okay. Are you blushing? No. Blushing is also +3 cuteness. Okay, no, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. If another woman tells you you're beautiful, that's a compliment. Good point. You kinda are blushing. No, I'm not. Just unlocking pretty women is so fun. Okay, Listen. Bottom energy is off the charts. Okay, shut up. Nuh-uh. What bottom energy? Is the bottom energy in the room with us? I don't know, dude. I don't know. It must be in your room. You're the one that has the bottom energy. It's the main reason I'm here. What? Nuh-uh. What's your IQ? I have no idea. Other women like to break other women down, but not me. But change that confidence. You got it, girl. Okay, how do I look more like you? How do I... Tan? No, I mean like in terms of not tanning would not do that. That's not how that would work. You don't need to, you're beautiful, but okay. You gotta eat beans and make tortillas. Nah. Okay, it's like conflicting because like if I think that somebody is attractive enough, like it's like confusing because you know I want to be them, but like also I look, I don't know, it creates this weird I don't know. Take a compliment, girl. I do struggle to take compliments. She definitely needs to take a compliment. I always find it like, because when I look at myself in the mirror, I don't see anything good. You don't have to be them, just date them. You got a point. It's like maybe I'm just severely insecure and like maybe I constantly need reassurance, but you know, there's a lot of beautiful people who put themselves down. Yeah, but I feel like I'm not one of them. I feel like I'm one of the ugly people that does that. Um, and look, at the end of the day, I don't know. I just like, it's just like because I view myself in a certain way and because I have severe gender dysphoria as well. I think that's part of the issue is like I'm a trans person. I have severe gender dysphoria. I mean, I still think I look like a man, to be honest. Like I look in the mirror and I'm like, "Ooh, that's an awfully male-looking bone structure," you know. And um I don't know if that'll ever go away, to be honest, or if I can make it go away. It's not as bad as it used to be, but I don't know. And it's because I view myself as this ugly man still. It makes it hard for me to understand how anyone could be attracted to me. You need to find that confidence within yourself. I was an ugly duckling all throughout high school. A really hot guy called me Butterface. Everything is hot but my face. That boosted my confidence. I totally ditched the glasses, braces, plucked my brows. Real. See, but you have a good base. If you have a good base and it's like, oh, okay, it's like these few cosmetic things like eyebrows, glasses, braces, and that's what's holding you back. I feel like for me, it's my bone structure, but, I don't know, maybe I'm just like too bone structure pilled, you know. I don't know, dude. I feel like I look super male. I look manly. I fear. That's my biggest fear is looking like a gross man. Like, looking way too masculine and no one will ever see me as a woman. Uh, because of my male bone structure. um, God damn, it's so hard to not think about boning your. So I had the body. Now I need to upgrade my looks. I was hot my senior year and turned that dude down. Now he's fat with 3 kids and 2 divorces. Oh, that's brutal. And now you log him. You pass, no doubt. See, and I don't see that either. And that's why I'm like, okay, maybe people are being honest when they say that they think I'm attractive. I don't know. Yes, I saw Finster's about to get FFS. I'm gonna get FFS at some point too. So that'll upgrade my looks. I'll look more feminine. Woohoo. I'll have like a less wide jaw. My bigonial width will be decreased. I'm gonna get rhinoplasty. And everyone, you absolutely do not need makeup. You're just hot like that. Thank you. I'm wearing mascara, but nothing else. You definitely don't need to paint your face to be attractive, really. Damn. To be fair, I shouldn't put this on screen because I feel like I don't want to compare myself. I don't want to. If I compare myself, I'm gonna get upset if I do. I'm gonna get really, really upset if I see myself in the preview. Yes, yeah, exactly. These women use lashes and filters to feel hot, and they're not. Yeah, but like, you're actually hot. That's the thing. It's like, fuck. God damn it. But I mean, if you're, okay, no, if I say anything, I don't want to come across as like weird. Never mind. Girl, I have curly hair. Ha, I hate it. Seriously, I've always been so jealous of people that have curly hair. You have pretty blonde hair. I wish I had hair like that. Girl, can we switch hair? Can we switch hair, please? God damn. You're not weird? Well, I'm like super awkward. I don't know. I mean, somehow it works, but like I feel like I'm more awkward right now. Listen, okay. I I promise I'm not normally this fucking awkward, okay? Dude, what am I saying? What am I saying? What am I doing? Um all I went to school with was skinny white girls with pretty blue eyes and blonde hair. Well, then I mean, um, then I must break the mold then, because I'm a average weight white girl with I I think I technically have gray eyes, which I think is more rare. So I got that going for me. I was definitely purging my food to get like that. I'm just naturally curvy. Now I love my hot bod. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, curves go hard as fuck. I don't like it when someone's too skinny because it's like, you know, I almost want them to have more of a presence than me, if that makes sense. Like, I want I I bet your dad's hot is crazy. He's not. Then again, I'm gonna be biased. Even if he was, I'd probably be biased. But that's just because I think there's like I think we're biologically designed to, like, you know, find family members like unattractive, you know, which I mean is probably for the better. Um anyways. Anyways. I bet your dad's wait, but didn't you say that you were lesbian? Are you bisexual? Yeah, I used to triple my sports bras just to flatten my chest to fit in those holster shirts. Please never do that. Please never do that. For no particular reason, of course. You know, just just because it's more just for comfort reasons. No other reason, of course. No other reason, of course. I'm sorry. Okay, no, I need to stop. I need to fucking stop. What am I doing? Okay, I need to. That was not funny. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, for health reasons, of course. You know, don't do that. Yeah, never hide titties, okay? Never hide them. For health reasons. For health reasons. No ulterior motives, okay? No. Okay, I need to stop. I need to fucking stop, dude. What am I doing? Okay, okay, all right. I don't have to be straight to find older white men attractive when my biological ticks. I definitely want a Paul Walker baby. Definitely want a white baby daddy. Type shit. Are you No, I'm not flustered, okay? Shut up. I don't get flustered. What do you mean? This is pretty I'm not blushing, okay? Dude. Never seen you like this? Well, like what? Like what, huh? Like what? Okay, I'm not flustered. Okay, I don't get flustered. I don't get flustered. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. She's definitely blushing. No, I'm not. No, not true. Shush. Okay, look, I subscribed to you, gorgeous. Thank you. Also, Vexy Honey, 17. If you want, if you have a, okay, how do I do this? Okay, if you have a Discord, then make sure to join the Discord community. In the about section of my channel, say community Discord server, and feel free to add me if you want, of course, you know, or no pressure. What am I doing? Why am I like this? Why am I like this? Yeah, yeah, yes. If you okay, coward, ask her out properly. Shut the fuck up. That's not what I'm. Okay, that's not what I'm. Okay, that's not what that is. Look. I'm just saying. Um, yes, you should make a Discord for no particular reason. In the meantime, I do have an Instagram as well. So if you're an Instagram girly, my Instagram is probably also linked in my about section. I think maybe it's also Femyoz at Femyoz. Um, it's so cute. Not gonna lie. Okay, well, it's I'm not trying to be cute. I'm just telling people the objective facts of where you could. Okay. Of I'm just telling someone, hypothetically, if they want to message me for whatever wacky reason, they can, do that if they want. I'm just saying. OMG, well done. You've convinced her to make an account just to talk to you. I hope so. I hope so. That would be pretty based. Because I do, if, Discord is the place that I'm the most active in terms of all the social media platforms. I'm not very active on Instagram. So, I made a Discord when I found this like a week ago type shit. How's my second favorite bottom? Yo, what's up? What's good, gang? Anyways. Where are you at in the world? I'm not gonna reveal that here. But you said you're from California? I'm not near there, unfortunately. I don't live near you. She's really asking, yeah. But if I become, famous, if I end up being famous and rich, I can I could which is never gonna happen, but if hypothetically if it does. Did I misread? Did I misread a message? Okay, I'm so stupid. Or are you being sarcastic? Wait. Fuck. Okay, wait. No, I swear you said that. Am I crazy? Oh yeah, you said you are from California. Okay. Okay, thank God. Okay, all right. No, but hypothetically, if I became rich and famous, I could arrange something, but I can't right now because I'm broke and irrelevant. Ah, the classic. Oh no, I fucked up. Oh shit, fuck. Wait, no, I didn't. Okay, I'm fine. Yeah. Yep, pretty much. You gave out your Snapchat earlier. Wait. What is it? I need to save it somewhere. Sorry, for no reason. All I'm gonna say is that when I add you, okay, the name in Bitmoji is gonna be a bit strange. Okay, it's gonna be something really goofy. I'm not gonna say what it is on here. Okay, but there will be somebody that adds you. You know what? Why don't I add you right now? Okay, there you go. And let's see. How do I add somebody again? Okay. Where's the search function? How do I? Oh, okay. Wait, like this. Let me search it. I'm over 18 and under 30. Yeah, you look like you're in your 20s. But yes, I will. If we do anything crazy, then I will ask for an ID. Just because, Why is it not showing up? Am I crazy? Did I spell it wrong? Oh, maybe you spelled it wrong. Is it with 2 R's? Or 3 R's? Wait, why am I not finding it? Copy? Did I mistype it? Add me. What should we talk about in private between us? We'll see. We'll see. Here, wait. Let me see. Boo. Hold on. 3 R's. Okay. Maybe I spelled it wrong? No results. What? Why can't I find it? Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Find friends? No. What? Why? Dude, how do I search? Am I fucking crazy? Why can't I? Oh my god. Maybe if I... No, that's a group chat. What the fuck? Oh, now that's, like, stuck like that. Okay. Okay. No Okay, wait. I found it. Okay. Let's just say I have a strange Bitmoji. I'm the one with the strange Bitmoji and the strange name. Do not say what it is. Okay? Do not tell anyone. Okay, you getting the name wrong explains a lot. Okay. Blueberry for the fifth time. We're trying to get Yos hooked up with a native mama. Yo, that's true. That's true. Yes. Is this her? Haha. Yes, it's me. It's me. Hello. I am Jin. Dude. All right. There we go. Well, I know who I'm going to be talking to. This is cute AF. Thank you. Thank you. God damn, this is so cute. Should we get back to the looks maxing video? This is the more important stuff, okay? We have more important stuff to talk about. First of all, it wasn't even a looks maxing video. Here, wait. Dude. This is now a holy shit, this woman is really pretty, and goddamn, I would let her do things to me. Okay, well, okay, I need to chill. I need to chill. She's pretty enough to get your secret identity? Yes. I was terrified when you couldn't find it at first, like it was terrible bait or something. Yeah, I was like maintaining my composure. Yeah, enjoy your live. I'll connect with you on there. Hell yeah. Dude, I'm fucking winning, chat. I'm winning in life. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. Alright. Ah. Yeah, anyways, as you all know, okay, I have a very, I have this thing, okay, it's a thing for pretty women, I know. Crazy. Who would have guessed? We have more video to watch. You deserve this. Thank you. Thank you. Now, loser maxing, if you're watching this, this is how you get bitches, okay? Dude, what a fucking... This is how you get all the bitches, okay? You become a Giga Chad like me. Doesn't Femyoz have a girlfriend? I'm a polyfag. I'm a freak. Yeah, lesbian likes pretty girls, who would have guessed? That's how it's done, loser maxing. I don't think I understand this method. I don't either. I don't know why it works. I do anti-riz. I do anti-riz. And it works. You get the bitches by blushing and giving off as much bottom energy as physically possible. How did I not see this? Almost a poly, my GF isn't though. Real.
Typical, neurologically typical. Okay, it's a matter of not being autistic, not being anywhere toward the autism side of the autism spectrum. That's what makes a man have good social skills. Okay, so even as far as social skills do help in attracting a woman, it still really boils down to biology. You know, it boils down to your natural brain chemistry. Okay, so attraction is not a choice. It's just biology. And it's not something that...
Yo, true. I can't help it. I'm just biologically attracted to, you know, some really pretty women out there. You know, I'm just, it's biological. It's purely biological. What can I say? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Okay, I'm gonna stop simping. Okay, for now.
You can't really do anything to improve.
I'm sorry. Okay, okay, all right. I'm like a little bit, I'm still a little bit flustered from that for, reasons.
How attractive you are. The only time, really the only form of self-improvement as a man that you can do to make yourself more attractive is if you are currently fat, losing weight will probably make you a little bit more attractive.
Now she admits it. Well, yeah, because I don't see her in chat right now. So yeah, of course I'm gonna admit it. But like, dude, but I'm not gonna say, okay, I'm not gonna say it in front of her. Okay, I'm gonna stop simping. Untrue words have never been said. She's in the DMs right now. Well, I'm not looking at my phone right now.
In some cases, it might make you a lot more attractive if you are currently really, really fat. But aside from that,
you know what? I'm gonna look at the phone. Hold on. Hold on. I can't help it, okay? I can't help it. Yeah, I'm not gonna ghost. Oh. View this. God damn it, why is she so goddamn pretty? Why is she so goddamn... Okay. Dude, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing, chat? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh my god. Um, Great. Okay, anyways. Sorry, yes, I'm tarding out. Okay. Sorry, dude. I have anti-riz. I don't know how it works. I expect it to go horribly every single time, and somehow it doesn't. Ooh, I can't help it. I have to look. I have to look. Why do I have to look? Bro. Yo. Chat. She just asked, did you tell him I'm real? Yeah, I feel like y'all already know that. Y'all already know she a real one. But yeah, she's real. Yeah. Okay, like I obviously can't, you know, show the DMs because like I hold on. I'm gonna tell her that you guys are saying get her on the live. Dude. Streamer, through Discord, yes, I do profit from YouTube. Also, I'm neglecting chat now. I gotta go back to focusing on stream. Let me know if you make a Discord and wanna call in. Also feel free to keep to talk in YouTube chat still, so I don't have to neglect chat. You send stream and talk to her. We have a video to finish. We gotta get to the 8-hour mark as well on this stream. Yeah. Honestly, that's real. Anyways, gotta go for a bit. Talk to you soon. Why am I so nervous? That. Okay. I think I did a good job. Did I do a good job, chat? Well, actually, you don't know. But based on my facial expressions, I think I did a good job. Probably. Or you could base it off my. I think. Because I was reading out my end. Not her end, though. I wasn't gonna read out her end. Oh, mic buzzing. Sorry, I was neglecting chat, okay? Look, don't ignore your chat for me. Look, it's okay, listen, that can be difficult. Yeah, I'm definitely real. Hell yeah. She do be real. But yeah, anyways. Who would have known? Bro, this is what I mean when I say, you know, autistic Riz combined with autism Riz. Tism Riz? Send me pictures of your cat. Send me all the pictures of your cat. I will look at all of them after stream and I will be way happier. But yeah. Oops, sorry. Let me just pull up my stream on my phone. Oh, we're almost at 200 likes. Would you look at that? Want to see what my hair was earlier? If anyone that didn't get to see it, dude, this is me earlier with my hair up. Anyways, I just like didn't bother doing my hair before stream. I just like vaguely brushed it. One more like if we get 200. Double tap. Very cute. Thank you. I also looked a lot less tired, so I was probably looking a little bit better towards the start of the stream. But yeah, that's besides the point.
There's not really anything you can do. You know, wearing cool clothes.
We're now at 200. Yo, let's go. Still live? Yeah, we're gonna go to 8 hours. We're like a little over half an hour away from the 8-hour mark, and then I'll probably unstream.
Isn't going to help that much. It's not going to help that much. It's really just about what does your face look like. That is the king. You know, it's just biology. It's just biology. There may be cases where a guy, say he's currently married to a woman, you know, he's got a wife, or he's got
Like to consider myself as your wing woman for that interaction. Yeah, you helped a little bit, but you were also like, you know, not helping with the awkwardness. But maybe that's the point though. It's like maybe your goal was to make me as awkward as possible, because for some reason that works.
who he thinks is a loving girlfriend that just really cares about him.
Can I get roasted if I leak my IG? Maybe later, but like I'm not in a roasting mood. I'm in a good mood, but not a roasting mood. Definitely the point. That was the point.
And
okay.
Some of these guys, they knew the girl that they're currently with.
I feel like no matter what, I was gonna be awkward.
They knew her for a while, and at first,
you guys just like made me more awkward. It's like painfully awkward. I get so nervous so easily.
She wasn't into him, you know? Maybe he tried asking her out and she was like, I don't know, you know, and then over time, he thinks over time, just something he was able to do, you know, through negotiation, convincing her, letting
girls are cuter the more flustered they are.
Her see how
can I get compliments if I leak my IG? Depends on what you look like.
What a great provider he can be and all that. Eventually,
I'm sorry. Like I don't know. It's like because like usually what people will do is they'll post pictures of themselves on Instagram and it's like, yeah, you're like normal looking. Like I don't know. I'm not very good at here's the thing is I'm not good at like gassing people up unless, you know, it's true. And that's the thing is like if I compliment someone on their looks, that like means like it means it's like true. Like I don't like to lie because when I give compliments, I want people to know that it, you know, it comes from the heart. I want people to know that it like is something I truly believe. And you know, and maybe that's a bad thing, maybe that's a good thing. Yo, thank you, Jessica Fox. Oh, whoa, for the $5. You beautiful fucking bastard saying woman. Yo, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyways. Hi, Femyoz, how are you doing? I'm doing alright. How are you? Spinny? If she requests it, yeah.
Actually, he does get the girl. He gets with her, and maybe he's married to her today. And so there are cases like that. And a man in that position, he probably is
Stop paying attention to the vid. Yes, we're watching an incel vid.
Going to be delusional enough to think that it was the things he did that managed to attract his wife. But
like, I know in the case of my parents, that is what happened.
Reality, in those cases, if you want to know what the reality of the situation is, what happened is that woman settled for you. Okay? That woman has settled for that man. He did not convince her to suddenly be attracted to him. She's not. She didn't magically become attracted to him.
I feel like in the case of my mom, she kind of did though. Like she became attracted to my dad. Like as they got to know each other. And she's told me this. Like she's told me that her perception of what she found attractive in men changed as she got to know them. Like she'd like be like attracted to a guy at like first sight, but then like he opens his mouth and she's like, oh, this guy's like nasty. He's like weird and disgusting. And then like there's, you know, other guys where it's like she doesn't really notice them at first. But like they're super sweet and then she like sort of builds a connection and becomes attracted to them through that way. And, you know, I'd consider my mom to be like a, you know, a pretty normal person. She's probably the most normal person in my family, so, you know, that woman settles a crazy cope to acknowledge. Oh, to avoid acknowledging that he has a shitty personality? Yeah, maybe.
Just that, for whatever reason, she realized that man is her best option as far as, you know, being financially taken care of. You know, she tried to make it with Chad. She got pumped and dumped probably dozens of times. And eventually, she realized, you know, Chad is not going to pay my way. Chad's not going to raise my children. Chad's not going to give me a child. He's not going to pay my way. He's not going to take care of me financially because he doesn't want to. She wants him to. He doesn't want to. So sometimes women will settle for the beta orbiting simp that's been orbiting her just for years, trying to negotiate her attraction for him, trying
I don't think this is how this works. This is like such a brain dead straight people take.
to convince her that she should love him, that she should be attracted to him. And eventually she might settle for that guy.
But I've just like never had this issue.
Because she knows that he's a massive simp, but that's not attraction. And, you know, that guy,
I don't know. I was acting like fairly simpy and awkward, you know, like 2 minutes ago, and it seems to work perfectly fine.
if you are a man and you're in that situation, in most cases, I bet you're living that dead bedroom life. You know, you're not actually getting any real affection from that woman. If you had to negotiate with her,
Yo, thank you, Jessica Fox. Oh, whoa, for the additional 5 saying, what's your thoughts on shiny rocks? They're pretty cool, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say they're pretty cool. My political opinion on waffles and pancakes is that waffles are superior. I'm sorry, it's just true. But yes, thank you for the 5.
to get her to date you in the first place, I can only imagine any intimate relations you have with that woman.
I'm a straight girl, but I don't even know what's going on in this guy's head. Yeah. Got straight women in the audience. Is this true? Do you guys just like settle for the beta cuck simps? Is that how you view it? Yo, holy shit. Thank you so much, Jessica Fox. Oh, whoa, for the $20, you beautiful fucking bastard saying based girly. Yo, thank you so much. Holy shit. Yo, W. 07's in chat. 07's in chat. Big dono. Man, that's a $20 dono. After 2 $5 donos. So that's $30 in a single night. Want to be rated, I guess. I'll rate you at some point. I'm not in a mood to, you know, because like if it turns out, because I'm not in the mood to, because if you're a 4 out of 10 like you say you are, I'm not in the mood to be the bearer of bad news. Be like, yeah, you are that, right? I'm not in the mood for that. I'm not in the mood to break somebody's spirits. I don't know what you look like, though. To be fair, you could look better.
Is you might get something, and it might even be fun for you. It might even be the best time you've had in your entire life. But I can guarantee you, you are not getting even 5% of what Chad got from her. Not even 5%. The things that
Yeah, true.
she
You're
does
just getting cucked by Chad and Tyrone.
for you, or the things that she begrudgingly allows you to do to her,
She's too love-stricken for cruelty.
or with her, however you want to say it,
Shush.
that's not even a sliver.
Move the dang goal. Okay, I would, but so the dono goal thing is broken. And the reason for that is it only takes Streamlabs donate. It only registers Streamlabs donations. So that see that little link, streamlabs.com/Femyoz? That's what makes the goal go up. I haven't been able to fix it. I don't know why super chats don't count. The ideal scenario would be because YouTube takes 30% of all super chats, to have it be like 70% of the super chat goes to the daily donor goal. And people ask about it, and because then people could ask about it, and then I'd be like, oh, well, you know, YouTube takes this much, right? And that's like a way of visually representing that. But yeah, no, I can't get it to, but I'd rather it, you know, go up, you know, the amount that they donated, rather than nothing at all. Give me a moment. Ayo?
Of a percentage point of what she gives to Chad, or what she gave to Chad, or what she probably still gives to Chad on the side. Because
Right, of course. You must be getting cucked by Chad.
when a woman settles for a man like that, when a woman settles for a man that negotiated, a man that
So, did you just compare Discord to TeamSpeak?
finally convinced her to love him, there's no attraction there. So she's not going to be giving herself to him fully, if at all. And she's
I feel like every manosphere video can be summarized by saying incels don't understand human relationships. Yeah, it's because they don't go outside. I don't know. I'm actually very sympathetic to a lot of black pill shit. I think that there is some, you know, truth to some of the things that people are saying in those spheres, but, you know, this guy is just fucking stupid. I'm sorry. There's not a better way of putting it. This guy is just wrong about everything.
always
Not everything, but a lot of things.
throughout the entire relationship, which will probably be temporary, it will be short-lived, she's going to have one foot
Has this guy ever had a girlfriend? Yes, he did. He dated the Indian chick. Because we watched him, like, you know, go from complaining about how he gets no bitches to, well, I get bitches now, but, like, the experience was bad. It was bad. I didn't like it. It's like, okay, well, now you're, like, being picky. You know, no matter how depressed you got, chat, let this guy remind you it could be worse. Yeah, you could be this guy. You wouldn't want to be this guy, would
out
you?
the door the entire time. Because she's always going to be hoping, just praying that maybe she'll have a chance with a guy that she actually is attracted to. Because, look, you cannot convince a woman to be attracted to you. You can't convince a woman to become attracted to you. She either is attracted to you or she is not. And
Yeah, but there's also gray area where it's like you're a blank slate. Like, most men are going to be blank slates to most straight women, I would presume. Yeah, depending on what they look like and how old they are, that is.
it's biological. Now, there is some amount of variance as far as, you know, there are men that are kind of on the borderline between being good looking and being unattractive, where there will be
I feel like that's most people.
some women that will be attracted to him, and there will be other women that are not attracted to him.
Yeah, that's like most people.
So there is a little bit of variance there. You know, not all women have the exact same biological preferences, but for the most part,
There is no gray area. She either loves you or she doesn't. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. Love at first sight isn't real. It's not love. It's attraction. What you're talking about is attraction. In which case, I agree. You either do find somebody attractive or you don't, but different people are going to find different people attractive. So, for instance, if we take the, you know, the person that I was like flirting with and, you know, failing miserably at doing so, but somehow it worked anyway. If you take her, for example, she's like very, very attractive, right? Instantly, you know, I found her to be quite attractive. But doesn't mean that I'm in love. There's a distinction. You did fine. I think I failed so miserably that it worked.
it's like pretty much the same. It's very similar. There's a little bit
Shut up, you man. What's wrong with you, cunt? Get your cock out. Okay, dude. Look, I'm sorry, but like, you know, you're just like, talk to me when you get women that look like this flirting with you, okay? If you don't have anyone that looks like this flirting with you, I don't want to hear it. Anyways, let's continue. I'm just gonna start using that as a flex. Just being like, yeah, I get hot women that are in my DMs. Like, just saying.
bit of variance there. Not a lot, just a little bit. So, like I say, a woman knows immediately or within seconds of seeing you, before you've even met. As soon as she sees you, she already knows whether or not
whether it's called attraction or love. Yeah, but those are two different things, right? Love is not the same thing as attraction. Like, I would presume that you love your mom, right? But you're not attracted to her. So they're obviously not the same thing. So unless you're attracted to your mom or don't love your mom, and either of those things sound fucking horrendous,
is attracted to you. Okay? Attraction is an instant thing. And again, as a man, you know this about yourself. When you see a woman, you already know if she's attractive or not. That's not something you have to think about. You don't have to consider, like, is she?
My mom said, okay, well, you probably loved her when she was alive, unless she was like abusive or there was something wrong with her.
Attracted. You don't have to think about that at all.
In which case, that's like through no fault of your own. But like, you get the point.
It's basic. It's instinct. It's hardwired into your brain. You either feel it or you don't. And it's the same for women.
I can't even find a woman as beautiful as her in my res. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
The only difference is women have a much, much more narrow range of which men
That's the thing, is she's like insanely attractive and she's not frauding.
gives them that feeling of attraction versus men that they feel nothing for. And again, like I say,
Yeah.
whether you're ugly, if you're truly hideous or you're just an average looking man, it's the same difference. It's the same thing. Because from a woman's perspective, you just don't elicit that feeling of attraction in her. So might as
You scored real high. Yep, I did.
well be the same thing.
I don't know what it is. I feel like I can constantly score up. I feel like I'm like always like, I don't know how I do it. Maybe people are right when they say that I'm like too hard on myself. Because if I'm constantly scoring up, then what does that say about me? I don't know.
Every man, I don't care who you are, unless you're like, if you're Chad, then you probably never had this, but most men, whoever you are, you have at some point, I'm sure, you've had those thoughts like, well, I could convince her.
Femi gets the hottest bitches. You know it. You know it. Remember how you said people typically looks match? Okay. Well, in this instance, I definitely did not looks match. Okay, I'm the exception to looks matching, okay? You're prettier than you think you are. We keep trying to tell you. Okay, alright. Physical attraction so easy to get past. Picture someone blowing you and suddenly they're getting a +4 to hotness. No, I don't agree with that. It could be a -4 depending on who it is. Does 6+ out of 10 make sense now? If I'm scoring that, yeah, honestly, yeah, that does maybe I'd say so. If that's what I'm scoring, yes, yes, that makes sense. Unless I've gone crazy, I don't know. I feel like if I'm scoring that. If I'm scoring women that look like her, boy.
Convince her if only she knew this about me, or if only there's a way I could.
I had this BS playing games if not a yes or no period. It was gonna be a yes or no initially, but like that yes or no can change. I do think that there's some ambiguity, right? It's generally gonna be the case that like, okay, at first sight, you're either gonna notice someone is attractive or you're not, right? But that can change with time. Right? You might like become friends with someone and then you might slowly become attracted to them. Right? That also happens. Where it's like you're not initially physically attracted to them, but like you might, as you get closer to somebody as a person, you might develop a crush. I think it would boost your confidence if you've tried makeup routines that would snatch your face or like make your bone structure look different. True. I need to hide my bone structure.
Make her see how much I care, or if I can make her see how intelligent I am. If only I can make her see how strong I am, how good a provider I would be for her. Once you start having those thoughts, you're just.
I mean, I don't know, like, what my dad did for my mom was like, he was just like really sweet. Like he would just like make some like really kind gestures where it's like, you just want to go, oh, wait, that's so sweet. That's going to be your instinct as like a woman. It's like, oh my God, that's so sweet.
Negotiating.
Right?
You're negotiating with terrorism at that point.
And it's like, I can see why, like, it worked.
Trying to negotiate
It's like, my dad was fucking smart. If he wanted something, he was gonna get it. And he wanted my mom, so he fucking put in the effort and got her. Because he's a really smart guy. He's smart and he's driven. He's like a significantly better version of me in a lot of ways. I'd say I'm more empathetic than him, so it's not like it's completely unbalanced. Yo, thank you so much. 24 swarps. for the $30, you beautiful fucking bastard, saying 2 purr, 2 spins. All right, bet. Dude, I can purr into the microphone. I haven't done that in a long time. All right, I think that was 2 times. Was this become an ASMR stream? You know, I thought about becoming an ASMR channel. Anyways, for anyone wondering what outfit I'm wearing, okay? For anyone that needs a fit check, here it is. Hope you like it. I think it's great, okay? I think it's a great fit. Sleepy though. Oh, why is it going all the way over here? Cute. Thank you. Anyways, hope that was satisfactory. But yeah, 07's in chat for 24 swopes. 24 swopes. Yes.
Instinct. You're trying to negotiate an instinctual impulse. That's not a negotiation. You're trying to negotiate with nature. That's like trying to negotiate with a waterfall using your words. You know, telling Niagara Falls, please stop pouring water out. Please stop pouring water out. You know, it's meaningless. You can't negotiate with the force of nature. That's not a thing you can do. Okay? So there's no negotiating.
No, but you can influence it.
There's no convincing a woman to become attracted to you. You can't convince. It
Depends.
It's just
If you have like neutral looks, then you kind of can.
biology. It's just biological. And
I think a lot of people have neutral looks. A lot more people. I told you to give me a sec lol. Hell yeah. Oh, that was you. That was you, Jessica. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was you. Hell yeah. Yo, Jessica the fucking goat. She's donated, oh my god, $60? Holy fuck. Where did Mexi go? I don't know where she went. But, if you're watching, hello. What was that hand gesture? That was very... I don't know what that was.
in probably most cases,
I really think wholeheartedly that opinions change because someone tries to negotiate with their instincts, which after time will wear out since it's not coming from the inside.
yes, there are a lot of delusional men
Gay, I am gay.
out there, but
Does my guy not know what flirting is? Being good at flirting can make someone who's mid look attractive. Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
in most cases, when say you're talking to a girl, you're texting with her, and say she texts back, you know, she's your friend in some way, you know, she willingly communicates with you on some level. Maybe this is a girl that's a coworker or she's a classmate or whatever. If you find yourself wondering, is she attracted? I think she might like me. I think she might like me. Then no, she doesn't. She's not attracted to you. Because if a
That's
woman
not
is
true.
attracted to you, she will do everything within her power to make sure you know that.
No, this is just like not true. Like I remember like there have been multiple instances where they give me 0 signs and then out of the blue, they just fucking randomly have one of their friends tell me that they like me. And I mean, to be fair, that was, you know, back when I was growing up, so yeah. Kitten pause. Anti-flirting? Yeah, anti-flirting works wonders, I guess. I don't know.
Now, women are very passive-aggressive. They're not very upfront with their
Just not EP enough for proper pause to come out. What do you mean?
feelings sometimes, but you would know. If a woman is attracted to you, she'll make sure you know. And the only way you wouldn't pick up on it is if you are severely autistic, but even in those cases, you probably would pick up on it. So attraction's not something you can negotiate. You can't trick a woman into being attracted to you unless you have like a very realistic prosthetic mask. That might be the only way you could trick a woman into being attracted to you. But if you're showing your actual face, you know, unless you're actually hiding your face, literally, there's no way you're going to trick a woman into being attracted to you. You're not going to negotiate a woman into being attracted to you. You're not going to convince a woman who is not immediately attracted to you into becoming attracted to you. Okay?
Again, I've just seen kind of
And now, I know there's a lot of guys out there that you might think, okay, I know that I'm not attractive. I know that no woman will ever be attracted to me. But
yeah, also trick is like an interesting word for
I'm willing
it.
to be the beta bucks because
Yeah, I'm severely autistic and I've never picked up on it. You lying son of a bitch. Yeah.
at least then I might actually get something, you know? I might actually get some action, or I might at least be able to start a family, and that's enough for me. That's enough. I don't need my woman to actually be physically attracted to me. As long as she's with me, that's okay. If that's the perspective you take, you know, if you're okay with that, then I'm not going to argue with you. If you're okay with that, you're okay with that. Now, I will say, you're probably not actually okay with that. But if that is your only option, to be the beta bucks and to be with a woman that's not actually attracted to you, you know, it's an uphill battle. You're going to be facing an uphill battle the entire time you're with her. And if this is
Bro, this is what I mean. Like, this guy is just like such a miserable, wretched freak. Also, hello, the Sinusur mess. Hope you're doing
a woman
well.
you plan to marry and start a family with, that could be the rest of your life, she probably will cheat on you. And if not, it would only be because she wasn't able to. Because if she's
If I make love being conditional, love should IMO come at first and that's not love. Like, love is an emotional thing, not a physical one. Like, unless you love your mom the way that Christian does, which is concerning if you do. You know, if you have, you know, if you have this biological urge to, you know, if you love your mom in that way, let's just say. But, yeah, no, you're, ooh. A lot of times women do the exact opposite of what he's saying. Fear of rejection pushes some people to try and avoid showing their feelings to avoid rejection. True. Absolutely true.
not attracted to you, she will try to cheat on you if she can, in most cases. And personally, it's like,
It's just like, you're just like making this up.
you know, I can understand that perspective because, look,
Love does release chemicals in the brain, yes, but those are not going to be the exact same chemicals that you get when you like first see someone that you find attractive.
I'm
There might be some overlap. There's probably going to be overlap. But
really lonely, you know, so I can
love is a much stronger emotion than I am attracted to somebody.
understand that level of desperation. And if I'm being honest, I could see myself living like that. Of course, that would never happen because, you know, I work at a car wash and I'm already 36 years old. I'm pretty much unemployable. I have no actual job prospects. So I can't, you know, I can't beta bucks. That's not even an option for me. So it's easy for me to say,
Right.
haha, you're a loser if you do that because, you know, it's not even an option for me. So I'm not going to try to denigrate or talk bad about any men that want to make that choice. If that's how you want to live your life, go ahead. And another thing, people say time builds bonds. That's something, it's a very, one of those gynocentric, you know, one of those platitudes that women like to say about ugly guys and never direct.
Yeah, I mean, if women are saying it and women are telling you what they're attracted to, then you might, well, oh my, holy fuck, holy, oh my god, yo, thank you, 24-hour swopes for the $98, you beautiful fucking bastard. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Can we get some 07s in chat? Absolute goat. Massive oiler today. This is what I mean when I say I'm glad that I decided to, you know, stream for 8 hours today. Holy fuck. Me making it to the 8-hour mark is paying the fuck off. Let's go. Oh my god. Yo. Thank you. Holy shit. Oh my god. Please join the Discord server as well. Join admit to bottom and hug the chair. Okay, yes, I'm a bottom. There you go. You want me to hold the chair for 33 seconds? I presume? Okie dokie. Oh dear. Oh, yups. Oh dear. I haven't done this in so long. I might be too weak for this. Oh, I'm scared. Okay, it's not too bad. Oh, it's already slipping out of my hands. When did I start it? Like the 40? Now it's 52. Okay. Is that so bad? As long as I support it with like my knees kind of weak. Yo, shush. I'm not that weak. Oh, my hands. My hands is like slipping. Hold on. Has it been 30 seconds? Wait. I think it 20. No, wait. I did the math wrong. I did it for 43 seconds. Fuck. Okay. Oh, shit. I wanna fucking. Oh, okay, that was not cute. Okay, that was. How do I verify? I'll verify you once you're in the thing. Most people have to just like spend some time in the newcomers chat, but yeah, I'll verify you once I see you. Oh my god, you're the goat. Yo, thank you so much. I actually thought I was gonna struggle more with the chair, to be honest. I'm a new. You know what? I'll verify you right now. You get special treatment. I wouldn't do this for anybody else. It was very cute. It was not supposed to be cute. Okay, general. Oh wait, no, not. Oh wait, yeah. Yeah, I'll see you from there. Wait, are you in the? Where did you? Newcomer chat. Where are you? I don't see you. Say something. Say something in the chat. In the newcomer chat if you want me to. You know. I don't see you. Where the fuck? Where are you? I don't see you in the Discord. You joined the Femtards, right? Community Discord? Join the community Discord. Oh, is that you? About me, YouTube? Oh, fuck you, fucking Rick Astley. I thought it was gonna be like a link to your YouTube channel. Okay, alright, I'll give you verified. There you go. I only have call-in rules. Oh, you're in the wrong server. You're in the wrong server. You joined the debate server. You're going to want to join the community server. So I have two servers. One of them is a debate server. The other one is the community server. You're going to want to join the community server. Unless you want to debate me, of course. In which case, fair enough. But I don't think that's what you're trying to do. Okay, so I have debate me here, call-ins, and community Discord. You're going to want to join this right here. This is the community Discord. Right? It's this link. Oh, okay. There we go. Where's the community? It's right here. It says community Discord, and it's got this link. I'll even copy and paste it for you. It even says this link is safe, because it is. Okay. Oops. Sorry, I was just looking at channel activity. Hopefully that works. Or https:// maybe that'll give you a clickable link if you're on PC, I think. Oh, I'm fucking retarded. Let's try that again. I'm so fucking smart. Wow. There we go. So if you're on PC, there you go. Okay. Oh, I'm just gonna verify the people joining right now. I'm super nice. I found it. Okay, yeah, you're Jessica Fox. There you go, you're verified. Congratulations. Alright, now I'm gonna put my phone down. I also verified some other random person that joined. They have she, they pronouns though, so I don't think they'll be a threat. So, good for them. Anyways, with that being said, oh my god, we're almost at the 8-hour mark. All right, we have a video to finish, and then we'll probably, you know,
directly even, because women just don't even directly speak to an ugly man, but they might get on a YouTube comment section and do a little bit of virtue signaling and say something like, well, you know, time builds bonds. So, you know, start off being friends with a woman, and then basically what I'm saying,
I mean, it's just like true advice. Like, if women are telling you what they're into and what's worked for them, then like maybe you should listen to them instead of just like disregarding it. Like, if a woman gives you advice on how to get women, she's probably, you know, onto something, because like she knows what works for her. She knows what she likes.
saying that people have, that time builds bonds. And a man might think, you know, our relationship will start off as a farce where I'm just beta bucksing for her. I'm just providing for her, and she's not actually attracted to me, but she might give me a hand job every other weekend, so I put up with it. And he might be thinking, well, eventually, over time, as we're together over the years, after 10 years of marriage, eventually she'll realize, you know, that it's not, she won't realize it. She'll grow to love me. She'll grow to love me because time builds bonds. Well, it doesn't, okay?
It depends. You would do that before marriage, though, and it wouldn't take 10 years.
That is a cope. That is absolute cope.
I talk to a lot of ugly people. I talk to a lot of ugly odd dudes, but they are kind of my type. Yeah, exactly. You know, Eden's a straight woman, and like, here's the thing: is like, I don't understand straight women at all, and I see them like fawning over these like ugly ass men, and I'm like, well, to each their own. I guess ugly men need somebody in their life, so why not have this, you know, pretty woman waste her potential on him, I suppose.
Time does
what can I say?
not build bonds, okay? Time builds resentment, okay? Listen up, I'm going to say it again. Time does not build bonds. Time builds resentment.
I think it could build either.
Okay? So you can provide for a woman that's not actually attracted to you if you want, but she's going to resent you more and more the more time goes on. She's not going to love you more. She's not going to grow to love you. She's not.
They could be demisexual. Yeah, I've also said, like, if you're an ugly guy, go for demisexual women, right?
Not attracted to you, and that is not going to change. Okay? Even if she herself like falls down a peg, you know, she gets real fat and ugly or whatever, wrinkly with age, and say you age relatively gracefully, if she's not attracted to you, she's not attracted to you. Okay? It doesn't matter how she is, like her level of attraction relative to your level of attractiveness, that doesn't play.
It's such a weird thought to even have. Like, yeah, even if she becomes ugly and disgusting, you know, she's still not gonna want me. You know, as if you know, it's like her being brought down to your level type of thing. It's strange.
A role whatsoever. That doesn't matter, okay? Because even ugly women, you know, ugly women, beautiful.
What's demisexual basically just means you're like not attracted to people until you get to know them. Like, you're just like not, you don't find yourself attracted to people that are just like complete strangers. You have to like know them as a person a bit more, and then you start to develop an attraction. I think my mom actually, no, she wasn't demisexual. I think she was attracted to some guys just based on their looks, based on what she told me. Because I remember talking about guys with her, because, you know, obviously that's something she's going to have experience with, you know. I'm technically bisexual, but mostly lesbian at this point. I was more attracted to men earlier in my transition before I transitioned, though. So, you know, talking about men would be, you know, obviously a subject.
Women, they're all attracted to the
My GF likes that I make her blush by talking, and I love my cute tea girls. Hell yeah. Low key though, people tell me the same thing. They're like, they'll go out of their way to make me blush and get all embarrassed, and then they say that I'm like really cute, and then I get even more, you know, flustered.
same men. They're all attracted to the same thing, okay? Relativity isn't something that matters, okay? So you beta bucks for a woman, you do that if you want, or you orbit around and simp around some sweet honey pie princess that you think, you know, eventually she'll see my worth. Well, at best, she will eventually settle for you, but the resentment that she feels for you will continue to grow and grow and grow, and she will increasingly.
Since we're neglecting to acknowledge the effect life and outside forces can affect a person and who they are through experience and trauma, sometimes it's not who you are that changes you, it's what happens to you. Well, I don't disagree with that.
Increasingly, as that resentment grows, she will seek out alternative arrangements, okay? She will seek it out. And
What's a T-girl? I'm a T-girl. I'm like, I'm an example of a T-girl. If you need to know, I'm a T-girl. Girls that are like me. Anyways, hope that helps.
She can probably find it.
Dude, imagine I pass flawlessly and like they just have like no idea.
If she grows to resent you enough, she will find something on the side. And you might not ever even know about it. You probably will, because she probably won't even try that hard to hide it. Because
You mean pretty? Yeah, T-girl is like pretty, but like with a silent T at the beginning.
I mean, honestly, if you're the kind of guy that puts up with that in the first place, if you're willing to be a backup plan, so to speak, in the first place, you're willing to be with a woman that deep down you know is not actually attracted to you, then
T-girl is a girl that spills the tea.
you're probably the kind of guy that, you're probably just a cuck. You're probably the kind of guy that you would find out she cheated on you, and you'd just be like, well, I forgive you, I forgive you.
No, I'd take it a step further. I'd let her cuck me. Because then that'd be hot. Like if she cucks me with like a cis woman, because I'm like the inferior tranny and she, you know, views me as subhuman, then that's really hot. You know, it's like, oh, like you're way better than, you know, that tranny. You know. Am I crazy for that? Am I crazy for wanting that? It would only work if I was like with a cis woman though. She'd have to be cis for that to work. Or alternatively, it could just be like, I mean, it would still work if it was like, you know, another trans woman, but like, or if it was like two other trans women, but it's like hotter if it's cis women, because it's like, you know, if it's like me being degraded because I'm trans, you know, something I've been treated like shit for, it's like, then it becomes hot. Like really, really hot. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
You baby, I forgive you. We
It's
have
like the
children.
idea of like, you know, being categorized as like I'm not categorized as a man, but I'm not even, you know, categorized as a woman because I'm not like good enough for that. You know, it's just like this like weird degrading sort of. Also, thank you, Jessica Fox for becoming a supporter. Welcome to Supporter Gang. Would you rather a cis girl or a T girl, assuming all else is the same? That's difficult. If all else is the same, meaning that like we have the same amount of sexual compatibility, same kinks, same they have the same aesthetic, same everything. It's just like whether or not they're trans or cis. I would actually, that's really difficult because on one hand, if she's trans, that means she got a dick, and dick is really hot. I really like dick when it's on a woman, but also cis women can just wear strap-ons, so that kind of levels the playing field, you know, as long as they don't expect me to be dominant. And also, you know, there's like some stuff where it's like, if I get like, you know, humiliated and treated worse because I'm a tranny, but like in a hot way, you know, that makes like, that doesn't work as well if it's like another trans woman. Whereas if it's like a cis woman degrading me for being trans, then like that's really hot, you know? Where it's like, you know, like if she cucks me because I'm trans, then like, you know, you get the point. You get the point. You get the point. You know, she cucks me because I'm trans and she wants a cis woman, you know? I don't know, that's like weirdly hot. I don't know, dude. Insane thing to click in on. Yeah, look. I have some deranged fantasies. I'll admit that one. Sounds rapey? How is that rapey? No, you're just like wrong about that. You could say I'm a cuck. That'd be true. I actually am one. So that shit's kind of hot, but like only if it's like two other women. Even if it's like, I mean, like part of that is like a degradation thing, but even without even without the like being degraded for being transparent, like even if it's like two other trans women, it's like hot because like, you know, it's like, you know, I get degraded and humiliated while I also get to watch, you know, two hot women have sex. And, you know, that's really hot. I'm sorry. That's just like great. You know? I'm just saying.
Together, I forgive you. You know, you'll just it's cucked. Okay?
Dude, why is being a cuck bad though? What if you enjoy it? What if you get like masochistic pleasure out of it?
So, attraction is not a choice. It's just biology. You can't negotiate it. You cannot negotiate attraction.
That's like me with all like my weird fetishes.
You can't convince a woman to love you, okay? And on the topic of love, I might make a whole video about this because this is something that I've thought about this a lot. You know, love
Dumb horror makes out in front of you.
It's not like
Honestly, that's kind of real.
this magical spiritual force that so many people seem to believe it is.
Yeah, well, I don't think spiritual forces exist.
Love and attraction are the same thing. Love is physical attraction, okay? When a woman sees, like, I don't know, Henry Cavill or someone like that, it's not just that she's attracted to him. I mean, it is that she's attracted to him, but that's what love is. Love is physical attraction.
Well, there's more to it than that. If love is physical attraction, are you physically attracted to your mom, or do you not love your mom? Which one is it? It's going to be one of the two.
That's literally all that love is, okay? So
you must be, you know, physically attracted to your mom and your dad then, because you love them, or you don't love them. Make it make sense.
you might think, well, I have a great personality, I have a great job, I'm a great provider, I would make a great father, so a woman can love me. A woman will love me for my qualities, for my character. A woman will love me for my character, but she won't. That's not love. Physical attraction is love, okay? A woman loves
You know, I might actually have to agree with the Christian stance of lust is not love. You know, just this once. Just this once. I'm just kidding. I would never stoop that low, but it's tempting. It's tempting to just, like, say that to, like, outright dismiss what this guy is saying, but at the end of the day, it's more complex than that. Look, there's going to be a distinction between, you know, pure physical attraction and love. I think that physical attraction can be like a part of love. I think that like physical and romantic attraction go hand in hand in a lot of ways. So they can be separate, but they tend to coincide with one another. But I do think that physical attraction can be altered to an extent. I think that you can become more or less physically attracted to somebody based on how they act. And like to claim otherwise is just wrong.
hot guy on Instagram. She loves
Lust is helpful for their love and vice versa. Yeah.
them. You know, if she
I don't like the word lust. It makes it sound like it's like a bad thing.
looks at his photos and she likes what she saw, that's what love is. Physical
As a Christian, it's definitely true. If your relationship is based off of lust, you won't get very far with it. But that goes like, well, that goes if for any instance in which you neglect important aspects. Like if lust is one of the things you neglect, it's also going to be a dog shit relationship. You know, if you're not attracted to each other, then like it's just like a friendship at that point. You know, it's not going to work.
Physical attraction is love. Literally, that's what real love is. Physical attraction is real
That's not the only component of
love.
it.
But yeah, I'll probably make a video talking about that.
It's like if that's real love, then you must be physically attracted to your family and your mom and your dad, and that's fucking horrifying. And if you have kids and you love your kids, then boy, you belong in prison if that's your definition of love. If your definition of love is physical attraction and you love your kids, then boy, you better watch out for the FBI.
Specifically, but attraction's not a choice, okay? Don't be negotiating with women. Don't if you want to do it, then do it, but just know you're never going to be she's just going to be settling for you. Whatever kind of action, whatever kind of affection she gives you is just
Yeah, I'd be calling Chris Hansen ASAP.
going to be something that she does begrudgingly. She's not going to enjoy it. She's not going to want.
Lust isn't necessary. I disagree. Like if you have no sexual attraction to somebody, then like they're probably not going to be a very good partner, right? Like if you can't get sexually attracted to somebody, there's no point.
To do it. So if you're okay with that, then great. If you're okay with that, great. Then you can live that life. And really, you know, I guess I can't blame a guy for doing that if that's the best option you have. You know, I guess maybe that's better than nothing. Staying in a farce of a relationship just to get a hand job 4 times a year with no lubrication, you know. That's the thing, you know, you if you do.
You know, I have experienced subpar hand jobs from my ex-girlfriend, but she wanted to, like, dude, the thing is like, she was the one that was horny for me. That was the strange bit. And that was before I transitioned, so, you know, I didn't have any feminine sex appeal. I was just some, you know, nerdy guy. I didn't understand that, or why she was, you know, orgasming multiple times. I think she was just hypersexual, to be honest. I mean, she even said she was. So, yeah, I don't know. I didn't finish once. I didn't really get anything out of it, but whatever. Maybe I got a little bit out of it, but not that much.
Manage to convince a woman.
Ace relationships exist. Relationships without sexual attraction can work. They could take a hell of a lot more work than relationships with sexual attraction. Yeah, exactly. And like, I feel like it only works if the people are actually ace. If they're not ace, they're going to desire that sexual component.
To be with you when she's not actually attracted to you. That's the kind of thing, you know, she
Okay, why I'm attracted to nerdy guys? My straightness is a mystery to myself. Okay, I'm gonna ask you. Okay, I'm gonna show somebody on screen. Okay, and I want your thoughts on him, okay? I'm gonna want you to tell me if you think he's attractive or not. And see if, like, you know, he fits the archetype of guy that you're attracted to. Okay? That's what we're gonna do here. Okay?
I might occasionally come back and make a video for fun, but I'm not doing this as a career or very often because YouTube bad. Well, not exactly. As much as I'd like to sit here and pretend like I stopped uploading because YouTube is out to get me, that couldn't be any further from the truth.
Like, would this guy be your type? I'd smash him. I would kiss. Yo, that's crazy. Yes. Gang, I'm not gonna lie. What? Would. He's kind of fine. Eden. Would. Smash, but only if I top. I don't know if this is obvious. I don't know if this is obvious or not. That's me. That's me. What's wrong with him? Oh, nothing. That's just me from the past. That's me from 3 years ago. That's me from 2022. Oh. Oh, man. Yes, I knew it was you. Would have never guessed. You're too autistic for life in me. Was it obvious? Was it obvious or was it not obvious? The background may have given away. Maybe the bone structure. I don't know. I feel like I look different now. Whoa. Yeah, whoa, indeed. What? Eden. That's me. That's me as a guy. I didn't know it was you, but my answer stays the same. Weird feelings now. It wasn't the fucking bones. Wait, try using that voice real quick. Yeah, it's like a little bit difficult because like, I can't do it. I need to drink water. So, hold on.
It's not nearly enough to push my stubborn ass off the platform.
It's not. It's not nearly enough to push my stubborn ass off the platform. I can't do it. That voice control. Hell yeah. I'm just like, I don't have my full voice right now.
But I love making videos. I always have, I still do. So...
I'm dying. Yo. So, bro, the token straight woman in chat would hit past me. Bro, Eden was saying, like, low-key, he's fine. Bro, so you would have fucked me as a guy. Holy shit. Okay, would you have been the dom or the sub in a relationship with this guy? This guy up here. Based on the energy that he gets. Nerdy guys are subby. Yeah, low key. Low key, yeah. Dom. You would have been the Dom. For any of the male attracted people in chat. Where's the head pet emote? I guess I don't have one. Maybe I should make one. Dob. Chat, would you Dob or sub for this guy? I'd top. Yeah, sub. You'd sub for this guy? That dude doming nobody? Eden's the only one that would sub. Interesting. So the straight woman is the only one that would sub. I think Dom. Oh no, you Dom? Wait, now I'm getting mixed signals. Wait, would you Dom this guy? Would you peg him? Dude, where the fuck were you when I was 18, you know, pre-transition? What the fuck? Yo, thank you, Jessica Fox, for, oh whoa, for the 2 saying make head pat, please. I'll have to figure out. IDK depends. So you'd be a switch for him. You'd switch. I want to see him try to dom. Dude, he would get. He looks like the type of person that would try and fail miserably and get really embarrassed and start blushing. Okay, that's what he looks like. You know, not that I would know from personal experience or anything. You know, of course. That's hot though. Yeah. That's kind of cute though. Yo, wait. Bro, where the fuck were you when I was a guy? What the fuck? Eden, why weren't you around when I was a guy? Why couldn't you have pegged me? I needed that as a guy. Then again, I might have lacked motivation to transition because I'd be like, well, this person's gonna stop being attracted to me if I troon. You wouldn't. You have no connection to this man. It was just some random guy I found. You know, he just so happens to look kind of similar to me. He kind of looks like something I've noticed about this man, this YouTuber, this random guy, is, he kind of looks like me if I was a guy. I'm in Australia, though, so, oh, you got a point. We're also almost at the 8.5 hour mark. I could just end stream at any point, and it will be satisfactory. How much to make an announcement? An announcement for what? New emotes? I'm probably gonna forget to make an announcement. Remind me to make the new emotes. Or a new emote, like a head pat emote. Or like send me whatever it is that you'd want me to use, because I don't know how to make emotes, to be honest. I just have random shit. Didn't know your sibling had a YouTube channel. He actually does. It's called Neon Caffeine. That's not this guy though. He looks like me if I was a guy, so you're saying he's cute because agreed? Dude. Is this your brother? It's not. It's literally me. It's me before I transitioned. But yeah, notice how he looks kind of like a possible gay bottom. I mean, a personal announcement. Wow. Actually, how much to sponsor? Where would I be announcing it? I think he can dom. I believe the look in his. He cannot dom. He cannot dom. I promise you, he cannot, because that guy is me from the past, and I could not dom back then the same way I cannot dom now. He is a 5'6" twink bottom, and he is in. Actually, he's not in denial anymore. He's kind of aware of that now. By this point, by this video, he knows he's like a little twinkie bottom. You're hot as hell. Thank you. That angle in the pre-trans video looks like a dream. Does it? Do I look dreamy? Do I look dreamy in that? Do I look better then or now? Be honest. If you think I look better back then, that's fine. Just like you're more male attracted, to be honest, if that's the case. What do y'all think? You look scared. Well, yeah, obviously it's not a great freeze frame, but you get the point. Now I look better now? Good. Glad to hear it. You don't look dreamy, but you look sub and breedable. You look better now, if I'm being honest. Type shit. You're hot as hell now. You're hot, darling. The sponsorship, a link, and a shout out. I don't know, maybe like $25. Discord and YouTube, yeah. Okay, if it's on Discord as well, $30. $30 for both Discord and YouTube. I think it's fear of the amount of people trying to dom him. Oh, I would not be fearing that back then. Or sorry, he would not be fearing that. He'd be into it. He'd be like, oh yes, please give me attention, because that version of me was very attention starved. 30? I don't know, dude. I'm trying to... I don't usually give people shout outs, and I needed there to be like a barrier to entry. Okay, fine. 25. I think 25 is reasonable. Maybe 30 is pushing it. Yeah, I think 25 is fair. Yeah. Yeah, that should be good. But yeah, I'm gonna end stream in bot live stream. Yeah, I'm a bot. It's true. What, like, if I was a bot, what do you think my fucking response would be? Yes, I'm a bot. I'm a robot, actually. I'm not a real person. Do you make $143 a day? No. I usually make less than that. I think nerdy guys being awkward is just cute. Is that... Are people like you? Okay, maybe that's why some girls liked me. Maybe that's why some girls liked me growing up. Because, like, this was, like, me at my peak as a guy. Was this. This was peak Femyoz. In a way. Yeah, it is. Interesting. Is that why, okay, is that why girls would, like, always laugh at, like, my really stupid, unfunny jokes, and then, you know, and then they'd randomly, for no reason, look at each other and start giggling, and then look at me, and I just, like, awkwardly assume that they're laughing at me. If, like, did girls just like me? Yes, that's true, because we were thought of as safe. She's attracted to mommy dommies. Typically, they only do that if they like you. Yo, I was fucking retarded. Holy shit. You pre-transition is my type when it comes to guys. Type shit. Yeah, dude, I have the thing for mommy dommies. Okay, that's what I thought it was too. Okay, yeah. Bro, I feel like... Man, I could have been like a... If I didn't have dysphoria, I could have been like a heartthrob. Okay, I could have been like a pretty boy. Yeah, that's a thing I could have done. There's like a huge market for that. Look at my fucking jaw. Look at my jaw definition back then. Jesus fuck. I know I was skinnier back then, but holy fuckamole. God damn, I was a decent looking guy. You know what? Now that I'm thinking of it, now that I'm looking at it, it's like, you know what? Yeah, I was definitely a decent looking guy at one point. This was like after years of being ugly. I was like really ugly for a while, but this era of me was actually quite attractive. This was like one of my most attractive eras. You could have been in a boy band, now you're stuck being the lead singer in a metal band. Yeah, I think I'll take the metal. Holy shit, yo! Thank you so much. 24 R swopes for the $30. Thank you, Jessica Fox. 07's in chat. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. What do you want me to promote? You said you want me to sponsor your YouTube channel, I presume? A link and a shout out? Okay. Okay, shout out to Jessica Fox Owo. Okay? Let's see, what can I do? Go to channel. Okay, you have 7 subscribers. Guys, get her to like 57 subscribers. Okay, here's her channel. Wait, you want it on this channel? Oh, a friend of mine. Okay, what do I promote? What do I promote? I don't know what to shill. It's for your friend. Okay, I shilled the wrong thing. Sorry. Okay, who is Seth Cohen and why am I being compared to him? Seth Cohen. I don't see it. He is... Wait, hold on. No, he Mog's guy version of me, I think. He's a bit more masculine than me. Wait, where have I seen him before? Am I crazy? There's also this guy. I don't think this is this the Seth Cohen we're talking about? I mean, he's pretty nerdy and awkward looking. Dude, this is how this man right here is how I knew that I was into nerdy guys. You know, Seth Cohen. I mean, he's a civil rights and employment attorney. It's pretty fucking based. Dude, I don't know if this was the nerdy and awkward guy you were looking for, though. Or the one that made you into nerdy, awkward guys. Oh, he's got a good side angle, too. That's your looks match, bro? This guy's my looks match. Oh, true. True, this guy's my looks match. Skinny, nerdy, clean shaven, subby. That's a nerd I'll take. Don't know about Cohen, not liking that pick. Yeah, fair. That's real as fuck. That's real as fuck. Anyways. It was lovely learning. Do you have a lovely journey, sis? You too, Red Giant Ruby. You too. It's my friend Rain. Okay. I'd vote Fred Figglehorn, but his pretty boy picks. Yeah, isn't the actual guy's name Lucas or some shit? I have the link. Okay, send it to me on Discord. Yeah, send it on Discord. Oh, wait, that's some other shit. That's... Where are you sending it? I actually have no idea. Yeah, it was Lucas something. I forgot. Hello, Destallion. It's very good to see you again. But yeah, Jessica Fox. I don't think you can send links on YouTube, so send them DM them to me on Discord. I think that'd be the way to go. So, yeah. So what's the segment? Well, we were talking about an incel guy, but I'm gonna help this person shill her friend. Because she paid me $30. So now I'm gonna shill her friend. And yeah, oh wait, maybe it'll be, oh, here we go. Accept DM. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Oh, Oh, she's also streaming right now. Who would have guessed? So, Rain the Radical Dame. Ooh, she makes content related to trans stuff. I'll drop a sub. That might be interesting. Okay. I'm gonna copy that. All right, I want you all to go subscribe to her. But before we do that, well, I mean, drop a sub right now. But before I move on, everyone go subscribe to this person. Her friend donated $30 for me to promote her, and she seems pretty based. Go watch her, lol. Okay, that's probably good. Femi, have you slept? No. Send to 300 people? Yes. You're welcome. Okay. Let's see here. Now, what kind of content is this? So very trans-oriented. Looks like she plays Minecraft. Me too. She's streaming right now. Let's go watch her stream, okay? Oh. What? Oh, she just ended. She ended like 1 second ago. Well, no, 20 hours ago. Never. Why does it say she's streaming right now? What? That's just not true. You liar. Well, I guess we won't find out. $0 estimated monthly earnings. That's fucked up. Okay. Anyways, how needy streamer overload changed my perspective on life. What's this? Let's take a look. T-Girl plays Minecraft. What a shock. Okay. Friendly fire. I'm catching strays, by the way.
Hello, everyone. It's Ray. I wanted to tell you
She even sounds gay.
about a game that completely changed my life. And no,
Okay.
I don't mean the game itself, or the character, or the mechanic. This is a story about me, about how I found the game, how I connected to it, and how it sparked the most profound, impactful changes of my entire life.
Yep. T-Girl music taste. And aesthetic.
I found the game while I was still in recovery, back at home,
Okay.
before I had really returned to making YouTube videos.
Me when I recover from my fentanyl addiction.
I wasn't posting content yet. I wasn't streaming. I was just
Voxel is
trying
different from
to
Minecraft. Oh, I thought it was Minecraft. Oh, sorry, my bad. It just looked like Minecraft from a distance.
exist. I was watching a video from Manly Badass Hero, and 3 minutes in, I stopped watching and bought that game for myself. Just like that. That's how instant the game hit me. The first thing that
Okay.
grabbed me
Type
was the sheer
shit. It's got the dubstep in the background.
over-the-top chaos. The humor, the colors, the ridiculousness of
Yo, low key, yeah. This is like very trans girl coded. This is like such a fucking T-girl aesthetic.
everything, and yet, somehow, it sparked this strange, unexplainable joy inside of me. I didn't understand why at first. I just knew I had to play it. But it wasn't just the visuals or the absurdity. It was Ame herself. The way she moved, the way she reacted, her struggles, the way she masked her pain with extreme antics. It hit me deeper than I could understand at the time.
Real.
I was still cisgender then. Still a very
No, you were never cisgender. That's a lie.
unhappy,
You just pretended to be cis.
miserable little man.
What's your thoughts on Clavicular? He's like retarded but funny, so like entertaining, I guess. Though he does kind of pretend to be retarded on purpose a lot of the time. I don't know. He also makes some good points about some stuff. I don't know. I don't want to get into it. I've already given my take on Clav so many times, and it's like I have mixed feelings. I don't know, dude. I think some looks maxing stuff is useful. I think some of it is fucking cope. I think that goes with a lot of the stuff that looks max just like Clav promote. To be fair, Clav is like surprisingly one of the less bad ones. Like when it comes to promoting, you know, cope products and methods that don't work, but he's still guilty of it. Like bone smashing, for example, doesn't work. It's just cope. Like if you want to change your bone structure, you need surgery.
Trying to process everything, from my childhood, to my accident, to my new limitations. But Ame, she resonated with me in ways nothing else ever had. Her determination, even in the face of constant crashing and failing, gave me a spark of hope.
Well, I can't relate to that because, you know, me personally, I just don't have determination. I'd just be like, oh, this person didn't just immediately give up. Well, that's like the opposite of what I would do, which is immediately giving up. So, you know, this person must just be on another level, you know.
Maybe I didn't have to give up either.
That's real as fuck, though. I'm glad that it, you know, works for other people.
Game itself
Bone smashing is the new term for gay
is brutal.
sex.
It forces failure.
Is the girl you flirted with texted you? Well, yeah, you already saw that on stream.
In 1,000 different ways, over and over.
I just didn't show the messages.
And then, without mercy, it puts you right back at square one. Watching Ame endure that, watching her get knocked down and get back up, that became my blueprint. It taught me something simple, yet very profound. Starting over is not a failure. 0 is not the end.
Feels like it is.
Setbacks don't mean giving up. I remember thinking, some people just don't get to be happy. Or
Yo, that's like me.
maybe some people just never get a chance to make their dreams come true. Then
Like me.
I saw Ame. I saw the game itself, and it quietly shattered that mindset. That perspective shift, subtle as it was, changed everything. Almost everything about the game spoke to me. Her struggles with mental health, the way she mastered pain. It mirrored
First, I thought she was going to say masturbated.
my own life. I was still in grief, still depressed over my lost mobility and function. Seeing her navigate her own issues resonated with my own stages of denial, anger, bargaining, and depression. It helped me
Interesting.
process my own journey. It led me to accept it. But that wasn't the end of the story there. Later, when I had returned to YouTube, Ame helped me again in an unexpected way. I drew her, and I used her to represent myself. And when somebody called me out for this, and they said, wow, that's a nice drawing, but why
I was about to say, yeah, damn, that is a nice
are
try.
you a chick? It was simple, but it hit me harder than anything I'd ever experienced. I was forced to confront
Bro, of course she's talented at drawing. Let me guess, she's good at programming as well. What other fucking trans stereotype does she
Front.
fit? Dude, every single one of them. Good at drawing, trans aesthetic, you know,
the question I've
very visibly gay.
been avoiding my entire life.
Something tells me she's into women and not men. Maybe she's into men.
Who am I? Really? That was the moment I realized
Or wait, is this the asexual flag? Maybe I was wrong. I don't remember what flag this is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to anyone who is represented by whatever the last flag is. Or is that a social media wait, actually, okay, I'm retarded. Yeah, she probably wears programming socks. She's into Minecraft. She's a gamer. It's the demisexual flag. She's probably demisexual with a preference towards women. Maybe she's bi. She definitely there's no way she doesn't like women, okay? She's got to fit all the stereotypes. You're still alive? Yes. We're going to go to 9 hours.
just like Ame, I could transform too. I didn't have to stay stuck. If she could grow, change, and chase her dreams, so could I. I could become the girl I always wanted to be, no matter the setbacks, no matter the obstacles. That revelation didn't just fuel my transition, it fueled my YouTube ambitions, my art, and my life. My
Real.
name, Rain, came from that inspiration. My transgender sister had already chosen Ember for herself, embracing who she truly is. And I wanted a name that was equally meaningful. that resonated deeply, not just with my journey, but with hers.
She probably loves Undertale. Yup.
It was almost like the universe had aligned for me to find this game, this character, this spark, to help me forge my own destiny. We could fix the broken names our father had given to us. We could claim our own identities.
True.
And Rain became that
To be fair, Undertale's a good game. Don't think anybody was
for
disputing
me.
that. I think that, you know, being very transgender stereotypically in every way is actually a good thing. I think it's good. I think it's based to, you know, fit all the good positive epic stereotypes of, like, yeah, you know.
game also taught me something bigger than identity or transition. It taught me resilience. No matter how broken or painful life feels, there's always a chance to start over. That's the lesson I carry every single day. I take the determination I had as my old, male, military self, and I combine it with the fun, silly, chaotic joy I experienced through Ame. I don't want to be her. She's fictional. But she helped me realize that I had my own story to write. My own
See, for me personally, you know, I always want to be like fictional women.
dreams to chase. And it wasn't
Oh, notice that. Hold on, wait.
I realized that I had my own story to write.
Notice how she's always got some sort of, you know, collar on, so probably submissive as well. Meets that stereotype, like extremely submissive, probably wants to be led around on a leash. Degraded a little bit. Yeah, I already know the archetype. Just pure pattern recognition.
My own dreams to chase. And it wasn't too late to start. So when I play this game now, it's more than just entertainment. It's a reminder, a lesson, proof that fighting for your dreams, no matter how impossible they seem, is worth every ounce of difficulty and pain it brings. Ame showed me that, and I carry it into my life, my art, and my channel every single day. By sharing this, I hope you see how profoundly something seeming
That's actually insane. Okay, you know it's true though. Okay, I mean it's your friend, but like you know, you already know. Come on, it's obvious.
small
Just recognize the patterns.
game, character, story, can impact a person's life. Needy Streamer Overload didn't just teach me perseverance in a game. It taught me perseverance in life. And I'm still learning, still growing, and still chasing those dreams. Every
She has no time in Undertale. Hey, that was somebody else's pattern recognition going awry.
single
Were you talking about yours, her, yourself? Shut up. My birthday. Come on and give me head pet. Yep. Into pet play. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, it's like okay. Yeah, it's just like yeah. Give me head pats. Colon 3. Yep. I know the archetype. I know the archetype. Okay. There's specific types of women. Also, I'm not judging your review. I paid for this. Hell yeah. But yeah, anyways, go subscribe to her. Okay, here's her channel. Whew. Yay. There you go. Rain the Radical Dame. Except it says she's live, but she's not. Disabled trans creator who loves Linux gaming, open source fun, and creative chaos. Literally every trans stereotype imaginable. Very based. Very based, very real. If you need some, like, cozy trans gamer girl vibes, then this is the channel for you. Okay. Now then, that was hopefully $30 well spent. I hope that was good. I hope that was sufficient. Yeah. Anyways, we have a video to finish.
Probably won't even spit on it for you.
I only know 2 non-crippled T-girls. Am I one of them? I mean, I'm severely autistic. 30 well spent. I'm glad. I always try to make sure that people get their money's worth. And I always feel bad if I can't. You're perfect, Femyoz. The most beautiful trans I've ever encountered.
That's for Chad. Oh
Fem is one gay I could chill with? Hell yeah. Yes, you're one of them. Let's go.
You know, it sucks. Because for some reason, I don't know if it's just natural to believe this. Maybe it is. It's probably just kind of a form of coping. You know, it's just a natural coping mechanism that we have as humans. We know about evolution and everything, or even if you don't believe in evolution, you know, we know about nature. We know about natural forces. You know, we know about biology. And we tend to think, like, we just automatically think that in some ways, all the forces of nature, it all balances out and it's fair. So we naturally think that there's a woman out there for every man, and women think there's a man out there for every woman. And we think thoughts, you know, a highly attractive woman will tend to be attracted to highly attractive men, and ugly women will tend to be attracted to less good-looking men. But that's not true at all. And maybe it's not.
Okay, I mean, he was right about that. Like, the same people, like, you're going to be attracted to whoever, regardless of how attractive you are. Like, you're not necessarily to be attracted to people on your level, quote unquote.
Not natural to think those thoughts. And
what's the retarded incel talking about? Oh, I don't
it's
know,
just
dude.
one of the ways that society brainwashes people. Just something society brainwashes people into believing. But
Femyoz is enjoying the praise like a good girl. I'm fighting the depression. I am fighting the depression.
I think most people do have thoughts along those lines, that there is some kind of fairness when it comes to...
His voice is so grating, nothing he said even registered. Damn, that's brutal. I don't even think his voice is that bad.
Male and female relations and attraction between the sexes. But in actuality, there is no fairness.
I mean, it's not like good. It's not like anything like great. I wouldn't even say it's good. It's like average. It's like an average voice.
There's no fairness whatsoever. The reality of
Such a good girl.
the situation is that 99% of women are attracted to the same 10% of men. If that, you know, it might be less than 10%.
Yeah, but the category of people they're going to be attracted to is broader than that.
While on the flip side, 99% of men are attracted to like 75% of women, or maybe even more than.
I don't think that's true. There it is. Yes, we got her blushing again. Okay, Aw, the pretty girl is turning red. I'm not turning red. No, I'm not. I'm not. Okay. So cute. Okay. Look. Such a cute girl. No. Sure you're not, darling? Femme about to blush if I drop my Riz. Aw. So pretty. You're so white when you blush, it's so noticeable. You are pathetic. Parentheses flirting. Such a pretty girl. Aw, she's stuttering. Okay, no, okay. Dollface, thank you. You're as cute as it gets, my queen. Such a cutie. Lyrios, lol. Look, hello. Hello, person that remembers me from a different community, from a different era. Yeah, this is where I am now in life. Wholesome bullying, I see. Such a cute little girl. Okay, listen, okay, parentheses, flirting, lol. You're still a degenerate, lol? Hey, I may be a degenerate, but, I will 25 pot you. I will 25 pot you in Minecraft PvP. Is that where you know me from? Most people that call me Lyrios remember me from PvP. When I was, like, crazy good. I used to be really good at the game. Especially in, like, 2022. Man. Because I was just, like, spending all my time. 10 years for, like, 50k subs. But on this channel's existed for, like, a few years, though. And, like, I never, really, tried. But you remember me as Lyrios. Where do you remember me as Lyrios from? Are you from the Minecraft community? You don't have anything on your channel. Anyways. Rattled you with that, huh? Well, I mean, I'm very open about, you know, my past. You know, it's like, you know, these videos are bangers. These videos are all bangers. Go watch Terrorizing Pot Lounge. It's my best one. I guess. My best work. But I was probably the best at the game. Maybe like 3 years ago. Yeah, about 3 years ago. I was the best. You know, back when I was beefing with young Hiiiiii. You got kicked out of every community you're a part of? That's just not true. I created my own community. My own community can't kick me out because it's my community, bitch. What are we talking about? Like that the notion that my community kicked me out of my community, that doesn't make any sense. Just saying. Anyways. PvP Battle Mistress. That's what you think? We're forming a coup. Yeah, that's true. We can if we stage a coup. Yo, true. I love when she rambles, such a pretty girl. Thank you. What if we kicked you out to make you vulnerable and then touched you a lot? You're streaming to 40 people? I've never claimed to be famous, but I got a community. I got what I wanted. Well, what's your point? All I ever needed was just like a small community. Now, granted, if I get a big community, if I get a big community, if I can become a big famous YouTuber, that would be ideal. Why do I... Dude, I kind of look like Jeffree Star when I do this, because, you know, he had a whole era of, like, yeah, dude, what if I made my eyes super angular? What if I made them, like, 45-degree angles? Yeah. What the fuck are you doing? Jeffree Star maxing. Haha. You've been trying for 10 years and it's not worked. Look at the dono goal. See this? See this little bar? $173. That's not including what I get out of super chats and memberships, gifted memberships. All that adds up, my guy. I hate to break it to you. Oh well. Rose excited about making $200? I mean, yeah, it's probably I mean, it's not the best, but like I think it's fair. If you're poor, it's quite a bit. I am poor. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah, it's like $200 to yap into a microphone. I mean, that's better than nothing. Understandable? Yeah, I mean, like, I've never claimed to be rich. I've never been the kind of person to, like, try to, like, you know, flex my status or wealth. You know, I don't really see that as making you more worthy of moral consideration. 200 to be hated online? I was hated for a bit. Did you come from the MRAW video? Is that where you found me from? You found me from the MRAW video, didn't you? Lyrios referenced. Kicked out of every community. These are MRAW talking points. These are, like, this is the you watched the MRAW video. And then you came to my channel after watching the MRAW video, because it got recommended to you. You know that video is, like, 2 years old. Oh, you don't even know who MRAW is. He's the guy that made the video essay on me, like, 2 years ago, when I was in drama. You obviously know who I am. Don't pretend like you didn't see it. You know, MRAW himself ended up saying, yeah, this video was stupid. I don't know why I made it, like, a few months ago on a live stream, but, you know. You know. Just saying. And you could ask him. You're like, what are your thoughts on Femyoz? You ask him today if he live streams. saying. Anyways. Kitty? Yeah, she's trying to get out, so I let her out. Yo, is that a cat? Yes. Best wishes for your future endeavors, Femyoz. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. Gary is converted. Damn, I thought I was straight as crazy. Camera's moving because I got a motion tracking webcam that you guys helped buy me. So, because when my old camera was, you know, not working as much anymore. This was years ago, actually. Was it? No, it was less than years ago. It'd be like a year ago. Yeah, it would have been a year ago. Not 2 years ago, because it would have been a year and a half ago that my channel blew up in shorts. You're in STEM, aren't you? No. I'm not smart enough to be in STEM. Well, maybe I am, but like I wouldn't put in the effort. Damn, why did the whatever their name is, Malachi guy, why'd they disappear? Oh, there they are. Uh, 125 of the donut goal was one pathetic. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, talking shit about the people that give me money, not good for business, my friend. Not good for business. Gonna have to get rid of you. I care about money, not you. And, insulting people that donate money, I mean, you're gonna scare them away. I don't want that, so. Anyways. Bye-bye. I choose money over you, my friend. Any day. That's just business. I was about to double it. Hell yeah. That'd be so based if you did. Do you want me to unban him so that you can see his reaction to you doubling it? If you want, I could do that. I knew it. It's all about money to you. I will be handing my mod badge tomorrow. Nobody is donating to you anyway. Okay, well, we got another person saying that nobody is donating. What do you say? Who got back? Well, he was insulting the person that was donating. That's not good for business. I mean, so maybe I should have kept them around for spite. Just be like, yeah, you know what? I will donate. I don't know. Gotta make it the nicest place possible. Yo, thank you, Jessica Foxover, for the additional $10, saying no one. Yo, good point. Good point. Good fucking point. I agree. You do, Jessica Foxover has been doing nothing but being based. It's like no one at all. No one's donated. That's just not true. Okay? So you see the $173 up here? Well, there's another $78 on top of that. Now I get 70% of that because it's through YouTube, but yeah, it's I mean the stream might be dead, my channel might be dead, but you know, I still got some people that really support me, so I don't know, dude. I feel like getting over $200 in donos in a night is like pretty decent. Just saying. Just saying. Anyways, guys, we are going to... we're gonna end stream. We've been going for 9 hours. We don't need to keep going. It's been too long. Anyways. Nope, I'm a welder type shit. Type shit. W welding. Anyways, I will see you all in the next one. Peace out, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Whatever. I don't even know what I'm saying. Bye.